application. Dear colleagues, the Bureau also heard the progress of works of the Working Group on the Budget by its chairperson, Ms. Chiara Franco of Italy. I am pleased to inform you that the group has completed its work and that the recommended draft will be shortly transmitted to all members of the committee. Consequently, there will be no more meeting of the group. The Bureau also discussed the timetable of work and the remaining items to be examined. The Secretariat is working on a proposed revised timetable of work. The brief committee work. Thank you very much. We shall now turn to the nomination of the Sado Island Wine, Japan. As I stated at the start of yesterday's meeting, Japan has informed the Bureau of the Committee that an agreement has been among the interested state parties with respect to this nomination. I therefore propose that this nomination be examined by the committee without debate. I shall first give the floor to the ADG Culture on behalf of the Secretariat and to ECOMOS to present the nomination. We shall thereafter turn directly to the consideration of the draft decision. As you know, an amendment to draft decision 8.16 proposed by Bulgaria was circulated yesterday to members of the committee 24 hours in advance of our examination of the item. I should underline that this amendment is an integral part of the agreement reached by the interested state parties. Under the proposed amended decision, the committee would decide to inscribe the property on the World Heritage List under Criterion 4, and a footnote would be included in para 4E, which would take note of a statement to be made by Japan as regards the interpretation and presentation strategy and facilities referred to in that paragraph. The text of the statement by Japan was also circulated to members of the committee yesterday. I should point out that for Japan, the Republic of Korea, the English version of the statement would be the binding version, since it was the one agreed upon by Japan and the Republic of Korea. When we move to the adoption of the draft decision, I shall give the floor to the representative of Bulgaria on the amendment. I will propose that the committee adopt the draft decision as a whole with the proposed amendment. I trust that the committee chooses to adopt the draft decision as amended by consensus. After the adoption of the draft decision, and if the committee accepts the amendments proposed, I shall give the floor to the representative of Japan who will make the statement I referred to in the English language, which shall then be reproduced in the summary record of the present session. I shall then give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea. Given the nature of the statement, I have exceptionally accepted to grant 4 minutes for of statement. I trust that the members of the committee will agree to this course of action, which is possible thanks to the extraordinary spirit of compromise of the state parties concerned, which I wish to salute on behalf of the committee. Are there any questions? I see none. Since I see there is a general agreement in the room manner, I will now give the floor to the ADG Culture, Mr. Orthoni, on behalf of the Secretariat. Orthoni, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to inform you that we received a factual error notification from Japan concerning the evaluation of the nomination of Sadok Gold Mine Island, and it is on page 27 of both the English and French version of document int.ap4. Before the committee starts the examination of the nomination, I would like, on behalf of UNESCO, to commend the remarkable spirit of cooperation which led the two state parties concerned to reach an agreement on this matter. Let me also take this opportunity to reiterate to all state parties my availability as the head of the culture sector to exercise my good offices to assist you in resolving matters relating to any of the UNESCO culture conventions falling under my purview, including as concerned the work of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Sado Island Gold Mine, Japan. The ICOMOS report can be found in document N831 on page 108 of the English version and page 106 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. The Sado Island Gold Mine is a serial property located on Sado Island, some 35 kilometers west of the Niigata Prefecture coast. It is formed of three component parts covering two main mining areas, the Nishikawa Placer Gold Mine and the Aikawa Kibuchi Gold and Silver Mine, illustrative of different unmechanized mining methods of the Edo period to obtain gold and silver. The first cluster covers a large mining area used for placer gold mine, settlement areas, and several sections of waterways used for placer mine. The second cluster includes two component parks connected by a route today interrupted for a short section corresponding to the Nishi Karimichi and Tsuruchi-Michi park. The two component parts of the second cluster cover two different mines, the Tsuruchi silver mine and the Aikawa gold and silver mine. The latter also includes part of the Aikawa Kanmaki town, in which the remains of the Sado magistrate of it are found. The Sado Island gold mines are nominated as a secret property that bears with the most important gold mining operations that contributed to the stability of the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate during Edo. The mine's success is put in a management system that governs mining operations from a technical and social perspective and has been maintained for over 250 years. Despite some shortcomings in comparative analysis, people must consider that the nominated property deserves consideration for the work technique as an exceptional mining ensemble that testifies to the continuation and perfection of mechanized mining and processing technology in a period when elsewhere mechanization was spread. Of the two proposed criteria, 3, 4, it must consider that only criterion 4 is demonstrated and supported by the surviving aspects. Initial issues of fragmentation of the component part at Tower Island have been resolved through the evaluation process. Mechanized mining operations were carried out in the post-Edo period until the late 20th century, and some section of the nominated property also included post-Edo mining-related standing structures. A substantial cluster of standing post-Edo mining-related facilities in Aikawa Kanmaki town do not reflect in a discernible way the mining technology and social cultural system of the Tokugawa shogunate or Edo. Therefore, ICOMOS considers that the condition of integrity and authenticity could mean that only if this delimited area is excluded from the nominated property as put in the buffer zone. The legislative protection at the national, prefectural, and Sado city level seems to provide sufficient integrated protection to the nominated property. However, the protection system could be strengthened as suggested in the draft recommendation. The buffer zone of the Aikawa Kibuchi gold and silver mine should be extended offshore. As mining rights are still enforced, an explicit commitment appears necessary from the mining right holder not to reactivate commercial mining operations in the nominated properties and buffers. The remains of Edo period, mainly archaeological, are less visible than standing structures exposed to the mine, less understandable without information. It is therefore essential to develop an interpretation and presentation program of the Edo period actions, how they convey the proposal standing there. Here is a summary of ICOMOS evaluation of the proposal and universal value of the nomination. And here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation, conservation, protection, and management of the nominated property. ICOMOS in this regard considered that the revision of the plan needs to be adopted before comprehensive management planning is implemented, so as to ensure that provisions are consistent with the aim of sustaining the proposal standing universal value. To conclude, the ICOMOS recommends that Shadow Island Gold Mine define clear purpose state parties in order for it to modify the boundaries with the small area in the Aikawa community town, expand the buffer zone of the Aikawa gold and silver mine component of work, and provide explicit commitments from the mine to right holders not to activate commercial mines within the nominated property of the zone. ICOMOS has also included further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property, and these are outlined in the evaluation report and on this slide. Thank you for your attention.
Support from the directly. First, important like well, as it is normal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning all. As concerns the gold mine, the Shadow Island gold mine in Japan, we have received an amendment from Bulgaria supported by Jamaica, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Qatar, Italy, Vietnam, Zambia, Senegal, Kenya, Greece, India, Ukraine, Rwanda, and Mexico. That is 15 countries. Going, Mr. Chairman, by what you said at the Bureau meeting this morning, I suggest that Bulgaria introduce this amendment as the author.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. At the outset, we would like to express our gratitude to both the state parties of Japan and the Republic of Korea for having reached an understanding on the description of the Sado Island gold mines on the World Heritage List through sincere and close dialogue. We would also like to compliment the state party of Japan for presenting an excellent dossier on this property. We also commend the excellent work conducted by the evaluation body. We have examined the nomination dossier and the additional information provided by the state party, as well as the ICOMOS evaluation report. We have no hesitation in accepting that this property, which is formed of three components, the Nishikawa Placer Gold Mine and the Aikawa Tsurushi Gold and Silver Mine, is an exceptional example of the continuity of manual mining and smelting technology in a period when mechanization was progressively being introduced elsewhere. Such an example of unmechanized mining methods makes us realize that it's all you realize in the management system and social and work organization deployed by the Tokugawa shogunate, etc., which made it possible to extract and process considerable quantities of high-quality gold for global standards in the 17th century. We have also noted the ICOMOS evaluation report and agree with its acceptance of the property solidity under criteria 4. ICOMOS have reported general satisfaction with the comparative analysis, the state of conservation, and the management framework. ICOMOS has made 3 recommendations concerning integrity and protection and management requirements. In this regard, we are pleased to note with satisfaction that the state parties' responses to all of these recommendations, As recommended by ICOMOS, Japan has already excluded the area in Aikawa Kamimachi town corresponding to the zones identified as Shimo Yamanokami, Takashita, Kitazawa, and Yajuro, and this area turned to be a part of buffer zone. Secondly, Japan has already expanded the buffer zone of the Aikawa Tsurushi gold and silver mine component part offshore in order to exclude any possibility of building offshore wind power plants within the ice slide from the viewpoint of nominated property. And thirdly, Japan has also obtained an explicit commitment in writing from the holders of the mining rights not to reactivate commercial mining on the land of the nominated property in the buffer zone. We firmly believe that with these responses to the three recommendations, the nominated property now fully meets all the required conditions for inscription on the World Heritage List. Finally, in accordance with the understanding reached by both the stated parties of Japan and the Republic of Korea, our proposed amendments to the draft decision also include the addition of a footnote to paragraph 4, which takes note of the statement to be made by Japan regarding its interpretation and presentation strategy referred to that paragraph. On the basis of these observations, we have submitted amendments to the draft decision 46-8B18 Sado Island Gold Mines. We hope that all members of the committee will accept the decision by consensus. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. As agreed, we shall proceed to the consideration of the draft decision as a whole as amended. May I take it that the committee accepts the draft decision with the amendments proposed by Bulgaria? I see no objections. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.18 adopted. Let me congratulate Japan on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. As agreed at the start of our consideration of this nomination, I shall now give the floor to the representative of Japan for a 4-minute statement. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning to you all. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver this statement on behalf of the government of the Sado Island Gold Mine is an extraordinary example of the continuity of manual mining and smelting technology in Asian context in the 15th century, when mechanization was progressively being introduced elsewhere. It is an honor for the government of Japan that Sado Island Gold Mines has been inspired as a world heritage, which is of outstanding universal value. Concerning three recommendations by the government of Japan has already completed responding to all of them in full. In regard to the WHC's recommendation E, Japan has been engaging in close dialogue with the ROK to including the workforce from the Korean Peninsula. Bearing in mind all the relevant WHC decisions as well as its commitments associated with these decisions, and sincerely remembering all the workers at the Sado Island gold mines, especially those from the Korean Peninsula, Japan will faithfully and thoroughly implement the recommendation and continue to make efforts to enhance the interpretation and presentation strategy and facilities that comprehensively address the whole history of the Sado Island gold mines in close consultation with the ROK. With a view to demonstrating its commitments to do so and its willingness to amicably resolve differing views with the ROK with regard to the Sado Island gold mines, Japan already installed new exhibition material relating to all the workers at the interpretation and presentation facility in the site to explain the severe conditions of their work and remember their hardship. A memorial event for all the workers at the Sado Island gold mines will also be held annually in the site. Taking this opportunity, allow me to briefly introduce some elements exhibited at the local facility in Sado. During the wartime, the National Mobilization Law and the National Requisition Ordinance and other relevant measures were introduced even in the Korean Peninsula. At first, open recruitment and then official placement were implemented with the involvement of the Government General of Chosen, an administrative organ in the Korean Peninsula established by Japan. Since September 1944, requisition obliged workers to engage in tasks, and the imprisonment or fines were imposed against its violation. In the exhibition room, there are also data indicating that a higher percentage of workers from the Korean peninsula engaged in dangerous tasks inside the mine shafts, such as rock drilling, shoring, and hauling. There are also a record of labor dispute over working conditions, a record of food shortage, and a record of a fatal accident. One record states that the average number of working days in a month was 28 days for those from the Korean peninsula. Another record shows that there were escapes and imprisonment of the workers from the Korean peninsula. Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee, the government of Japan expresses deep appreciation to all the members of the World Heritage Committee, including Bulgaria, who has kindly submitted the amendment, UNESCO Secretariat, and ICOMOS members for their kind cooperation for the inscription based on their understanding of the outstanding universal value of this property. Now, Mr. Chair, please allow Mr. Hanazumi Hideo, Governor of Niigata Prefecture, to give a few words of appreciation for inscription.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Hanazumi, Governor of Niigata Prefecture. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone here today and to those who have given us unwavering support and dedication to the inscription. We will do our best to preserve and pass on this important heritage to future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As also agreed, I shall now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea for a 4-minute statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The government of the Republic of Korea has carefully listened to the statement just made by the government of Japan and wishes to highlight the following points therein. First, Japan has been developing an interpretation and presentation strategy and facilities that comprehensively address the whole history of the Sado Island gold mines and sincerely remembers all the workers, especially those from the Korean peninsula. Second, in faithfully and thoroughly implementing the WHC recommendations, Japan will bear in mind all the relevant WHC decisions as well as its commitments associated with these decisions, and continue to make efforts to enhance the interpretation and presentation strategy and facilities that comprehensively address the whole history of the Sado Island gold mines in close consultation with ROK. Third, to demonstrate its commitment to do so, Japan already installed new exhibition materials relating to all the workers in the site to explain the severe conditions of their work and remember their hardship. Fourth, a memorial event for the workers will be held annually in the site. In regard to the second point just referred to, the government of the ROK would like to underline that Japan's commitments associated with the relevant WHC decisions include the statement made by Japan in 2015 relating to the inscription of the site of Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution, which carries relevance and implication for this case, as both sites share a common history of mobilizing Korean workers during the wartime, at first through open recruitment and then official placement with the involvement of the Government General of Joseon, followed by requisition under the National Mobilization Law since September 1944, as confirmed by the statement of Japan. The government of the ROK has consistently maintained that every history has its light and shadows, and heritage should be remembered for both its bright and dark sides. It is only natural that this is recognized by the ICOMOS recommendations and duly reflected in the WHC decisions. In light of the above, and considering the willingness of both the ROK and Japan to resolve relevant issues through mutual agreement with a far-sighted approach aimed at fostering future-oriented bilateral relations, The government of the ROK, after long and careful deliberations, has decided to join the committee's consensus decision to inscribe the Sado Island gold mines on the World Heritage List, while welcoming Japan's action to install exhibition materials prior to the committee decision, which helps dispel concerns in the ROK about its failure to deliver on previous promises. We expect that the government of Japan will fulfill its commitments made before this august body faithfully and thoroughly. The Republic of Korea expresses its deep appreciation for the chair's leadership and the cooperation and support of all the committee members and the secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me congratulate once again Japan for the inscription of this property and both interested state parties for their extraordinary spirit of compromise. I now invite ECOMOS to present the nomination. We will wait for some time. Can I give the floor to the director of the WHC? You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Can I invite the committee members, please, to take their seats so that we can continue the examination of nomination? And I would also like to remind that if for congratulation and everything, please, there is a space outside. We would like to continue. Thank you.
I request committee members to please take your seats. I now invite ECOMOS to present the nomination of Beijing Central Axis, a building ensemble exhibiting the ideal order of the Chinese capital, China. But before that, I will give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We received the factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of the Beijing Central Axis, and this is to be found on page 9 of document in faith before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Beijing Central Axis, a building ensemble exhibiting the ideal order of the Chinese capital, China. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 75 of the English version and page 70 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors. The central axis is defined by former imperial palaces and gardens, imperial sacrificial buildings, ancient city management facilities, ceremonial and public buildings, and central axis roads remain. The central axis originated in the Yuan dynasty that established Dadu, its capital, in what corresponds to the northern section of the axis. The nominated property also features later historical structures built during the Ming dynasty and improved during the Qin dynasty. The nominated property runs from north to south through the heart of the historical Beijing. It consists of an ensemble of historic buildings, monuments, archaeological sites that bear witness of the evolution to the city during the imperial dynastic system. The nominated property represents an outstanding testimony of the Chinese urban planning tradition, showcasing its evolution during the imperial dynastic system in its urban layout. It bears witness to the paradigm of the ideal capital city, based on Confucian principles stated in the ancient Kaogongji, the book of the diverse crafts, influential in conceiving other capital cities in China and East Asia, such as defining the north-south axis and establishing a center to provide neutrality and harmony to society by means of symmetry and balance in the urban layout. The Beijing Central Axis exhibits an urban ensemble that provides a distinct urban pattern in world urban history. ICOMOS considers that the comparative analysis justifies consideration of the nominated property for the World Heritage List. Criterion 3 and 4 have been met, but criterion 6 has not been demonstrated. The key attributes of the nominated property are the layout of the axis, the physical structures and architectural styles that define it and testify of its development during the imperial dynastic system in China. The natural and historical urban setting of the axis, landscape sequences, visual corridors, key views from different points of the axis, the functions and traditions connected to each of the historical structure, which includes city management, urban governments, and rituals. Although rituals conducted during the imperial dynastic periods are no longer practiced, the related festivities still performed in the central axis space can be considered attributes of the nominated property. On the other hand, ICOMOS does not consider that the Tiananmen Square complex and the Yongdingmen Gate are attributes of the proposed outstanding universal value. Nevertheless, they remain included within the boundaries of the nominated property. Conditions of integrity have been demonstrated. The authenticity of some of the proposed attributes has been compromised by remodeling and reconstruction. In particular, ICOMOS recommends that the Tiananmen Square complex remodeling and the Yongdingmen Gate reconstruction be presented in the interpretation of the nominated property. ICOMOS considers that the authenticity of the central axis has been nevertheless demonstrated. The boundaries and buffer zones are adequate to support the integrity of the nominated property, though some section of the axis roads might be vulnerable to development pressures. ICOMOS considers that the state of conservation of the nominated property is good and that the boundaries and buffer zones are adequate. Legal protection is comprehensive and includes laws for the protection of cultural heritage and planning framework for guiding heritage conservation and development. The management system is based on the Beijing Municipal Advisory and Coordinating Mechanism led by the Beijing Municipal Leading Group for building the National Cultural Center. Site-level management is coordinated by the Beijing Central Axis Conservation Center, which implements the conservation and management plan for Beijing Central Axis. Presentation and interpretation of the World Heritage property that form part of the Beijing Central Axis should be continued and reinforced. Proposed measures of urban planning and mitigation of existing and potential tourism impact need to be adequately enforced and adapt where tourism pressures to increase. To support long-term conservation, ICOMOS recommends that the involvement of the residents in the nominated property and buffer zone be ensured and continuous. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the Beijing Central Axis, a building ensemble exhibiting the ideal order of the Chinese capital, China, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 4, and has also included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Greece, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to thank ICOMOS for this presentation. Greece welcomes the state party's nomination of an outstanding property. Beijing Central Axis is an ensemble of imperial buildings, urban management facilities, road remains along the Central Axis, contemporary public edifices, and public space. The dossier under discussion clearly shows the evolution of this axis since the Yuan dynasty in the 13th century. It is a historical continuum of time and space. The traditional philosophy and urban planning concepts which influenced the form of the ancient Chinese capitals continue to impact the planning of modern Beijing. In its evaluation, ICOMOS considers that the conditions of integrity of the nominated property have been met, and the authenticity of the nominated property as a whole has been demonstrated. The Tiananmen Square complex's planning and layout have followed the balance and the symmetrical pattern of Peking Central Axis, of which the square is a solid integral element. Suffice it to say that the National Museum of China and the Great Hall of the People face each other symmetrically on the east and west sides of the square. Tiananmen Square complex's architecture demonstrates China's determination to respect the past while exploring and innovating the style in the design of public spaces as it has been evolved through the centuries. As for the Yongdimen Gate, originally built in 1553 at the southern edge of the Peking Central Axis and dismantled in 1957, it was rebuilt in 2004 in the same location and at the original size, implementing the original design, techniques, and materials in accordance with a NARA document of authenticity. Both elements, the square and the gate, have been always considered by the 22 millions of Peking residents as an integral part of the Central Axis, a fundamental part of their country's history, and I would add, of their daily lives. Mr. Chair, distinguished committee members, Greece is convinced that the totality of the Peking Central Axis, with all its 15 elements, deserves to be acknowledged as having outstanding universal value. In order to reflect the above, we have submitted an amendment in the draft decisions text, clarifying beyond any doubt that all the elements included in the nomination file, without any exception, are of outstanding universal value. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon, to be followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Chair. Beijing Central Axis is the cumulative product of more than 7 centuries of history and has continued to evolve and exert an influence on the city's urban development. At the heart of the capital of Yuan, Ming, Qing, and modern China, Beijing Central Axis is a testimony to major historic events, including the end of China's more than 2,000 years of dynastic rule, the birth of China Republic, the establishment of the People's Republic of China. It has stood witness to the gradual historical transformation of the Chinese society from a dynastic system into a modern state. Hence, Beijing Central Axis should be considered based on the historic urban landscape approach, which sees and interprets the city as a continuum in time and space where countless population groups have left their mark and continue to do so today. In its additional recommendations, ICOMOS considered that both Tiananmen Square complex and the Yongdingmen Gate do not form attributes of the properties OUV. We cannot agree with such an interpretation. The historic urban landscape is the urban area understood as the result of historic layering of values and attributes, including the built environment, the open spaces, both historic and contemporary, the land use patterns and spatial organization, the perceptions and visual relationships. Terminal Square complex is a major component of the great urban ensemble organized along Beijing Central Axis, which has witnessed the historical continuity of Chinese tradition. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the imperial square was a place for holding major celebration. In early 20th century, it was transformed into a major public area, and modern China has inherited and continued the tradition carried by the Axis throughout its history. How could we consider that such a major public space that is central to the spatial organization of Beijing Central Axis does not contribute to the properties OUV? As for the reconstruction of Yongdingmen Gate, although ICOMOS recognized that, quote, it has been undertaken based on detailed documentation and that it was widely supported by local population, unquote, it considers nevertheless that its authenticity is compromised. Such a conclusion seems to us inappropriate, since it expresses a narrow interpretation of the concept of authenticity, which contradicts the principles adopted in NARA documents. Hence, we agree with the amendment presented by Greece, sent to us yesterday by the rapporteur, which proposes to delete point 2 of ICOMOS additional recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. The amendments have yet not been presented by the rapporteur, which I will be doing once member states are done by taking the floor. A large number of member states have raised their plates, so we'll give them the floor. And then I will go to the rapporteur where I will ask him, does he have any amendments being presented? I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zambia to be followed by Senegal. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Beijing Central Axis displays distinct urban axis, layout, physical and architectural structures, corridors and symmetrical layout. Beyond this, Mr. Chairman, we also, the state part of Zambia appreciates the fact that yes, ICOMOS has pointed out that the Chairman Mao Square and Yondong gates, this being that is new infrastructure, they seem to contradict the expectations of ICOMOS. But the state part of Zambia is of the view that layout structures and also in terms of most of the features, they still conform to the original concept. And here we're talking of an idea, and this idea is about symmetry. And this idea of symmetry is what the Republic of People and the People's Republic of China has demonstrated. And in terms of culture is also evolutionary, and you cannot have all the structures look the same if they looked. If you look at the outlook of 17th century, you don't expect the 20th century the structures to be modeled in the same manner. So the general that is aspect that the state part of Zambia is advancing is that the general layout plan or the idea of symmetry has been maintained. In terms of the general that is outlook of the structure, it has also been maintained. So we should not start, mutilating the authenticity of the site on the basis of that is these odd ideas. So what I want to start, rather to emphasize, Mr. Chairman, is that the state part of China has demonstrated the original idea, and these attributes they are not supposed to be at the same level. They are supposed to be complementary. And most of all, Mr. Chairman, the state of, the state of the condition of the site of the Beijing axis. It is okay. The boundaries are in coordination. The management plans and coordinating mechanisms are in place. The criterion number 3 has been met. Criterion number 5, has also been met. So at the end of the day, the state part of Zambia joins the state parties of Greece and Lebanon in terms of supporting the nomination, the inscription of this site as a World Heritage Site. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Zambia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal to be followed by Turkey. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senegal is of the belief that this file presented by China is very solid. The observations made by Greece and Lebanon are perfectly pertinent. The 15 elements are perfectly in coherence with the historic ensemble, and we feel that the Chinese concept of spatial organization is respected. As concerns the particular issue of the gate, we think that, having heard what ICOMOS has said, we must step away from dogmatism when it comes to authenticity. Is it not true that today, if Notre Dame of Paris was rebuilt, would it be considered authentic? That's the question I'd like to ask. So I think we need to take it with a bit of relativity. I think we should not fall into the trap of dogmatism, and we should not leave out any of the constituent elements of this nominated property. So I'd like to echo what was said by Greece, Lebanon, and Zambia, and prefer to see the inscription of all of the ensemble in its entirety. Thank you. So Senegal is therefore supporting the proposed amendment.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I have yet not given the floor to the rapporteur and asked him the question, are there any amendments? But member states have raised their plates, so I'll give them the floor. I give the floor to Turkey to be followed by Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dating back to the 13th...
Argentina, you have the floor.
No, señor presidente.
Mr. Chairman, we had requested the floor in following along in the order, but I get the feeling that you had not seen our nameplate. I'm sorry, it's not a point of order. I just wanted to take the floor after Turkey. Thank you.
I thought it was a point of order, and that is the reason I interrupted Turkey, because you were waving your nameplate like this. I see that the name of Argentina is indeed mentioned in that list, but it's mentioned after a particular member state that has been provided by the Secretariat. So I can only request a little bit of more patience. Thank you. Turkey, you may restart your statement, and sorry for the interruption.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Okay. Dating back to the 13th century, the Beijing Central Axis bears testimony to the historical process of Chinese society from the imperial dynastic system to the modern nation, and demonstrates a historical continuum of time and space. It is not print on the historic city. The Tiananmen Square and the Yongdingmen Gate are an integral part of the Central Axis. In particular, the Tiananmen Square complex, located in the center of the nominated property, is a vital part of the urban layout and contributes to the OUV of criteria 3 and 4. The rebuilt Yongdingman Gate, in its original location, using documentation from surveys undertaken in 1924 and 1944, before the demolition, identifies the location of the southern exit of the Beijing Central Axis, thus vital to our understanding of the Central Axis. Therefore, Turkey supports the amendment proposal of Greece regarding the deletion of paragraph 4D. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. I'll give the floor to representative and followed by Argentina. Pakistan.
Dhanyavad Chair, Distinguished Chair, esteemed delegates, Namaste. I would like to add our voice in support of the amendments proposed by our Greek colleagues and backed by some other fellow members of the committee regarding the inscription of the Beijing Central Axis on the World Heritage List. According to the ICOMOS evaluation report, for which we thank them sincerely, the conditions of integrity for the nominated property have been satisfied and the overall authenticity of the property had been demonstrated. The Tiananmen Square complex's design and layout adhere to the balanced and symmetrical pattern of the Beijing Central Axis. The monument of the people's heroes and Chairman Mao's Memorial Hall are centrally placed on the axis, reflecting a classical Chinese style centered on the principle of choosing the center. Additionally, the National Museum of China and the Great Hall of People symmetrically face each other on the square's east and west sides. These architectural and landscape arrangements highlights China's modern efforts to innovate within the traditional national style of public space designs, even if we have some modern buildings presented there as well. As voiced by some of the previous speakers, the Yongdingmen Gate stays at its original site and was reconstructed using the original design techniques and materials following the NARA document on authenticity. Given these considerations, we agree with the amendment put forward by Greece and to delete paragraph 4D in the draft decision. This change aligns with the objective of accurately reflecting the historical and cultural significance of the Beijing Central Axis. In conclusion, Kazakhstan commends China's continuous efforts to preserve this important site and supports its inscription on the World Heritage List. These efforts will ensure the long-term preservation and appreciation of this important heritage site. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative, Argentina, to be followed by Japan.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. This committee is turning out to be very different to other committee sessions in which we've even had arguments, we've been crashing. But this, I get the feeling there is a mutual understanding of each other's work and comprehension. And we want to thank ICOMOS and the advisory bodies for their work. And we do take on board their recommendations, but we also have a very important role, which is not only to fulfill our task, but also to really analyze what is submitted to us. The analysis of the Yongdingmen Gate, which does have a central place on the Central Axis, is a symbol for humanity, independent of whether the axis in its entirety is inscribed or not. We live in a world which would not recognize the whole square and complex opposite and the gate opposite it if we didn't include that. So what's more, we need to talk about the ensemble as OUV, and it's like it's saying, you know, that all human beings are exceptional, and it's the outstanding ensemble as a whole that we feel needs to be recognized here. And what we need to be able to do is to learn to trust, learn to delegate. And that is why, even though we have excellent advisory bodies, and in this case it's ICOMOS, so we are grateful for the work you do, and we honor the work you do. And yet at the same time, you also need to understand that it's sometimes important to delegate certain aspects of the interpretative process to the state party. And in this case, we feel that there is a clear message and an example here in that China is continuing to look after and safeguard the world's heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan to be followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Chair. Japanese delegation would like to commend the State Party China for this important nomination. It is truly important site because it is enormously influential for Asia and the world. We also understand that conservation of this site in a complex modern city situations needs considerable efforts. We also thank ICOMOS for their thorough evaluation. It is basically the site of urban planning and urban ensemble, which clearly shows an ancient planning theory. But more importantly, if I may say, it is deeply connected to cosmology, relationship between heaven and earth or grain. Its idea, as well as a way of design of capital all over the world, especially in Asia. Therefore, we fully support the inscription of this site, Beijing Central Axis, a building ensemble exhibiting the ideal order of the Chinese capital. Also, carefully reading the nomination dossier and the ICOMOS evaluation report, along we support the proposed amendment by the distinguished delegate of Greece and other members of the committee.
China. Upon reviewing the arguments put forth by the Chinese delegation, I believe there is merit in reconsidering the of the additional recommendations in draft decision 46 8b 15. The inclusion of elements under criteria 3 and 4 is justified by the state party. They embody the continuation and adaptation of traditional urban planning principles through different historical epochs, reflecting both historical significance and architectural integrity. The integral role of the Tiananmen and the Yongdingman Gate in the historic fabric of the Beijing General Axis should be recognized and preserved without the implication that they detract from the site's outstanding universal value. In light of these considerations, I support the request to amend the draft decision submitted by Grace. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam to be followed by Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vietnam concurs with the views expressed by previous speakers. We think that the Tiananmen Square complex and the Yongdingmen Gate are integral elements of the Beijing Central Axis. And the Tiananmen Square complex bears witness to the historical continuum of national ceremonial traditions from the previous dynasties, and it's also a sacred palace, connecting the feelings of the Chinese people since the national independence. And regarding the Yongdingmen Gate, it was rebuilt at the original site and using the original design techniques and materials in accordance with the NARA document of authenticity. And given the outstanding universal values of the Beijing Central Axis, as already reflected in the nomination fight. We think we support the inscription of this valuable site, and we also support the Greeks amendment to delete the paragraph 4 in the draft decision. We thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria to be followed by Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We thank the advisory bodies and the nominating state party for the extensive and thorough reports they have prepared. We have taken good note of the OUV and rich cultural connotations carried by Beijing Central Axis. The traditional Chinese planning concepts carried by the property contribute significantly to the global history of urban planning and influence the planning of other capitals. Beijing Central Axis provides an exceptional material testimony to the philosophy of naturality and harmony. The axis includes historic structures built during the Yuan dynasty, the Ming dynasty, and improved during the Qing dynasty, as well as mid-20th century interventions in line with the traditional planning. The Tiananmen Square is an integral part of the Beijing Central Axis, and its role as a social and political center is also recognized in the ICOMOS assessment. With regard to the reconstruction of Yundinmeng Gate, we share the view that it has been carried out respecting the original materials and technologies as much as possible and based on thorough archaeological research. In light of this consideration, the State Party of Bulgaria has co-authored the amendment proposed by Greece. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine to be followed by Jamaica. Ukraine, you don't want to take the floor? Okay. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jamaica to be followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Jamaica thanks ICOMOS for their presentation on this site, and we congratulate the State Party on the serial nomination, which through its component parts bear testimony to the evolution of the city, exhibiting evidence of the imperial and urban planning traditions of China. In dialogue with the State Party, we have noted a concern in relation to the Tiananmen Square complex and the Yongdingmen Gate. It is our belief that all components of this nomination adequately reflect the OUV of this site and are part of the central axis in its entirety. Jamaica supports the statements made previously by other distinguished members of the committee, and we align ourselves with the amendments as proposed by Greece. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having heard the detailed and informative comments made by the previous speakers, the Republic of Korea would like to support the amendment proposed by the distinguished delegation of Greece. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that the member states have spoken, we have seen that there are no questions which have been asked. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46.8b.15, but before doing so, I will ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been announced, indeed, we have received an amendment for the draft decision relating to the inscription of Beijing Central Axis. This was submitted by Greece and co-written and sponsored by Argentina, Bulgaria, Jamaica, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Lebanon, Qatar, Rwanda, Zambia, and Belgium. And we heard here in the room that Senegal, Turkey, Argentina, Japan, Vietnam, and the Republic of Korea support it too. The amendment is that at paragraph 4, following the recommendations, subparagraph D should be struck out. Thank you.
Thank you. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Italy would like to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Please add Italy's name. Are there any further comments? Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We are so strong supporting the amendment that they put our name 2 times. It's fantastic, but when one is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one of him is enough. I completely agree with you on that. Are there any further amendments? I see none. Is there any objection for this entire draft decision to be adopted as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46 Com 8B.15 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate China on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of the property, as I have done with other languages. Given the diversity, as a mark of respect to the Chinese language, I'll speak one line in Chinese or Mandarin. Wo Zhuhu Ni Jutsu Chunggong. China, you have the floor for an up to 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinese language. Thank you so much. 谢谢主席先。
Thank you, Mr. Chair. China would like to express its sincere gratitude to the committee for fully recognizing the OUV of the Beijing Central Axis. And China is extremely proud of the inscription of the property. China thanks the UNESCO Secretariat and ICOMOS for their contribution to the inscription. Now I would like to invite Mr. Chen Jie, Director of the Chinese National Commission for UNESCO, to take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Chinese Ministry of Education and the Chinese National Commission for UNESCO, I would like to thank the World Heritage Committee, UNESCO, World Heritage Center, and advisory body for their outstanding work. The Beijing Central Axis is the quintessential embodiment of the traditional culture and modern civilization of China and its people. The inscription of this important property on the World Heritage List is of special significance to every Chinese person. The Beijing Central Axis belongs not only to China, but also to the world. China is willing to strengthen its cooperation with UNESCO in heritage protection and other areas and promote cultural prosperity and development, cultural heritage protection, exchanges between civilizations, and mutual understanding. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Li Qun, the Director General of the National Cultural Heritage Administration, and Mr. Tan Xuxiang, the Vice Mayor of the Beijing Municipal People's Government, where the property is located, to take the floor. Mr. Chair, the successful inscription of Beijing Central Axis brings great joy and excitement to all the Chinese people. On behalf of the Chinese government, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Ottoni, ADG Culture, Mr. Alundo Asomo, Director of the WHC, as well as other colleagues of the center. Furthermore, I would like to pay tribute to ICOMOS for their scientific and professional evaluation throughout the process. I also thank the committee for the support. Beijing Central Axis manifests the urban planning tradition and philosophy of neutrality and harmony of China and has great significance on the urban planning history of the world. The successful inscription will be a new start. The Chinese government will fulfill its commitment to the World Heritage Convention. We will continue to work relentlessly on heritage conservation and management, property interpretation and presentation, community participation, and climate change adaptation to ensure the transmission of the OUV of Beijing Central Axis to future generations. We will share China's experience and contribute Chinese wisdom to the World Heritage cause. Mr. Chair, the dear members of the committee, on behalf of the CPC Beijing Committee, as well as the citizens of Beijing, to greet all of you. Beijing Central Axis serves as a powerful testament to the continuity, innovation, unity, inclusiveness, and peaceful nature of the Chinese civilization. In recent years, we have adhered to the highest standards in the comprehensive conservation of the old city, and in the meticulous work leading to the inscription of this property. We have continuously improved the living environment, benefiting residents and visitors from home and abroad. Today's decision marks a new starting point for us. We will adhere to the spirit of the World Heritage Convention. We look forward to meeting you all in Beijing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give 2 minutes for delegates to congratulate and settle down.
Can I ask all the committee members to please come back to their seats so that we can proceed with the next nomination? Can I also remind everyone that there is a room outside where the celebration can take place, please? I invite all the committee members to take their seat, please.
Thank you. I now invite ECOMOS to present the nomination of the Phu Prabhat Historical Park Island. But before I give the floor to the Secretariat, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of the Fufrabat Historical Park, and this is to be found on page 41 of both English and French version of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
ECOMOS, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Puprabat Historical Park, Thailand. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF.8B1 on page 131 of the English version and page 132 of the French version. Next slide. The nominated property has two component parts, the Puprabat Historic Park and the Sima Cultural Site at Wat Pra Putrabat Buaban. Common to both are stone boundary markers, which represent the Sima stone tradition of the Dvaravati period from the 7th to 11th centuries. Sima, a Buddhist term denoting a sacred area where Buddhist monks or nuns perform ceremonies, are found in various stylistic representations and layouts, representing the largest in situ collection of Sima stones globally. This nomination was first submitted in 2015 under the same name and resubmitted following an ICOMOS recommendation of deferral to allow the state party to deepen research of the Sima stone culture in relation to Buddhism. Next slide. The Puprabat Historic Park is a small mountain in the Pakoyanam National Reserve Forest, the northern part of the Korat Plateau in northeast Thailand. It contains 59 historic sites, which are either megalithic rock shelters surrounded by Sima stones or just the rock shelters. The Sima Cultural Site at Wat Phra Putabat Buaban contains diverse Sima stones randomly positioned around the rock shelter, and another, organized as triple concentric circles facing 8 cardinal directions. Next slide. Icomos notes that Sima is the foundation of Buddhism. Uprabat Historical Park is the best representative of the Sima stone tradition of the Dvaravati period in the world. While various materials were used in Theravada Buddhist monastic practice to mark sacred boundaries, extensive use of stone for marking sacred boundaries is found only in the Korat Plateau region in Southeast Asia. The megalithic rock shelters at Puprabat were venerated by prehistoric populations 2 millennia ago, as evidenced by rock paintings on 47 shelters. Following the arrival of Buddhism in the 7th century, local religious beliefs evolved towards Buddhism, and rock shelters were transformed into venues for Buddhist ceremonial activities, some of which were surrounded by Sima stones. As the state party clarified in a later submission, a large collection of Sima stones from the Dvaravati period still exist in museums and collections. However, only Puprabat has the largest concentration of Sima stones still in their original spatial layout and contexts. Next slide. ICOMOS considers that the comparative analysis justifies consideration of this property for the World Heritage List. Upon recommendation by ICOMOS, the state party provided a contextualized description of the Sima stone tradition in Southeast Asia and extended the comparative analysis outside Thailand. The comparative analysis demonstrates that the nominated property preserves the largest corpus of in situ Sima stones of the Dvaravati period, representing the most complete trajectory of their evolution and the diversity of their typology of form and artistic style. It's an outstanding example of land use that is representative of the Sima stone tradition that once prevailed in the Korat Plateau during the Dvaravati period. The nominated property testifies to this unique Buddhist tradition in Southeast Asia and the world, and therefore justifies consideration for the World Heritage List under criteria 3 and 5. Next slide. ICOMOS considers that the site exhibits a high degree of integrity and authenticity. The nominated property is of adequate size, with all necessary attributes included, and adverse impacts under control. The Sima stones displayed on the nominated property were preserved in their original locations, with unchanged spatial arrangement patterns and untouched physical forms and decorative art, providing a truthful and credible source of information for understanding the Sima stone tradition of the Dvaravati period in terms of form and design, materials, function, location, traditions, and spirit and feeling. Since it was converted into a Buddhist religious center in the 7th century, the site has continued to be used as such. The nominated property boundaries and buffer zone are adequate to protect the attributes of outstanding universal value. Compared to the 2015 nomination, the buffer zone has been substantially reduced without a clear rationale. ICOMOS recommends a minor boundary modification request to expand the buffer zone and ensure effective protection of the wider setting. Next slide. Legal protection and management are adequate for the nominated property, and the state of conservation is good. ICOMOS, however, considers that heritage impact assessment mechanisms need to be incorporated into the management system. Although tourism management is adequate, ICOMOS considers that a carrying capacity should be established to guide site management, and measures should be adopted to prevent the spirit of the site from being disturbed by tourism. Next slide. Here's a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that Puprabat Historical Park, Thailand be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 5 and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see no more comments or questions. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46 Com 8B.20. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments to the draft decision.
We have no amendments on this draft decision for the Puprabat Historic Park, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. Is there any objection to the draft decision being adopted as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare draft decision 46 Com 8B.20 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Thailand on behalf of the entire community for the inscription of this property. And as a mark of respect to the Thai culture, I'll attempt to speak one line in the great Thai language.
เขาต้องการพูดกัน
ขอแสดงความยินดีที่
เอาแสดง
คุณลองทะเบียน Thank you. Island, you have the floor for up to a 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, dear committee members, I wish to thank the committee and all those concerned for the decision today to inscribe Pupabat on the World Heritage List. We are immensely proud of the recognition that has been accorded to Pupabat for its outstanding universal value, dating back to the Tawarawadi culture in the 8th century and reflecting the early roots of Buddhism in Southeast Asia by way of the Sima stone tradition. Indeed, we have worked hard on this nomination. It has been a team effort among many agencies concerned, and importantly, we appreciate the cooperation of ICOMOS in providing its expertise in order to ensure that the nomination meets the relevant criteria. We also recognize that the inscription entails responsibility to maintain, protect, and conserve this World Heritage Site for the present and future generations. I now have the honor of presenting a video message from His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Thailand, on this auspicious occasion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairperson, members of the World Heritage Committee, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Royal Thai government and the people of Thailand, I would like to express my gratitude to the committee members, the World Heritage Center, and the advisory bodies for recognizing the outstanding universal value of Phu Prabat, a testimony to the Sirima stone tradition of Pawarawadi period, which led to its inscription on the World Heritage List today. With Phu Prabat inscription, Thailand's World Heritage List now includes 5 cultural and 3 natural sites. It is important to note that Udon Thani, where this new site is located, is now the only province in Thailand that is home to 2 World Heritage Sites. The Phu Prabat site consists of Phu Prabat Historical Park and the Sima Cultural Sites. It represents the Sima stone tradition from the Tawarawadi period, dating back to around the 8th century, and preserves the largest corpus of Sima stones in the world. The inscription of the Phu Prabat on the World Heritage List today is not only significant to Thailand, but it will also benefit future generations. This will bring forth conservation, restoration, and protection efforts at all levels, as well as contributions to academic research in the interest of humankind. I look forward to welcoming all of you to Thailand to visit our new inscripted World Heritage Site. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite ECOMOS. We'll wait for some time, for 2 minutes, for the celebrations to end, and then we'll start with the next item.
May I invite all the committee members to please take their seats so that we can proceed with the next nomination. Thank you. And I also invite and remind everyone that there is a space for the celebration, please. Thank you.
I now invite ECOMOS to present the nomination of Testament of Kenozero Lake, the Russian Federation. But before that, I give the floor to the Secretariat, Mr. Balsamo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of the Testament of Kenozero Lake. And this is to be found on page 37 of both the English and French version of document INF8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Il s'agit de la
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Testament of Kenozero Lake, Russian Federation. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 196 of the English version and 185 of the French version. For this evaluation, ICOMOS received a letter, a factual error notification, and accepted some of these errors. Located in the Kenozero National Park in the northeastern part of the European region of the Russian Federation, this relict cultural landscape illustrates the rural lifestyle that developed as of the 12th century following the gradual colonization of the region by the Slavic peoples. The boundaries of the nominated property encompass 22 landscape complexes identified in the Kenozero, Lyokshkomozero, Vilnius-Porshenka landscape ensembles. The buffer zone boundaries coincide with the natural park. The property has a large number of traditional vernacular wooden structures settled into a picturesque landscape of lakes, rivers, forests, and meadows. The cultural landscape reflects the community management of agriculture and nature that developed in the Finno-Ugric indigenous forestry practices, as well as traditional Slavic farming practices over the centuries. Wooden churches, parish premises, and chapels, many of which had decorated ceilings called heavens, are key social, cultural, and visual landmarks of the region. The spatial organization of these buildings, as well as the sacred groves, cemeteries, wooden crosses peppered across the landscape, underscore the spiritual link of the inhabitants with their surroundings. Comparative analysis was strengthened thanks to additional information provided by the State Party in November of last year and February of this year, and confirms that the testament of Kenozero Lake is separate from other similar and comparable ensembles. It's above all outstanding because of its state of conservation and the diversity of the historic wooden buildings typical of Russia's far north. And includes a good number of domestic and religious buildings. We feel that criterion 3 has been fulfilled, whereas 1, 5, and 6 not. A significant number of traditional wooden buildings have been conserved in their natural setting and are considered authentic in the nominated property. Out of the 77 buildings, 62 have been fully preserved, with more than 1,500 religious and domestic wooden buildings safely conserved. The property is considered authentic in that the architectural wooden elements and the patterns of the settlements are kept in their context. The traditions and spirit of the area reflect the authenticity of the nominated property. And the integrity and authenticity are fulfilled, considered a traditional landscape. The nominated property's boundaries and buffer zone are appropriate, although the eastern boundary and of the buffer zone should be extended through a minor boundary modification request so as to offer greater protection. Testament of the Kenozero Lake is protected by several legal mechanisms, both nationally and regionally. The legal protection is comprehensive from both from a cultural and natural perspective, and a significant operational control mechanism aiming to preserve the traditional aspect of the establishments is actually in place. So as to strengthen protection of the property, the protection of historical and cultural monuments could be established for listed buildings, and the delineation of all listed buildings should be submitted. There is a management plan for the nominated property and its buffer zone, which covers 2021 to 2027, is currently therefore in force. The National Park of Kenozero has come up with management plans for 7 landscape ensembles. And we feel that more management plans could be come up for all of the different complexes. ICOMOS has noted the States Party's efforts to manage, regulate, and safeguard the historical environment of the nominated property, incorporating the conservation objectives for the natural parts and protecting, therefore, its OUV. Here's a summary of ICOMOS's assessment for the proposed nominated property. And by way of conclusion, we feel that the testament of Kenozero Lake, Russian Federation, should be inscribed as a relict cultural landscape on the World Heritage List on the basis of criterion 3. And we've also put in some additional recommendations so as to ensure long-term preservation of the site. As concerns the change of ICOMOS agrees with the States Party's proposal, which is cultural landscape of Kenozero Lake, or Zabdovnoye Kanozerye. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomos, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Dear colleagues, a draft law has been submitted to the State Duma to give regions the right to abolish specially protected natural areas and chart their boundaries. The draft law justifies the need to exclude from specially protected natural areas land plots and water bodies necessary for the implementation of national goals and strategic objectives, as well as significant projects in the field of socio-economic development and defense of the Russian Federation. The grounds for charging the boundaries of regional specially protected natural areas have been clarified. This can be done for the sake of, quote, realization of national goals and strategic objectives, end of quote, which the document specially includes the need of the armed forces and projects in the field of socio-economic development. It is also proposed to allow the charge of boundaries in cases where it is proposed to add more areas to the protected areas as compensation. Today, the territory of Kinotarsky National Park is a, quote, specially protected natural area of federal significance, end of quote. This means that these areas are well protected from various interventions from a legal point of view. Given the existing risk, we consider it necessary to take measures to ensure that the planned changes to the legislation on specially protected areas do not have a negative impact on the protected status of the object of the draft law. To this end, we suggest that one clause be added requiring that proposed amendments to the legislation be submitted to the World Heritage Center for review by advisory bodies prior to their entry into force. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further requests for the floor from any committee member? Vietnam, you have the floor, followed by Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The cultural landscape of Kenozero Lake represents an outstanding combination of traditional Unan architecture of the Russian North and the original peasant lifestyle with its crafts, folk stories, and religious beliefs. The authenticity and integrity of the proposed property are well maintained and visible as it is stated in ICOMOS evaluation. We'd like to underline the exceptional role of the Kenozero National Park, the main management authority in preservation of this unique territory, especially considering the fact that the protective status of the park is strengthened by the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve designation. And we would like to thank the State Party for the long-term efforts in improving the site management and protection, and we fully support the inscription of the cultural landscape of Kenozero Lake on the World Heritage List. I thank you.
Thank you. Rwanda, I think you have cancelled your request, so I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zambia to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The State Party of Zambia wishes to commend the Russian Federation for the work put in to ensure that the testament of Kenozoro is well conserved, even as we agree and support the recommendation made by ICOMOS that the site meets the requirements to be inscribed on the World Heritage List under Criteria 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rwanda. You have put your plate up now. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Rwanda did not request the floor before, but we will happy take the floor now. Would like to thank l'organe d'évaluation.
We'd like to thank the advisory body
for the recommendation by the evaluation body. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member state would like to take the floor? I see no further requests. No further questions. There have been no questions posed to the advisory body. Therefore, I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46 8b.20. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Mr. Chairman, in the draft decision initial version, there were some factual errors that have now been incorporated, corrected in the text. But if we could come back to the proposed amendment from the room, from the distinguished delegate of Ukraine, I'm wondering if the delegation could dictate it slowly enough so that we could take it down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ukraine. You've heard the rapporteur. Please dictate it slowly, your amendment. We wish it was presented before, but you did not do so. So please dictate it now.
So we suggest an additional recommendation to para 4, which reads as follows. Ensuring that the planned legislative amendments on the specially protected areas do not have a negative impact on the protective status of the property, and submitting them to the World Heritage Center for review by the advisory bodies before they are in force. Thank you.
So it reads ensuring that the planned legislative amendments planned, which means as of now they are not operational. It's a hypothetical situation. We are dealing with the report of the advisory body, and the decisions are based on the dossier which has been presented and studied. So this is based on something that is in the past. If we are going to predict the future and incorporate that, then it's a bridge that has yet not reached. And if at all there is any hypothetical negative impact on a hypothetical futuristic event, then you always have the state of conservation reports, you have the subsequent committee meetings to bring these protections and safeguards. But you have suggested your amendment, so I'm just reading it out. Do not have a negative impact on the protective status of the property and submitting them to the World Heritage Center for review by the advisory bodies before they are in force. Okay, this is the amendment presented by the State Party of Ukraine. Um, would any other member state like to take the floor? You may raise your plate, but if you raise your plate, do not put it down, please, because it confuses us. You want to take the floor or have you withdrawn your request? I see the state of Qatar to be followed by Lebanon.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that there is a consensus regarding inscription of this property on the list, and ICOMOS's report went in this vein, and we thank them for that report. We would like to understand the rationale behind the addition of this new paragraph, bearing in mind that we're talking about the World Heritage Convention's mandate and text and the operational guidelines. And what we have here could, I think, lead to confusion. I'm talking about the technical aspects of the wording here. What we're doing is adopting a paragraph which deals with the future legislative texts from a member state. So I think even from a legal perspective, we might not be in a position to apply retroactive texts, nor cover texts or legislation that has not yet entered into force. So I am wondering if this kind of wording actually falls under the rules of procedure and the regulations governing our work here in the committee. Thank you.
Ukraine, you have heard the request for clarification and the justification, but I will give the floor to other member states who have raised the plate before I come back to you. The distinguished representative of Lebanon, you have the floor, followed by Rwanda.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, I suppose that you would be expecting me to take the proposed new subpara I. Yes, everybody could, we could all be agree with for any property legislative changes that could take place in the future concerning protected areas or safeguarded areas should actually be brought to the attention of the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. This is actually applicable to all properties, to all sites, and I don't understand the need to actually come back to this particular property at the moment of inscription to put this. Otherwise, we'd have to put this caveat in all of our decisions. It's actually already enshrined in the principles of the convention and its text. I don't think we have to actually point it out here. I don't think that this is necessary at all. Thank you.
Thank you for those wise comments. You have explained very nicely, and that's why I respect your views, as I respect everyone else's views as well. Rwanda, you have your floor.
Thank you, Chair. Rwanda will suggest that we stick to the original recommendation by the advisory body, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Please capture Rwanda's request. Okay. Ukraine, you have heard what our distinguished colleagues from various state parties have asked and how they have given the explanation. It appears to me that number one is the futuristic aspect of it, and number two is the inherent intention in the convention itself that already captures what what your feeling is about a property, and there are mechanisms. There are once a property is inscribed on the World Heritage List, the World Heritage Center does not let go of it. There are supervision, there is scrutiny, and if at all there is any violation, it's always brought in. So there is a request by Rwanda to, if it's possible for you to withdraw this particular amendment so that based on the consensus that we had, we can move ahead. Ukraine, I'll give you the floor to respond. You have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Okay, for the sake of consensus, it can be deleted, but we request that this point should be included into the report. Thank
So
you.
noted. Thank you. I request the Secretariat to please note that point in the report. Okay. Now that Ukraine has withdrawn its amendment, can we adopt this whole this whole decision as a whole? as it appears on the screen. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46 Form 8B.20 adopted. There is some error. The draft decision is 46 Form 8B.26 adopted. Let me congratulate the Russian Federation on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property, and permit me to speak a line in the Russian language. Поздравляю вас с регистрацией. Thank you. Russian Federation, you have the floor for an up to 4-minute statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, dear colleagues, dear friends. On behalf of the Russian Federation, I wanted to express our gratitude for the recognition, the global recognition of the unique cultural value and of the cultural landscape of Kenozero Lake. This site not only includes architectural masterpieces of Russian architecture, but it also includes the live spiritual and cultural traditions of Russia. It is particularly pleasing to see that this notable event is occurring in India, a country known for its hospitality, ancient history, and rich culture. The inscription of Kenozero on the World Heritage List is a tribute to our forefathers who, with tremendous sense of proportion and beauty, managed to build in these inhospitable parts villages, churches, and chapels with beautiful painted heavens. It is also a mark of respect to scholars and scientists and rhetorers who have studied and protected the cultural heritage of Kenozero for centuries. And lastly, it is a great and long-awaited joy for the communities, the heirs and continuators of these traditions. Imagine thousands and thousands of kilometers away from here, in small villages facing the endless forests and lakes of the Russian Far North, hundreds of people with a heavy heart have been waiting to hear the good news and share in our joy. This Russian architecture, which has developed in Russia's far north, illustrates the highest qualities of the local folk culture and the exceptional contribution of Russia to world heritage. Kenozero National Park, within which the borders of the property is located, is special in that it ensures integrity and proper development of all forms of heritage, natural and cultural, tangible and intangible. And we'd like to thank Kenozero National Park, the Russian Heritage Institute, for the work on the file. It has been a long and demanding and lengthy process, which has included extensive research, the establishment of museums, the conservation and sustainable development of the protected area, and the support of local communities who carefully and lovingly protect their heritage. All of this was an invaluable contribution to the nomination process at all times. We also thank ICOMOS for their careful review of the file at every stage and for its recommendations to improve the management of the property. As we found in the decision, Russian would like to recognize the importance of preserving this unique cultural landscape and will commit all the necessary efforts to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee and dear colleagues, do come and visit this exceptional property. If you do come in the winter, dress warmly and have some furs with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the Russian Federation to repeat the last statement, please? My translation was not very good.
Хотел бы
I wanted to. Sorry, I'll do this again. I wanted to invite everyone to come and visit this property. If you come, do come and enjoy the hospitality of the old far north of Russia, but it is a warm welcome indeed.
Thank you. I'll just give some time for the congratulations before we move on to the next agenda item.
Can I please invite all the committee members to take their seats so that we can proceed with the next nomination, and also remind everyone that there is an available space outside for the celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite ICOMOS to present a nomination of the historic town and archaeological site of Gedi, Kenya. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the historic town and archaeological site of Gedi in Kenya. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 26 of the English version and page 42 of the French version. Gedi was one of the most important Swahili cities on the East African coast in the period from the 10th to 17th centuries. During this period, it was part of a complex network of trade and cultural exchanges that crossed the Indian Ocean. Abandoned in the 17th century, Gedi demonstrates the characteristics of Swahili architecture, building materials, and town planning. Gedi was an opulent settlement and is clearly delineated by its inner and outer walls. There are remains of domestic and civic architecture, mosques, tombs, and a sophisticated water management system. Luxury goods imported from China, Persia, India, and Venice are found at Gedi and demonstrate its role in international networks. The nominated property and buffer zone align with the designation of Gedi as a national monument. The boundaries are based on the location of the outer wall of the former city and fully contains it. The forested buffer zone provides additional protection and visual setting for the nominated property. Gedi demonstrates the characteristics of a Swahili Islamic settlement, with a clear street layout within its inner wall and an intact outer wall, which demonstrates differences according to social stratification. The site demonstrates the exchanges through the Indian Ocean trade networks that supported the prosperity of its inhabitants. Some elements within Getty demonstrate a fusion between African and Islamic cultural traditions and beliefs. The comparative analysis was augmented during the evaluation process by the state party through exchanges with ICOMOS and has included consideration of many other Swahili coastal settlements, including some already inscribed in the World Heritage List and tentative lists. While Getty exhibits many similarities with other Swahili coastal settlements in terms of architectural types and building materials, its abandonment in the 17th century and lack of later periods of occupation have contributed to a high degree of completeness and state of conservation. ICOMOS considers that Getty adds significant depth to the understanding of Swahili coastal settlements and the associated trade networks over a long period. The abundance of archaeological evidence, readable spatial layout, and remains of significant structures are notable. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 2, 3, and 4. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met. The inner and outer walls of the settlement are intact and contain all the elements of the historic town, including its water management infrastructure. The physical fabric of the site is in a stable state of conservation, although some recommendations have been made to reduce the impacts of visitors and vegetation growth. Getty has been subject to legal protection from 1927, and the property and buffer zone are owned and managed by National Museums of Kenya. The site is fully protected by national laws and local planning processes, and the buffer zone forests are protected and managed by the Kenyan Forest Service. The most significant pressures potentially affecting the property are vegetation management and fire risk. There is a management plan in place, and the state party is committed to advancing the staffing, capacity building, and conservation needs of the property. ICOMOS considers that the community engagement and benefit sharing is a strength of this nomination. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the historic town and archaeological site of Getty in Kenya be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2, 3, and 4, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ecomos. I would now like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Rwanda, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rwanda should like to thank Kenya for having written up so very carefully this nomination file, at which, on the basis of which the committee should, I hope, decide on the inscription. We'd like to thank the consultative bodies for their recommendations and their recommendation, the wise and thought through recommendation to inscribe. Mr. Chairman, Gedi was a rich settlement with public and private settlements, roads, temples, a great mosque, and other such buildings. In the inside, there are a number of vestiges of domestic and religious art based on coral stone, encrusted and inlaid with Chinese porcelain, and this site is very important for Kenya, of course, but for the sub-region as a whole, given its OUV, on the basis of which it is proposed to be inscribed. Rwanda supports the inscription on the basis of criteria 2, 3, and 4. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Zambia, followed by Belgium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Zambia is happy to contribute to the comments that have been already contributed by the state part of Rwanda. When you look at the report from ICOMOS, it is really impressive in the sense that it is clear that the state party of Kenya did its homework in trying to come up with this dossier, because it is one of those files which is coming to us as one of the cleanest that is files. I think this is something which is very commendable for the state part of Kenya, and at the same time this is also a good example to the rest of us on the continent of Africa. I think this is also showing that the quality of dossiers are improving, and would also want to take advantage of this this opportunity to specifically appreciate the role that the African World Heritage Fund, which is Category 2 center on the continent of Africa, that it is doing for the state parties of Africa, because they have also had a lot of input in the quality of ensuring that we have a quality dossier for this state party. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Belgium, followed by Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know that the former coastal cities along the coast in Africa have been listed for some time. Adding such a property required a demonstration of its specifics, the specifics of Gedi, to add to the understanding of these properties on various historical periods, geographical positions, the materials used, or the historical value. The study has indeed confirmed the relevance of Gedi as a property to better understand the Swahili human settlements and the trade relations in that part of the world with the Indian and across the Indian Ocean. We welcome and commend the work done by the state party and urge it to go on working on the research studies and management plan to manage these very rich archaeological vested elements. We in Belgium fully support this, which will indeed make our World Heritage List more credible and more representative of the great variety of cultures across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Senegal, followed by Vietnam.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senegal should echo what previous speakers have said. Gidi is part of a set that includes Lamu and Mombasa and other elements of the Swahili culture. It was abandoned in the 17th century when Mombasa was still very much alive, and the conservation issues on both sides are to a certain extent different, but they do share a number of commonalities from a cultural point of view. They contributed undoubtedly to a global culture. They were connected to the East, to China. It is therefore very important for the history of Africa to recognize that urbanization and cities were not introduced by colonization, that cities emerged in Africa too. This is something that has to be studied, taught, and highlighted for the benefit of mankind as a whole. Maybe we should look at and teach the architectural characteristics, the water networks that have been developed there ever since the 12th century, 10th century even, in the city. All of this is very important, and it's going to be particularly important for mankind as a whole to make the most of this. It is a great and historic moment. And again, congratulations to the state parties for the nomination file, and our thanks to ICOMOS and the advisory bodies for highlighting this great potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Vietnam, followed by Argentina.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very brief. We'd like to commend the State Party for all the efforts to present this valuable property, and the authenticity and integrity of the property are well maintained and visible, as it is stated by ICOMOS evaluation. And in this regard, we fully support the inscription of the historic town and archaeological site of Jadi of Kenya on the World Heritage List. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the floor to Argentina, followed by India.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very easy to take the floor after having heard the previous speakers from here in the room. We would like to echo all of the statements already made by starting with Rwanda. And I think here you can really see the incredible work that's been done, and to get the expertise from around Africa to truly highlight the splendor of this site. We are totally in favor of inscription. Thank you.
I now give the floor to India, followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving India the floor. India congratulates Kenya for submitting the nomination dossier of the historic town and archaeological site of Gedi on the World Heritage List. This honor will highlight the site's significance in the history of the Indian Ocean. As the exhaustive research presented in the nomination dossier and the justification of Criterion 2 rightly points out, the historic town and archaeological site of Gedi stands as a testament to the vibrant trade settlement networks that once thrived across the Indian Ocean. These networks connected the East African coast, the Arabian Peninsula, and the Indian subcontinent through seasonal monsoon winds that carried dhows filled with goods, ideas, and cultures. The Swahili towns, including Gedi, were not only the trade centers of trade, but also hubs for cultural exchange, influenced by interactions with traders from India. The influence of Indian Ocean trade is evident in Gedi's socio-religious structures and residential settings, showcasing a blend of styles and techniques from various cultures, including that of India. Today, as we celebrate the Gedi's inscription, we recognize the shared heritage that binds our nations. This also correlates closely with the initiative of Project Nosum that promotes this concept of shared heritage across the region. Congratulations to Kenya for this remarkable achievement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, India. I give the floor to Qatar, to be followed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we first of all thank the advisory bodies and Kenya for the very fruitful cooperation they displayed over the course of the nomination process. Qatar fully supports the listing of the historic town and archaeological site of Gedi. It does indeed fully deserve to be included on the World Heritage List. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I now give the floor to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines congratulates the State Party of Kenya on the work done on this dossier. We say thanks to the advisory bodies as well for their work. We support all the previous comments made by various representatives and the inscription of the historic town and archaeological site of Gedi as a World Heritage Site. Thank you.
Thank you. As there are no further comments or questions posed, we'll go to the draft decision. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46 Com 8B.10. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We have not received any amendments relating to the inscription of the historic town and archaeological site of Gedi, sir.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. Is there any objection to this draft decision being adopted as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46 8b.10 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Kenya on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. Let me say one line in Kiswahili. Hongera Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor for an up to 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, the World Heritage Committee, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you for giving the State Party of Kenya the opportunity to bestow to the world the historic town and the archaeological site of Gedi, one of the most prominent Swahili city-states on the East African coast. The property is an outstanding testimony to the social and economic structure of the inhabitants of Gedi around the 13th century AD. The property presents outstanding elements of construction techniques that blended the use of coral rag, coral mortar, and earth mortar. The property also presents intricate water engineering techniques evident in the proliferation of wells, storage facilities, and its distribution and drainage that is rare in a town of its time. Mr. Chair, the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List makes it the 8th World Heritage property in Kenya. Kenya is blessed with diverse natural and cultural heritage treasures. The inscription of Gedi is a testimony to the fact that Kenya offers not only wildlife tourism products but to the world, but also interesting cultural heritage worth sampling. We express our immense gratitude to the government of the Sultanate of Oman for the financial support that was instrumental in facilitating the nomination. We appreciate the World Heritage Center for their support under the framework of the Operational Strategy for Priority Africa 2022 to 2029. We thank the African World Heritage Fund for the financial and technical support during the processing of the nomination. We express our deepest gratitude to the county government of Kilifi and the people of Kilifi for the support and collaboration during the nomination process. Finally, we invite you to Kenya to enjoy the country's rich heritage. Welcome to the cradle of humankind. I'll now pass the floor to the Kenyan High Commissioner to India, Ambassador Peter Munyiri.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I convey my heartiest congratulations to the people and the Republic of the Republic of Kenya for the inscription of the historical Gedi archaeological site. We celebrate the technologies that were deployed in the 13th century and their positive impact on lives. We learn great lessons from them. We commit to conserving and managing this great resource for posterity. I wish to thank the World Heritage Center at UNESCO, the African World Heritage Fund, the National Museums of Kenya, the Community of Nations, and the Permanent Delegation of Kenya at UNESCO for supporting the development of the nomination dossier. We look forward to more successful nominations as we strive to conserve and preserve our national heritage. Finally, Excellencies and Chairman, we welcome you to experience this great site as well as our other heritages in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll wait for some time before we go to the next item.
May I invite the committee members to take their seat, please, so that we can start the examination of the next nomination. I also want to remind everyone that there is an available space outside for the celebration. Thank you. I invite all committee members to take their seat, please. Thank you.
I now invite ECOMOS to present the nomination of Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites, South Africa. ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ECOMOS evaluation of Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites, South Africa. The ECOMOS report can be found in document INF AP1 on page 294 of the English version and page 323 of the French version. The legacy of the South African liberation struggle for human rights, liberation and reconciliation is represented by the serial nomination of 14 component parts. These sites reflect key symbolic events in the long struggle against the apartheid state that had fostered oppression and racial discrimination. The influence of Nelson Mandela in promoting reconciliation, understanding, and forgiveness, and belief systems based on philosophies of non-racialism, Pan-Africanism, and Ubuntu, a concept that implies humanity is not solely embedded in an individual. This nomination was submitted in 2022 and was subject to the moratorium that was established by the World Heritage Committee regarding sites associated with the memory of recent conflict. This is a serial proposal of 14 component parts located in different parts of South Africa. Some of these sites are locations where key events occurred in the 20th century liberation struggle. Some are memorials, and others represent symbolic aspects of the liberation and reconciliation processes that span the 20th century, including the history of the African National Congress. The justification for inscription of this property is based on the ability of the selected sites to represent the legacy of the South African liberation struggle in the 20th century that resulted in the end of the apartheid system and the emergence of the post-colonial nation, which celebrates its 30th anniversary this year. The State Party has structured the nomination according to three interrelated tenets or thematic strands. These are the loss or denial of human rights, liberation, and reconciliation. The nomination celebrates the contribution of the South African struggle within a global context. It also recognizes the selected sites as representing the legacy of Nelson Mandela, a clearly globally respected leader of the liberation and of the reconciliation processes that formed the new nation. The comparative analysis was augmented by the State Party during the evaluation process through dialogue with ECOMOS. It considers a wide range of World Heritage and tentative list sites throughout the world. The most relevant are those in Africa, along with the 20th century liberation struggles in the United States and India. The State Party has also provided information about many sites in South Africa that relate to the selected themes of this nomination. ECOMOS considers that the South African struggle against apartheid is characterized by its underpinning ideals that became widely recognized through the leadership and influence of Nelson Mandela. Criterion 6 is potentially justified for the serial proposal although ICOMOS considers that the comparative analysis did not justify inclusion of all 14 of the nominated component parts. The key issue for the authenticity and integrity of this nomination has been the rationale for the selection of the component parts. In essence, ICOMOS considers that 8 of the component parts contribute to the proposed outstanding universal value, and that a further 3 component parts have the potential to do so, but currently have issues impacting on their integrity and authenticity. There are 3 component parts where ICOMOS considers that the links with the key themes of the nomination are too generic to justify their inclusion. They are Olanga, Fort Hare University, and the Z.K. Matthews House. For most component parts, ICOMOS considers that the boundaries and buffer zones are adequate. However, it is strongly recommended that buffer zones be provided for 2 components, most especially for the site labeled 16th June 1976, the streets of Orlando West, and also the Sharpeville Police Station. ICOMOS considers that the legal protection of the nominated property is adequate, although further work is needed to ensure that the effective legal protection for buffer zones is in place for all components. There is an integrated conservation management plan and individual management plans for each component part. Some issues require further attention, including conservation planning, resourcing for conservation, and the local level capacities for management. While some of the nominated component parts have good interpretation and visitor management, others are lacking these elements at present. The state party has done a commendable job of engaging with associated communities and stakeholders. Because of the nature of these sites, sustaining this strong engagement will be essential to their future protection and presentation. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. ICOMOS considers that criterion 6 has the potential to be demonstrated for 11 of the nominated component parts, once issues impacting on the integrity and authenticity of 3 of them are addressed. As noted before, ICOMOS recommends that buffer zones should be provided for 2 of the component parts, particularly the 16th June 1976, the streets of Orlando West, and that conservation work is needed at 3 component parts. In relation to protection, this is generally adequate, although the mechanisms for protection of buffer zones need further attention, as already mentioned. The management of the nominated zero property is satisfactory, adequate, although some recommendations have been provided to help with the further work that the state party will be undertaking, particularly for interpretation. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that human rights, liberation, and reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites, South Africa, be referred back to the state party for the following reasons. As I've already mentioned, to reduce the serial nomination to include 11 of the nominated component parts, to undertake necessary repairs and conservation to 3 of them, namely the Walter Sisulu Square, the Sharpeville Police Station, and the Great Place at Makwazeli, to provide a buffer zone to the 2 components as I've already described, and to ensure adequate protection of all the buffer zones. ICOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. These are outlined in full in the evaluation report and on this and the following slide. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Lebanon, followed by Zambia.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. This property has been nominated with 18.com for a decision of the World Heritage Committee. and it was concerning sites of memory and recent conflicts. It was in connection with that that this site was discussed. We have a couple of questions for ICOMOS. The first is the questioning the name of the nominated property. The name of Nelson Mandela is directly connected to the memory of what these sites signify, the whole meaning of this property. Nelson Mandela is a legend, not only for the people of South Africa, not only for African people, but for all of humanity. And if we look at the list, we see that there are a lot of names of people who've been connected with inscribed sites like Le Corbusier, Dr. Mr. Vizparagan, a whole list of names, which mean that it is actually possible to have personalities' names associated with inscribed sites. In other words, that's my first point. I think it is appropriate. And the second issue that I wanted to raise with ICOMOS, which is to what extent is the issue of authenticity and integrity able to really be applied to a property like this? Shouldn't we rather be able to start thinking more deeply about how we can incorporate the notions of integrity and authenticity when it comes to sites associated with memory or recent conflicts? It's rather difficult to apply these criteria in the more conventional way. Maybe in certain categories of sites, they have to be applied differently. That's my second point. And thirdly, in the appendices, it says ensuring that
in Lily's sleeve is located outside the nominated component part. Est-ce que cela
does this mean that there's no clear plan indicating the hotel's location? Is there no map for that component part? What is the actual issue there? Thank you.
Thank you. Since a large number of member states have raised their plates, committee members, and we are about 18 minutes from 1 p.m. Not all may be accommodated in this morning session, so we will be continuing them in the afternoon session. But before that, I will request the director to read the names of the member states so that they can at least lower their plates. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. The following committee members have requested to take the floor, and I will read in the order of intervention. Zambia, Mexico, Jamaica, Greece, India, Rwanda, Belgium, Republic of Korea, Italy, Qatar, Japan, Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, Kenya, Argentina, Senegal, and Vietnam. And I think, and now I see Kazakhstan. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Zambia, followed by Mexico.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, I'm honored to speak on behalf of Zambia, representing the State Party of South Africa. I would like to thank ICOMOS for their wonderful work. Today, I present our case for the inscription of Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites. With all 14 components as initially proposed, as regards the outstanding universal value and integrity, each component, including the ZK Matthews House, Fort Hare, and Olange, is crucial to the roles, crucial to the site's outstanding universal value, reflecting human rights, liberation, and reconciliation. South Africa has committed resources to ensure their integrity and authenticity. On operational guidelines, paragraphs 24, 78, and 96, these emphasize the importance of integrity, authenticity, and conservation for inscription. Relating to the legacy and policy framework on buffering mechanism, South Africa's comprehensive buffering mechanism policy effectively protects sites like the Sharpeville massacre site and Orlando West. This aligns with paragraphs 103, 107, and 104, which emphasize buffer zones and alternative protection methods, and also 1972 UNESCO Convention Article 5 that advocates integrating heritage protection into planning programs, meaning the state party of South Africa has complied with these paragraphs in the operational guidelines and in the convention. We also note that the state party's commitment to stakeholder engagement, Mr. Chairman. South Africa's strategy integrated within the management plan and legislated through the World Heritage Convention Act ensures effective engagement aligning with operational guidelines of paragraph 40. In short, the state party of South Africa has gone further as compared to most state parties by having a World Heritage Convention Act, which guarantees protection of their heritage sites, the World Heritage sites. In terms of adequacy of resource allocation and legal protection, South Africa has committed financial and technical resources for the site management and conservation, fulfilling the obligations under 1972 Convention, Article 4 and 5. In terms of case studies, in case we may say that we are speaking from without, we have case studies which include Historic Center of Rome, Old City of Jerusalem, and the Machu Picchu. All these demonstrate effective use of regulatory mechanism and buffering mechanism. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, South Africa is committed to preserving human rights, liberation, and reconciliation, Nelson Mandela legacy sites, reflecting the state party's legacy in human rights, peace, cultural dialogue, as well as its dedication to cultural heritage, Mr. Chairman. As I conclude, Mr. Chairman, the state party of Zambia would like to ask questions to both the state party of South Africa and ICOMOS. To South Africa, we wish to find out whether or not a consensus has been reached with ICOMOS on the different issues raised by the advisory body. And for you, ICOMOS, we would like to find out, are there any specific paragraphs of the operational guidelines which the state party of South Africa may not have complied with in crafting their nomination dossier? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Que sera, sera. What will be, shall be.
I give the floor to Mexico to be followed by Jamaica.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this nomination on human rights liberation and reconciliation, Nelson Mandela legacy sites as tabled by South Africa, is a site of memory, which we think will help the South African community to address their understanding of the events in the post-apartheid era. It's with this recognition and the public authorities' promotion of understanding this passage of history, and has done much to promote reconciliation, justice, and the universal culture of human rights. Mexico believes that the elements and their buffer zones are actually adequate, and that they comply with the requirements of the convention when it comes to the legal protection at the national level, protection mechanisms, and management plans. We think that it's important to understand the importance and role of sites of memory such as this one. We should never forget that World Heritage is actually a cultural right, and it has a role in consolidating and understanding identities. Ultimately, we think that this property should be seen as a site of conscience, because it shows the importance of working towards human rights and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Jamaica, followed by Greece.
Thank you, Chair. Jamaica thanks the State Party of South Africa for the submission of this significant serial nomination. We are heartened by this nomination and the extensiveness of its components. The 14 component and subcomponent parts of this nomination adequately demonstrate the events and ideas that were at the core of the liberation struggle in South Africa, and how liberation, forgiveness, and reconciliation has effectively taken place and continue even to today. We appreciate the evaluation of the advisory body for this site of recent conflict, which confirms the site's OUV, authenticity, and integrity. In relation to the concerns raised regarding the buffer zones repairs to components and removal of component parts, the State Party has adequately addressed these concerns by effecting the repair of the Sharpeville police station, funding support for the repair of the two other sites, and providing information on the significance of the University of Fort Hare, ZK Matthews, and Olange. We are satisfied with these explanations and the commitment of the State Party of South Africa to the serial nomination. We would also want to support the inscription of this nominated property. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Greece, followed by India.
Thank you, Chairperson. Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites is an inspiring nomination. It draws on the universal themes of human rights, liberation, and reconciliation. Human rights have emerged worldwide as one of the most powerful values of the 20th and 21st centuries. This universal recognition, however, was challenged by the excesses of colonialism in Africa, and in particular in South Africa with apartheid, which ranked as one of the most oppressive and racist in the world. The serial nomination of the 14 component parts demonstrates the ideas, beliefs, and events that were at the core of the liberation struggle in this country, which is linked with the personality, the emblematic personality of Nelson Mandela, an exceptional African leader and an international symbol. In view of the above, and taking into account both the tangible and intangible attributes of the nominated property, Greece strongly supports the amendment proposed by Zambia for inscribing human rights, liberation, and reconciliation Nelson Mandela legacy sites on the World Heritage List on the basis of the criterion 6. This nomination merits to be, after those presented and approved last year, the fourth inscription of the World Heritage List of the important new category of sites of memory. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to India, to be followed by Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor again. Following the decisions of the UNESCO General Assembly that African roads to independence are part of the heritage of humanity, in the spirit of the global strategy for a balanced, credible, and representative World Heritage List, and recalling the conclusions of the works of the open-ended working group on the sites of memory of recent conflict that unanimously agreed to the lifting of the moratorium, South Africa's liberation struggle is globally recognized. The struggle tested and helped define humanity's stance on human rights, liberation, and even post-conflict reconciliation. We believe, Mr. Chair, that this nomination is a valuable addition to the World Heritage List, carries the spirit of the convention, is aligned to the UN Charter, and is timely at this moment in history. The nomination resonates with our long shared heritage with the State Party and the people of South Africa. Our own Bapu Mahatma Gandhi was incarcerated at one of the sites in the serial nomination, the Constitution Hill, formerly the hated Fort Prison, a dungeon of torture and suffering, a site which is now a primary safeguard of human rights and constitutional values. We are encouraged by the explanations provided by the State Party of South Africa, demonstrating their adherence to the recommendations provided by ICOMOS India welcomes the state party that the state party has already implemented some of the recommendations and has put in place plans to address the other matters as reflected in the supporting information provided to us and as advised by ICOMOS. India recognizes the need for protective measures to align to specific situations. Having examined the reasons provided by the state party and considered the outline of their buffering mechanisms, India supports the submission of the state party on these mechanisms. India is also informed of the repairs as recommended by the ICOMOS to the Sharpeville Police Station, Memorial and Cemetery that they have already begun, and other sites. The work has also is going to progress. India therefore believes that fundamentally everything is in place to inscribe the human rights, liberation, and reconciliation, the Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites nomination put forward by South Africa at the current 46th session of the committee. Therefore, we support the change in of the decision from referral to inscription. And last, I perfectly align with the opening remarks given by my senior distinguished delegates from Lebanon that how if a site is being ascribed on criterion 6 alone, and this is again repeating the question to ICOMOS, that in such a scenario how authenticity and integrity is to be measured. And we also support that the name of Nelson Mandela, the towering figure, should remain a part of the nomination name of the nomination, because there have been several instances where the names feature in the names of the property, and I can think of Le Corbusier, Victor Horta, Confucius, Antonio Gaudi, Frank Lloyd Wright, and there are many other names which are also on the list. And in the same way, this name can also feature on the list. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Rwanda, and then we'll take a call depending on the time left.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, sites of memory are necessarily sites of human rights, liberation, and reconciliation. And this Nelson Mandela Legacy sites constitute an outstanding example thereupon, because of all that he sacrificed in the name of human rights and peace, is particularly what was happened with in Cape Town, which is one of the constituent parts of this site. This immortalizes the struggle to ensure the enjoyment of human rights. It bears tribute to his tenacity and the desire to overcome division in his society. When it comes to the fulfillment of Article 1 and 2 of the article, we can see how articles of the convention. We can see that how these elements can reflect the site of memory, so as to foster a culture of peace and dialogue. This is a very important inscription. The authenticity is very well preserved and is part of the community's consciousness. And the component elements in this site have key elements for the struggle for liberation, and the struggle for human rights and reconciliation in the country. And that is why Rwanda believes that the elements that are recommended for removal from the proposed nomination should in fact be reincorporated, because they make up part of the OUV of the site. Individually and collectively, the 14 different component elements strengthen the idea of this tenacious struggle against injustice. As has been already said, it's important not to amputate one part of this site so as not to imperil its OUV. We support its inscription under Criterion 6, as well as the recommendations of ICOMOS, so as to continue work on the involving local communities and the surrounding area, so as to heighten protection going forward. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. It's 3 p.m. It's 1300 hours, 1 p.m. now. So I give the floor to the director of WHC to make some announcements.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is just to inform the delegates that There will be 3 side events uh, during the lunch break. The first side event is organized by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ICROM, and the Arab Center for World Heritage Category 2 Center, and it's entitled World Heritage Capacity Building in Saudi Arabia. And the side event will start at 1:30 p.m. in room MR15. The second side event will start immediately after the break and is organized by Brazil, IUCN, and UNESCO. And it is entitled World Heritage, Biodiversity, and Climate, Mobilizing Action and Finance. And this will take place in room MR17. And lastly, the third side event which is co-organized by ICROM, ICOMOS India, and UNESCO, and entitled Preserving World Heritage Amidst Climate Change, Exploring the Intersection of SDG 13, Climate Vulnerability, and World Heritage Sites in the Asia Pacific region. It will take place immediately after the break, and it will be in room MR19. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. This meeting will reconvene at 3 p.m.
is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you with monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie? But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Darjeeling, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet. A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter. A woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing. On the lap of the hill, the kingdom exists, of law and order and melodies rare, of love and luxury, and of memories that create history. The incredible Fatehpur Sikri, poetry of a kingdom. Each nook in Ajanta and Ellora narrates a handcrafted saga of life, blood, art, and mystery, echoing their best kept secrets. If you're listening, Ajanta and Ellora Caves, poetry engraved. A carnival of human emotions, displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense, and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry and unity.
How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings. A body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride. The incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride. Built around the 13th century, it's a chariot on 24 wheels, home to the sun god, animals, foliage, warriors, carved all around the walls. An architectural masterpiece. Come, bask in the glory. The incredible Konark, a new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. A new discovery every time you meet. An art gallery of a time gone by. Ancient birds and animals, communal dances, yakshas and gods. They all come to life in this prehistoric cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history. Discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Bodh Gaya is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey. A pilgrimage into the mind and the soul. A chant that awakens the senses. A revelation into yourself. Bodh Gaya. Poetry within. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest brick minaret in the world. Do you know why the top half was just made of white marble? And how haven't the iron bars rusted even after 2000 years? There's a reason to be curious at every step. The incredible Qutub Minar, a new discovery every time you meet. The oldest sanctuary of peace in India, with inscriptions as fresh as now. Buddhist art sets an example here, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak dales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. The incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time you meet. What does it take to become a heritage city? To find out, walk past these havelis and bird feeders. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan The evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi group of monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie. But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Taji Lake, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet. A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter. A woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing. On the lap of the hill, the kingdom exists of law and order and melodies rare, of love and luxury, and of memories that create history. The incredible Fatehpur Sikri, Poetry of a Kingdom. Each nook in Ajanta and Ellora narrates a handcrafted saga of life, blood, art, and mystery, echoing their best kept secrets. If you're listening, Ajanta and Ellora Caves, poetry engraved. A carnival of human emotions, displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry and unity. How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings. A body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride. The incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride. Built around the 13th century, it's a chariot on 24 wheels, home to the sun god, animals, foliage, warriors, carved all around the walls. An architectural masterpiece. Come, bask in the glory. The incredible Konark, a new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. A new discovery every time you meet. An art gallery of a time gone by. Ancient birds and animals, communal dances, yakshas and gods. They all come to life in this prehistoric cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history and discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Bodh Gaya is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey, a pilgrimage into the mind and the soul, a chant that awakens the senses, a revelation into yourself. Bodh Gaya, poetry within. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest brick minaret in the world. Do you know why the top half was just made of white marble? And how haven't the iron bars rusted even after 2000 years? There's a reason to be curious at every step. The incredible Qutub Minar, a new discovery every time you meet. The oldest sanctuary of peace in India, with inscriptions as fresh as now. Buddhist art sets an example here, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak tales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. The incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time you meet. What does it take to become a heritage city? To find out, walk past these havelis and bird feeders. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi group of monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? A picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie? But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Taji Lake, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet. A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter. A woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing. On the lap of the hill, the kingdom exists, of law and order, and melodies rare, of love and luxury, and of memories that create history. The incredible Fatehpur Sikri, poetry of a kingdom. Each nook in Ajanta and Ellora narrates a handcrafted saga of life, love, art, and mystery, echoing their best kept secrets. If you're listening, Ajanta and Ellora Caves, poetry engraved. A carnival of human emotions, displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry and unity. How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings. A body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride. The incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride. Built around the 13th century, it's a chariot on 24 wheels, home to the sun god, animals, foliage, warriors, carved all around the walls. An architectural masterpiece. Come, bask in the glory. The incredible Konark, a new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. A new discovery every time you meet. An art gallery of a time gone by. Ancient birds and animals, communal dances, yakshas and gods. They all come to life in this prehistoric cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history and discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Bodh Gaya is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey. A pilgrimage into the mind and the soul. A chant that awakens the senses. A revelation into yourself. Bodh Gaya, poetry within. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest brick minaret in the world. Do you know why the top half was just made of white marble? And how haven't the iron bars rusted even after 2000 years? There's a reason to be curious at every step. The incredible Qutub Minar, a new discovery every time you meet. The oldest sanctuary of peace in India, with inscriptions as fresh as now. Buddhist art sets an example here, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak tales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. The incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time you meet. What does it take to become a heritage city? To find out, walk past these havelis and bird feeders. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi group of monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie? But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Taji Lake, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet. A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter a woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing.
फोन करके भेजा उसे लंच के लिए, अगला के लंच के लिए कहता बता, हमें पता है होशियार सी रे भाई अपना, भाई अपना चलाओ ना, हम तो चलाते नहीं हाँ को, हम ना चलाते अपना मोबाइल जिम में डाल के रखते पैसे लेके टाइम देखने के लिए खाली, अपना बस में चला लेंगे, ट्रिप में चला लेंगे भाई, वो बात है कुछ नहीं, किसी से क्या फाट मेरा क्या फायदा हाँ, नौकरी करनी है वैसे ही आजकल नौकरी खतरे में है, ब्लूटूथ रखो बोला करेंगे किसान भीतर ही भीतर से हमका जो ना हाँ, कुछ ना रख सकते ब्लूटूथ खोस लेंगे, ओए ये छोड़ कुछ करवा ले, छोटी आका क्यों नहीं सारी करती मन ने, सारा आंखों में सारा बिना थारे स्टेज का छोड़ू बता, ओ वहां नहीं गिर रहा वहां मैडम, तू की करा पानी गिरा था, पानी मार इसके जान का कपड़ा मार क्या कर ले, अरे ये की लवड़ी में कुछ लग रहा है
and memories rare, common now, and luxury,
एसी का भी तो पानी गिरा, एसी का भी तो रह रहा है इसमें,
and with memories that create history.
कौन गिरा
The
4 बजे,
but they were
ये क्या होया 2 बजे ना,
poetry of
2 ढाई 3 बजे उठा ले गए,
initial origin animal, brings a hand of life. Always forward and mystery. Echoing their best cancer notes. Events. Ushering in darkness, poetry, and pain. Of human emotions are displayed in endless wonder. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. A drama of the civilians, portrait of community. How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white midars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings, a body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride, the incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride, built around the 13th century. It's a chariot to the 24th wheel, home to the sun god, animals, foliage, warriors, carved only by energy. An architectural masterpiece, come vast in glory. The incredible Quran, new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. A new discovery every time you meet. An art gallery of a time gone by. Ancient birds and animals, communal dances, yakshas and gods. They all come to life in this prehistoric cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history. Discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Bodh Gaya is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey, a pilgrimage into the mind and the soul, a chant that awakens the senses, a revelation into yourself. Bodh Gaya, poetry within. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest brick minaret in the world. Do you know why the top half was just made of white marble? And how haven't the iron bars rusted even after 2,000 years? There's a reason to be curious at every step. The incredible Qutub Minar, a new discovery every time you meet. The oldest sanctuary of peace in India, with inscriptions as fresh as now. Buddhist art sets an example here, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak tales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. The incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time you meet. What does it take to become a heritage city? To find out, walk past these havelis and bird feeders. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi Group of Monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie. But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Taji Lake, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet. A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter. A woman builds for her man. a promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing. On the lap of the hill, the kingdom exists, of law and order and melodies rare, of love and luxury, and of memories that create history. The incredible Fatehpur Sikri, poetry of a kingdom. Each nook in Ajanta and Ellora narrates a handcrafted saga of life, love, art, and mystery, echoing their best kept secrets. If you're listening, Ajanta and Ellora Caves, poetry engraved. A carnival of human emotions, displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry and unity. How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings. A body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride. The incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride. Built around the 13th century, it's a chariot on 24 wheels, home to the sun god, animals, foliage, warriors, carved all around the walls. An architectural masterpiece. Come, bask in the glory. The incredible Konark, a new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. A new discovery every time you meet. An art gallery of a time gone by. Ancient birds and animals, communal dances, yakshas and gods. They all come to life in this prehistoric cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history and discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Bodh Gaya is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey, a pilgrimage into the mind and the soul, a chant that awakens the senses, a revelation into yourself. Bodh Gaya, poetry within. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest brick minaret in the world. Do you know why the top half was just made of white marble? And how haven't the iron bars rusted even after 2000 years? There's a reason to be curious at every step. The incredible Qutub Minar, a new discovery every time you meet. The oldest sanctuary of peace in India, with inscriptions as fresh as now. Buddhist art sets an example here, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak tales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. The incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time you meet. What does it take to become a heritage city? To find out, walk past these havelis and bird feeders. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi group of monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie. But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Taji Lake, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet. A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief, a carving of stories of kings and glory, a celebration of the past, of time and tide, the incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter a woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing. On the lap of the hill, the kingdom exists, of law and order and melodies rare, of love and luxury, and of memories that create history. The incredible Fatehpur Sikri, poetry of a kingdom. Each nook in Ajanta and Ellora narrates a handcrafted saga of life, love, art, and mystery, echoing their best kept secrets. If you're listening, Ajanta and Ellora Caves, poetry engraved. A carnival of human emotions, displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry in unity. How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings. A body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride. The incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride. Built around the 13th century, it's a chariot on 24 wheels, home to the sun god, animals, Foliage, warriors, carved all around the walls. An architectural masterpiece. Come, bask in the glory. The incredible Konark, a new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say for others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. And you discover every time you meet. Ancient birds and animals. They all come to life in this historic cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history. Discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Bodh Gaya is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey, a pilgrimage into the mind and the soul, a journey that awakens the senses, a revelation into yourself. And poetry with head. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest community in the world. Do you know why tall hearts just made what I mean? And how that feeling was to do to the last day. There's always to be keen at every still. The incredible doing now, a new discovery every time you hit. The woman's sanctuary of things in India, with inscription, precious man. Woodland art, fascinating on India, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak tales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. The incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time I meet. What does it mean to become a heritage city? To find out. And note. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of wonders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi Group of Monuments, Poetry of Living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie. But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Taji Lake, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet. A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter. A woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing. On the lap of the hill, the kingdom exists of law and order and melodies rare, of love and luxury, and of memories that create history. The incredible Fatehpur Sikri, poetry of a kingdom. Each nook in Ajanta and Ellora narrates a handcrafted saga of life, love, art, and mystery, echoing their best kept secrets. If you're listening, Ajanta and Ellora Caves, poetry engraved. A carnival of human emotions, displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry and unity. How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings, a body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride, the incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride. Built around the 13th century, it's a chariot on 24 wheels, home to the sun god, animals, foliage, warriors, carved all around the walls. An architectural masterpiece. Come, bask in the glory. The incredible Konark, a new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. A new discovery every time you meet. An art gallery of a time gone by. Ancient birds and animals, communal dances, yakshas and gods. They all come to life in this prehistoric cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history and discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Bodh Gaya is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey, a pilgrimage into the mind and the soul, a chant that awakens the senses, a revelation into yourself. Bodh Gaya, poetry within. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest brick minaret in the world. Do you know why the top half was just made of white marble? And how haven't the iron bars rusted even after 2000 years? There's a reason to be curious at every step. The incredible Qutub Minar, a new discovery every time you meet. The oldest sanctuary of peace in India, with inscriptions as fresh as now. Buddhist art sets an example here, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak tales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. The incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time you meet. What does it take to become a heritage city? To find out, walk past these havelis and bird feeders. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, A new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of wonders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi Group of Monuments, Poetry of Living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie? But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Taji Lake, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet. A town of 10 months, a prayer, rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter. A woman builds for her man. A promise. Dreams and unsaid words in the air. Sharing sweet nothings. Poetry of longing. Oh, like
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Shipping. I informed them.
which case, that is
Time that was
straight
straight. Okay. Okay.
the
Yeah. Yeah.
ไอ้นี่เบื่อก่อนไปจะไปดูกลับอาจจะเบื่อฮะไปก่อนไปที่อันนี้ใบยังไงมันmấy ngày một trận xuống nhà ra mới chạm tay mình cái ta đang chào mà đó việc à chào gấp mà à, chấp mà rồi thư đầu tiên là mẹ học có cái điều
Salon It's a palace of memories. Tomb next to her. In ages of history, our enemies, Puntians, having to put skills. Other William events, our days to with Caroline was about that to banner at your head, being driven behind was. For you, right, strong, beings, which are cold, must color, and warriors, powers. Never be true wants to be, and it's solves the on that new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom that has been the incredible joy. A new discovery every time. One gather, ancient rule memories. True album, shine called. They all come to mind in this prehistoric cave. Smaller known the grand murder was a piece of history. Discovered the origin. The incredible motions and systemic. A new discovery every time it hurts. Discovery. The cloud is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey. The pilgrimage into the mind and soul. The struggle that awakens senses. In peace. The great. Tourist. Just between white and how that would be celebration as the hero. To me, that's one of the top stand. The incredible minority, an enormous discovery every time you hear one. The normal tree is in with instructions as fresh as now. Moving from there. This and day. To become one of the wonders in important transformation. The incredible check the new discovery and time. To become a heritage find out what are these and bird people
Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic rite. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bell. Look forward to hear these stories from long. Welcome to India's first World Heritage Decade, the incredible city of Empire. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open to trees out, and wooden borders has the first time. Welcome to a place what will remain and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Greece, a new discovery every time you meet. Hungry is an invitation. Enter a regular list. A select folders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Country performance, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? A picture of childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie. But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Taji Lake, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculpture. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet.
A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief, a carving of stories of kings and glory, a celebration of the past, of time and tide, the incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples. A love letter a woman builds for her man, a promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing.
Hello, hello, test one, two, English booth. Hello, English booth.
Je ne sais pas non plus, mais en tout cas, j'ai vu que si on va, puisqu'il y a beaucoup d'heures à mais pas à l'unité. Je ne pas. Allez, courage. Oui. C'est un peu le souffle, là. Oui, oui, ouais, des limites, enfin, tu veux des lumières de moi qui m'en parle, des gens, ça, 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 une fois que tu veux, une fois, ça va créer la mais là, les documents, est-ce que c'est de une ça me fait l'idée d'essayer de faire ça, je le mets là, ok. D'accord. T'as un mousse là? Oui. Le parc de société-là qui donne pour l'instant. D'accord. Ouais, ouais. Et là, on a mis que de mémoire. On va y voir d'autres. Une deuxième. Pendant que tu le dis de moi. Oui, oui, oui.
Can I request delegates to please take your seats? Dear committee members, dear colleagues, let's resume our session. I hope you had a pleasant lunch break. As explained this morning, the Secretariat has worked on a revised schedule for today. I would like to give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to update the committee on this aspect. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good afternoon to all. After talking to various delegations concerns, I am pleased to inform you that they have agreed to move all their nomination files scheduled tomorrow morning to this afternoon in order to allow the committee to possibly consider having a day off tomorrow, as was suggested this morning during the bureau. So it will all depends on how we advance. The order of examination this afternoon will therefore be as follow, Mr. Chairperson. So we will continue with the nomination of South Africa, Human Rights Liberation and Reconciliation, and then we will follow with Malaysia, near National Parks Caves Complex, and then Germany, Schrein Residence Ensemble, and then Italy, Via Appia, Regina Verum, and followed by then the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia nomination file, Alpha Archaeological Area, and we'll continue with the two nominations from Romania, Brancusi Monumental Ensemble first, and then Frontiers of the Roman Empire, Dacia second. And after that, we'll continue with the nomination of Iran, Ekmatane, an historical center of Hamedan. And then, if we finish, we will also we will examine the 13 minor boundary modification and the 11 provisional statements of OUV to adopt. Once we have exhausted all the files under item B, it is suggested, Mr. Chairperson, to start examining the related items 8B, 8E, 8C, and to close general item 8 this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As explained this morning, we're going to resume the examination of our agenda item 8B. As we had indicated before, we adjourn for lunch. We will start the session this afternoon with the remaining speakers on the pending nomination of the Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, South Africa. I will ask the Secretariat to read the list of speakers. Mr. Director, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So, the list of speakers to take the floor in following order are Belgium, Republic of Korea, Italy, Qatar, Japan, Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, Kenya, Argentina, Senegal, Vietnam, and Kazakhstan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium, to be followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Belgium is of the opinion that the Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites nomination, put forward by South Africa, is similar to other referrals that we discussed during this session, where the advisory body's arguments to refer the nomination back to the state party were linked to issues that all seem relatively easy to solve. While the comments made by ICMA seem largely valid, Belgium also feels that fundamentally everything is there to inscribe the proposal today. It's also a matter of principle, as we believe that inscribing rather than referring back would relieve the overloaded World Heritage System. Of course, such a step can only be discussed when all fundamental conditions are met. This is crucial. So, OUV demonstrated convincing comparative analysis, no major concerns about authenticity and integrity. When only small, relatively easy to solve issues remain, Belgium prefers to proceed with inscription immediately, with a recommendation to the relevant state party or state parties
to pick up those loose ends quickly and report back in the short term. In this case, we feel there is no doubt about the OUV. In fact, it is hard to underestimate the importance of this nomination. For Belgium, the Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites presents a part of our contemporary history that must continue to be told to present and future generations. And that is exactly what an inscription on the World Heritage List can help achieve. Belgium therefore suggests that we look at the smaller issues mentioned in the advisory body's recommendations today. Are they of such nature that we should indeed revisit this nomination at a future session? Or can we include them as recommendations in the decision to inscribe? Chair, one of the great benefits of having meetings in person is that we were able to discuss recommendations with the State Party of South Africa. And based on that discussion, we would like to ask the advisory body something about their recommendation that a buffer zone should be provided. Our South African colleagues mentioned that wherever there is no buffer zone, a buffering mechanism will automatically come into effect from the time a property is inscribed on the World Heritage List. This is so foreseen in South African law. We seem to be reassured, and in a way even impressed, by this alternative mechanism, but we'd like to know more about ICOMOS's position on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Your request to know about the position of ICOMOS on this has been noted. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea, to be followed by Italy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Human rights, liberation and reconciliation, Nelson Mandela's legacy site, is a heritage that demonstrates the progress from the denial of the human rights and the struggle for liberation, culminating in reconciliation. This nominated property has a symbolic significance as the longest sustained struggle involving the global community in modern history. Republic of Korea acknowledges the evaluation and concerns of ICOMOS regarding the restriction of the name of the nominated property to the specific person Nelson Mandela and the recommendation on the component part and the buffer zones that can contribute to the proposed outstanding universal value. However, given that Nelson Mandela's name is already in common use by international organizations, such as the United Nations Nelson Mandela International Day, the Nelson Mandela Peace Summit, and the Nelson Mandela Decade of Peace, Republic of Korea support the use of Nelson Mandela in the name of the nominated property along with other committee members. However, we hope that the management system will be strengthened so that the property of human rights liberation and reconciliation, Nelson Mandela's legacy site, proposed by the State Party can be effectively protected. We hope that the World Heritage Center, advisory bodies, and the State Party will maintain the value of the heritage through continuous protection measures achieved through sufficient dialogue. The Republic of Korea supports the inscription of the nominated property on the World Heritage List together with other committee members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Italy, to be followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The outstanding universal value of this site has been fully demonstrated in this dossier. Italy would like to express its sincere appreciations for this important nomination and for the provided detailed dossier prepared with full commitment. The nominated property, through all its 14 components, testifies the ideas and the ideals of reconciliation together with human rights and liberation, which entirely satisfied Criterion 6. Dear colleagues, I believe that for each of us it is an honor today to speak in this session about one of the most influential figures of our time, Nelson Mandela. His legacy extends far beyond the borders of South Africa, touching the hearts and minds of people across the globe. Nelson Mandela's life and work have left an indelible mark on history, and this influence continues to inspire and guide us today. Mandela's unwavering commitment to the fight against apartheid is a testament to his extraordinary character and leadership. The importance of Mandela's influence is recognized at this memorial site, which, through material evidence, help to ensure that the fundamental values of freedom and reconciliation are not forgotten. Beyond his political achievements, Nelson Mandela's legacy endures through his advocacy for human rights
education, and social justice. From today, we will honor the legacy of Nelson Mandela also through these memory sites, which through all its components will help transmit this message to future generations and inspire and guide them. Therefore, Italy strongly supports the amendment proposed by Zambia. We share the reflections suggested by the distinguished representative of Lebanon about the objective difficulty to adopt the usual evaluation criteria for this specific typology of sites and recommends the inscription of this property in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar, to be followed by Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Let me start by highlighting that South Africa's struggle for human rights, liberation, and reconciliation holds profound significance not only for South Africans, but for all of us. The sites associated with this struggle are symbolic for the enduring pursuit of peace and justice. The nomination of these sites under Criterion 6 is particularly fitting, as they are tangibly associated with the ideas of outstanding universal significance as widely recognized. Also, these sites commemorate the participation of South Africans in the quest for liberation and reconciliation, as well as humanity's broader struggle for these values, symbolized by the iconic figure of Nelson Mandela. Mr. Chair, having examined the ICOMOS evaluation report, the state parties' responses to the concerns raised, and the presented management plan, I would like to state that we support the inscription of the Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites on the World Heritage List. We also echo the concerns raised by other distinguished member state delegations, and we would like also to support the amendment proposal submitted by the distinguished delegation of Zambia. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Japan, followed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Chair. Japanese delegation thanks to the State Party as well as ICOMOS for their hard work. Chair, we all understand this nomination has outstanding importance for all humankind. Now, carefully reading the nomination dossier and related documents, as with other members of the committee, we also have several comments and a question. ICOMOS raised 4 points that constitute the reason of referral decision. Reducing the component site from 14 to 11, conservation of 3 sites, buffer zone issue on 2 sites, and on the issue of protecting surrounding area. Concerning the condition of several sites, we understand and we believe the state party South Africa also recognized that the situation is not 100% perfect, but the commitment by the state party and other relevant authorities is quite clear. About the buffer zone and protection of surrounding area, while we acknowledge the continuous effort by ICOMOS for mutual communication, we still feel that this issue could be solved with the dialogue between advisory body and the state party during the evaluation process. But it will take not so much time to settle down because certain protection mechanism has been already introduced. On the first point, reducing the component size from 14 to 11, if you allow us, Chair, we would like to hear the state party's voice concerning this point. Why these 3 sites are included? How they support the overall OUB of this nomination? We'll raise this question because this point is deeply related to the recognition of the value of the site. Japan firmly supports inscription of the site at this session, but we also like to hear state party's opinion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan. I'm going to give the floor to the state party. I will give the floor to you initially to repeat your questions at that point in time. Thank you so much. St. Vincent and the Grenadines to be followed by Kenya.
Chair, we have reviewed the file of Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites, which was submitted for examination as a serial nomination under Criteria 6. We have also held discussions with the state party. St. Vincent and the Grenadines acknowledges the outstanding universal value of this site as presented through its 14 components. Indeed, the heart of the modern struggle for human rights, liberation, and reconciliation is embedded in South Africa and is recognized universally as such. The State Party of South Africa was faced with the huge task of capturing in a single frame this globally significant movement. They have opted to represent this through the selected collection of places where the most universally known figures in this struggle nurtured the ideas which form the foundation of the struggle. It is accurate to say that the oppressed of the world look to South Africa in general and to sites such as these in particular for guidance and inspiration on these three tenets of human existence: human rights, liberation, and reconciliation. The advisory bodies have submitted 14 points of recommendation, and the state party has responded with clarifications, justifications, and agreements. We note that the issues of conservation and management are being addressed by the state party, and that applicable legislation is already in place to address those concerns expressed by the advisory bodies. Above all, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is of the opinion that the outstanding universal value of this site is nevertheless sufficiently demonstrated in all the components submitted. We therefore strongly support the proposed amendment presented by Zambia to inscribe the human rights, liberation, and reconciliation Nelson Mandela legacy sites on the list of World Heritage Sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya, followed by Argentina.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The delegation of Kenya wishes to thank the State Party of South Africa for nominating the Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation for possible inscription on the World Heritage. The site, Mr. Chair, is prominent when we speak about the history of colonialism and the need for societies to liberate themselves. From the proposed referral, in our own understanding, paragraph 159 of the operation guidelines, and I quote, the referral means the requested additional information is necessary to determine the outstanding universal value of the nominated property. In our opinion, the site was put forward for inscription under Criterion 6. And collectively, these proposed CEO nomination demonstrate the events, the ideas that were core to the liberation struggle in South Africa. And in this case, all the proposed component parts connect the dots in the liberation movement in South Africa, from the University of Fort Hare, which has been proposed to be removed. And it is our considered view that the removal of any of these component parts would indeed interfere with the site's integrity, which is about the wholeness of the property. In our opinion, integrity and authenticity has already been taken care of from the documentation that we have received from the State Party of South Africa. We have seen documentation of call for tenders for repairs of some of the sites which could have been deteriorated. But Kenya again notes that Criterion 6 is not necessarily about the built infrastructure, but rather is based on the story of nationalistic movement, the ideas, principles towards the emancipation of Black Africans. Mr. Chair, the delegation of Kenya looks at authenticity and integrity on this property being borne by the completeness of the story, right from the hatching of the nationalistic ideas at Fort Hare University, all the way to the signing of the Freedom Charter and the hearing process championed by the Truth and Justice Reconciliation Commission led by Desmond Tutu. The whole story, therefore, is complete, and it is through the free truth. There is a wealth of documentation to affirm that narrative. Kenya therefore aligns itself to Zambian delegation proposed amendment that the site be inscribed under Criterion 6. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. I now give the floor to Argentina, to be followed by Senegal.
Thank you, Chair. Promoting culture, science, and education are not just the mandate of UNESCO, they are our tools. Our ultimate objective is to achieve peace. And there is no more important synonym of peace than the name of Nelson Mandela. You'll have seen his name in places where very important events happened, and this is the case with this site. South Africa could address some of the changes set as recommended by ICOMOS, and we recommend that the entire site be inscribed with all of its components. We need to have Nelson Mandela's name on this. That is what the legacy is. It's synonymous with the liberation struggle. When I began my career, I had the privilege of discussing peace with Nelson Mandela himself, and it's something that I'll keep with me and carry with me throughout my career. And I'd like to share this with all of you because it changed me forever. And this is why we, as a country, wish to see Nelson Mandela's name in full, because it's that legacy we're talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Senegal, followed by Vietnam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senegal should like to thank South Africa for submitting this site, Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites. This summarizes what South Africa is all about, resting on forgiveness, education, and a full understanding of its history. It is a unique, consistent set of elements, and it clearly reflects and embodies the past of the country, the history of the country, and showcases forgiveness. And then it must be said that in Africa, it used to be when important people died that they would be buried with the material symbols of their authority. That this was indeed a key to the repose of their souls, and indeed they are called to be one. The state party cannot chop away and separate a piece or a fragment of this that really is part of the legacy of Nelson Mandela, everything that is united to what Mandela is and was. Someone said, I think it might have been Argentina, that in fact our convention had fallen victim to its success, and we must say that we are focusing on the outstanding universal value that is in fact key in this South African nomination. We should like to thank the advisory bodies for what they do, but we do call on them to take these factors into account, for indeed the OUV is something that binds the communities that we represent, which is why, sir, we recommend that the property be listed as a whole, as suggested and submitted by the state party. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Vietnam, followed by Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vietnam wishes to thank the State Party of South Africa for submitting Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites, which is of great importance. The property not only encapsulates the legacy of the South African liberation struggle of the 20th century, but also commemorates and celebrates the contribution of the struggle to human rights in a global context. And the 14th serial nomination demonstrates the events, ideas, and belief systems at the center of liberation struggle in South Africa, which gave rise to exceptional African leaders, such as Nelson Mandela. And even now, Nelson Mandela legacies continue to inspire humanity to adopt reconciliation. And the outstanding universal values have been clearly demonstrated in the dossier. And we thank the evaluation report by ECOMOS experts. And we also welcome the state party for taking appropriate measures as recommended by ECOMOS as well. And with this in mind, Vietnam fully supports the inscription of human rights, liberation, and reconciliation Nelson Mandela legacy sites on the World Heritage List in its entirety. And we wish to support the amendment proposed by the distinguished delegate of Zambia. I thank you.
I thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan, followed by Ukraine.
Distinguished Chair, honorable members of the World Heritage Committee, Kazakhstan is glad to join fellow members of this committee in support of the amendments proposed by the distinguished delegate of Zambia to inscribe the human rights, liberation, and reconciliation Nelson Mandela legacy sites on the World Heritage List. The legacy of Nelson Mandela, Madiba, is not just a cornerstone of South African history, but a symbol of hope and resilience for the entire humanity. The nomination encompasses key sites that embody the spirit of human rights, the fight for liberation, and the enduring pursuit of reconciliation. Its inscription under Criterion 6 would highlight the exceptional significance of these sites as they symbolize the triumph of human rights and reconciliation over systemic oppression and injustice. Such a remarkable property on the World Heritage List will not only honor the legacy of Madiba and the countless individuals who fought for freedom along with him, but also serve as a powerful reminder of the struggle for human rights and justice. I thank you.
I thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Human rights lie in the core of the values of the international community. The serial nomination takes an unusual approach to the matters of the elevation of human rights and the highest social value, perceiving it through the liberation struggle that took place in South Africa. Nelson Mandela legacy sites altogether demonstrate the interconnectedness of the idea of human rights with the liberation processes and reconciliation after fall of the oppression regime. The complexity of the value of the nomination is further proved by its linkage to the Roads to Independence African Liberation Heritage Program, which tells a very important story of the 20th century history of Africa. We believe that the nomination bears a huge potential to significantly contribute to the preservation of the knowledge regarding the history of human rights movements in global context. It showcases South Africa's pioneering approach to reconciliation as a basis of building the nation. Given the significance of the nomination as such, we would see necessary to emphasize the need for the state party to further enhance the level of protective measures and provide the official management structure and conservation plans along the lines with the ECOMOS recommendation. To conclude, we endorse this nomination and will be happy to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we have reached the end of the 19 committee members that had requested the floor. I will now like to request ECOMOS to respond to the questions raised. ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all the committee members who spoke on this important and inspiring nomination. I think we had several questions directly addressed to ECOMOS. I'll try and respond to those only. The first was a question asked of us from the distinguished delegate from Lebanon, but other people spoke on this issue as well about our views about including Nelson Mandela's name in the name of the property. This has been a matter of discussion with the state party throughout the evaluation process. ECOMOS does not, of course, question at all the importance, influence, and global esteem held for President Mandela. ECOMOS also acknowledges the connections between Nelson Mandela's life and achievements and a number of the nominated component parts. As several committee members have noted, There has been a caution exercised by the World Heritage Committee from the very beginning to focus on the values of properties rather than the lives of famous people. In this case, a key issue is that the century of struggle, liberation, and reconciliation that is the focus of this nomination was achieved through the efforts and sacrifices of many leaders, some of whom came before Nelson Mandela and others who worked alongside him. ICOMOS considers that it is important for this breadth to be recognized. However, ICOMOS is also aware of the state party's firm desire to keep the name as it is and has respected this view, which has now also been expressed by some committee members. A second question asked by Lebanon and also echoed, I think, in a question from India, concerned criterion 6 and the requirements of authenticity and integrity. These are not the first properties to be inscribed in the World Heritage List on criterion 6 alone. There have been others, as I'm sure everyone well remembers. Each of them was inscribed according to the operational guidelines that were in place at the time of their inscription, including the requirements for authenticity and integrity. The reflection that led to the adoption of the guiding principles concerning sites of memory of recent conflict, which was adopted at the World Heritage Committee's extraordinary session in 2023, was intended to introduce the possibilities for including sites of memory within the existing framework of the convention. According to those guiding principles, point B says in part that the nomination text will include the assessment of the authenticity of the physical site and of the link to the associated memories. It also requires states parties to ensure factual accuracy as part of the requirement for authenticity. It should be briefly noted here, because I'm sure that colleagues from South Africa will quickly remind us all, if I do not, that this nomination was submitted prior to the adoption of the guiding principles for sites of memory adopted in January 2023, and that the guiding principles were not to be applied to it. Despite this, the state party's nomination is closely aligned to its key points in the opinion of ICOMOS. In future, nominations of sites of recent memory are required to identify clear attributes of outstanding universal value, which South Africa has also done in this case. The authenticity and integrity to be applied in future nominations according to the guiding principles are in relation to the attributes identified in relation to the outstanding universal value of each individual property and are evaluated case by case. These can be tangible and intangible and must be truthfully presented. The key lesson of the NARA document was to ensure that authenticity is evaluated according to the values that are claimed, and we do not have a standardized or template approach to the way in which this is considered. For integrity of this nomination, there were 3 problems. The first is that the inclusion of 3 of the nominated component parts did not seem well justified in relation to the thematic framing of the outstanding universal value, which I've already explained and will not take further your time about that now. The second issue was that for 3 other component parts, or 4 if the Z.K. Matthews House is to be included today, there is currently a very poor state of conservation. In relation to Zambia's query, we have had constructive discussions with the state party here in Delhi, and we welcome their advice that new work has commenced to address the condition of the components that ICOMOS found needed to have an improved state of conservation before they were inscribed. However, as you all well understand, it is not possible for us to assess this information at this stage. Finally, the last issue for integrity, which was also then raised after lunch by Belgium, relates to the recommendations for providing and strengthening the buffer zone, particularly those in urban settings that are subject to dynamic and needed processes of revitalization. The wider settings of these component parts are fragile and need an extra layer of protection in our view. The state party has advised ICOMOS that a process of reflection is underway to further consider the best ways of providing adequate buffering mechanisms. ICOMOS welcomes this advice and is able to assist and advise the state party as this process advances if needed. Given the comments made by the committee members with the intention to inscribe all 14 component parts, ICOMOS suggests that the overarching interpretation strategy and its implementation will be an important factor for strengthening the integrity. The crucial importance of interpretation is also recognised in the committee's guiding principles and is well recognised by the State Party of South Africa for this case. And finally, Lebanon asked a question about why we had recommended a heritage impact assessment for the component part of Lily's leaf. In relation to this recommendation for a heritage impact assessment for a possible hotel development near this component part, we were advised of this possibility by the state party during the course of the evaluation. As far as we are aware, its location has not yet been finalized, and so no, we do not currently have any maps. We have been reassured by the state party that it will be located outside the buffer zone. ICOMOS has been advised by the state party that HIA or Heritage Impact Assessment processes are part of the national laws, making sure that there are no adverse impacts on the outstanding universal value from this future development is therefore the purpose of our recommendation. I think that answers all the questions addressed to ICOMOS, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Having heard ICOMOS, I think we can already say that we commend the advisory body and the State Party of South Africa for the continuing dialogue. And we appreciate the offer of ICOMOS to continue this dialogue to resolve the open issue dealing with buffer zones or buffering mechanisms. We are also convinced right now that we should inscribe the site today. We feel it would be more than fitting and even symbolic that the site would be inscribed in India.
Thank you, Belgium, for the beautiful sentence. Your last sentence was beautiful, that it would be all the more fitting if the site were inscribed in India. And we thank you for that beautiful sentence, Belgium. I now give the floor to Lebanon.
Thank you. Not the mistake.
Okay. India, would you like to reply to that beautiful sentence and about this is such an important site, and of course, South Africa and Mahatma Gandhi. When Mahatma Gandhi was a young man, he had spent his a considerable amount of time in South Africa. So, of course, there is a very deep connect. India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We echo your sentiments. Yes, indeed, it's very poignant and very beautiful. We wouldn't want to stretch the discussion any further, but we listened to the remarks or the detailed justification given by ICOMOS. A couple of things which I thought I'll just put it on, for on record. One is that we realize that as far as the name to be included in the a name of of a personality to be included in the name of the property, we still have a feeling that this approach is actually not consistent, because in certain instances ICOMOS has included the name, but in certain instances it was almost categorical not to include the name. So there is that dichotomy, I think, that we need to look into. And second is, yes, we agree that that any fulfillment of any criteria or criterion is based on attributes, and we have to demonstrate the authenticity and integrity, based on those attributes. Only thing is that for while it is easily discernible in case of tangible attributes, but in case of intangible, because herein the values are almost all values are intangible. Therein, of course, there are certain difficulties. But as I said, I rest our case here. This is a beautiful nomination. It should be inscribed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions for the state party, and had said Japan at that point in time. I think Zambia had asked the state party as well as Japan. Japan, could you please rephrase your couple of questions?
Thank you, Chair. We like to hear the state party's opinion about the reducing the component part from 14 to 11. More precisely, why these three sites are included or important, how they support the overall OUV of this nomination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then Zambia had asked the state party about.
Thank you, Chair.
The consensus.
Yes.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the state party of South Africa to please respond to these questions. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The reason why there are 14 components is for completeness in respect of justifying the contribution of each component to human rights, liberation, and reconciliation, and also in further enhancing the outstanding universal value of the site. We believe as a state party that removal of any of the components will not contribute to completeness in respect of the listing of this particular site. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the response of the state party. If there are no more questions and comments, I would now like to invite you to adopt the decision, draft decision 46-8B.11. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decisions proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As presented during the discussions, we did indeed receive an amendment submitted by Zambia regarding the Nelson Mandela Legacy sites. This amendment was submitted by Zambia, co-written by Rwanda, Kenya, Senegal, and Qatar, and received an impressive amount of support, totaling 19 countries. I will name them: Lebanon, Greece, Jamaica, India, Japan, Mexico, Belgium, Republic of Korea, Italy, Saint Vincent et les Grenadines, Argentina, Vietnam, and Kazakhstan. The amendment goes as follows. Para 2 deletes the referral for inscribes human rights, liberation, and reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites, South Africa, on the World Heritage List on the basis of Criterion 6. Further deletes the previous paras A, B, C, and D. New para 3 takes notes of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. And the brief synthesis is available in English language. New para 4 notes the completion of repairs at the Sharpeville massacre site, Police Station 003, and progress made towards the repairs and conservation at Walter C. Zulu Square 002 and the Great Place at Mtekezweni 014. Next para notes the state parties' existing buffering mechanisms as provided for in the relevant legislation and requests that the state party undertake workshops with stakeholders, including surrounding communities and local authorities, on these mechanisms, including heritage areas, to further strengthen their protection. Old para 3 becomes para 6 with the recommendations. Recommends that the state party give consideration to the following. First recommendation, number A, deletes the mention and the provision of financial and technical resources. You have the consecutive deletion of the word nominated from paras C to J, resulting in an inscription and not a referral anymore. Subpara I, linking interpretation of the component parts with the continuing development of the Liberation Heritage Routes, Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route Program, and not initiative. Para 7 requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st of December 2025 a report on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendations for review by the World Heritage Committee at its 48th session. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Para 1, there is no. Yes, Bulgaria, sorry, we didn't see that. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After listening to the committee members and the response of the evaluation body, we would like to add Bulgaria's name in the list of co-authors. Thank you, Chair.
Lebanon and then Turkey.
No, excuse me, Chair. I just wanted to comment on para 6 when we arrive at para 6.
So noted. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would also like to add our name to the amendments. Thank you.
Rapporteur, could you let us know how many countries are there that have whose names appear on the screen? Please let us know the number of countries whose names appear on the screen.
Mr. Chair, we have reached the total number of committee members. 21 countries have supported the amendment for inscribing the Nelson Mandela legacy sites.
Thank you. Is there any objection to para 2? Obviously not, because everyone has added their name. We go next down. Similar for para 3, copy paste all the names from top para 2 and paste it in para 3. And we go down. Same thing would be for all the remaining paras. No objection to para 5. We go to para 6, wherein Lebanon had expressed a desire to take the floor. You have it, sir.
Excuse me, Chair. we have some remarks on para 6. On point A, for example, I don't know why we remove and the provision of financial and technical resources. I think this is part of conservation. I mean, there is no harm to say that further developing the integrated conservation plan, etc., and the provision of financial and technical resources, there's no harm in doing this. Then at the end, we would like to add a paragraph saying, we will add, first of all, to add a paragraph saying, ensure adequate repairs and conservation of property components, and more particularly those with integrity, which integrity is fragile. This could be point H or something of this sort. Ensure adequate repairs and conservation for all properties components, and more particularly those with which integrity is fragile. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Rapporteur, can you capture what the Lebanese delegate has expressed?
Ensure adequate repairs and conservation for all property components, and more particularly for those. Is it where, which, or whose integrity is fragile, please? Thank you.
I don't know, ask somebody whose English is the mother language.
I guess where is okay. Thank you.
All right. Is there any objection to the Lebanese suggestion? I don't see any objections. We go down. Para 7. I don't think there is any objection to this either. Is there any objection for the adoption of the entire decision as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8b.11 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate South Africa on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property, and I will do that in the Zulu language. Nagia kuhalali sela nogokubali sa kwako. I'll give you some time for your celebrations and photos, and then we go to the next agenda item. I have to speak. Sorry.
Acceptance speech.
Yes, forgot. You know, I was so impressed by my Zulu that I forgot it. Yes. So, South Africa, you have the floor for up to a 4-minute statement.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Mr. Chairperson. Since I'm taking the floor as the leader of the delegation of the State Party of South Africa, let me also thank the government and the people of incredible India for the wonderful reception and warm hospitality we are experiencing in this beautiful metropolis of New Delhi. It is with great humility, profound gratitude, and unreserved appreciation to the World Committee members of this 46th session for the support and confidence in the people of South Africa with the inscription of Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation Nelson Mandela Legacy Site to safeguard and protect its outstanding universal value. As Nelson Mandela once said, it looks impossible until it's done. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with small steps. It is today on the cusp of 30 years of democracy in South Africa, 27 years after South Africa became a member of the World Heritage Convention, and 21 years after the 33rd General Conference of UNESCO, where South Africa's contribution on the roads of independence African Liberation Heritage Program was recognized, that we sit here with this inscription. It is therefore not only an important contribution to placing the struggle, heritage, and culture at the center of the global ideal for sustainable development, but also to the vision of 2063 of the Africa we want. The South African liberation struggle was not only an inspiration for a just world, it also became a struggle on all humanity and also produced exceptional African leaders. The 1994 historic breakthrough was a victory for all humanity and an opportunity for never again. Excellencies, this inscription is opportune and historic as it takes place a week after the celebration of Nelson Mandela International Day on the 18th of July, in line with the UN General Assembly resolution of 2009, to recognize his contribution to the struggle of democracy internationally and the promotion of peace throughout the world. We have therefore chosen this name to symbolize his legacy for human rights, liberation, and reconciliation. This serial property with 14 components is located in 4 of our 9 provinces and 7 municipalities across the country that have marks of the footsteps of Nelson Mandela. And it demonstrates the world events, ideas, and belief systems that were once at the core of the liberation struggle of South Africa. The inscription follows that on the footsteps of Argentina, Rwanda, Belgium, and France at the 45th session. South Africa therefore deeply appreciates this constructive engagement with ECOMOS, which has paved the way for the successful inscription, and we will continue to meticulously preserve the integrity and authenticity of these sites, supported by international expertise through the African World Heritage Fund, the World Heritage Center, and the advisory bodies. Our national heritage legislation and comprehensive management frameworks will ensure these sites are protected for future generations. The journey of this inscription has involved a number of numerous stakeholders, and we would like to recognize specifically the Africa Group, the AWHF, and many contributors to the nomination dossier. We register our special appreciation to the team that was drafting this and the stakeholders. And on behalf of my delegation, I'll invite you to join us for our side event on Monday at 6:30. And in conclusion, this inscription invites us each to be the new generation of leaders in our respective countries and the world. As Nelson Mandela said, it is still in our hands to fight poverty, protect human rights, freedom, and reconciliation. May the sun never set on so glorious a human effort. Ngiyaleboga, bayadanki, ngiyabonga, nakensa, enkosi, dolibuwa. These are the one of the 12 languages of South Africa. Namaste. Siyabonga kakhulu.
I love to hear Namaste from a South African. It sounds so wonderful. I now give the floor to the 2 committee members who have raised their plates, Rwanda followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the people and government of Rwanda, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the government of South Africa for the inscription of the Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites on the World Heritage List. This momentous achievement is a testament of the enduring legacy of the people of South Africa, extraordinary contribution to justice, equality, and freedom. Similarly to our memorial site of the genocide from Rwanda, the consideration of this nomination filed by the committee was also delayed by the moratorium on the valuation of sites of memory associated with recent conflicts, only lifted last year. We could not be more delighted to witness today the inscription of this serial nomination, which demonstrates events, ideas, and belief systems that were at the core of the liberation struggle in South Africa, and which, a quarter century afterwards, continues to inspire humanity to engage in peace building and reconciliation process. The development of this serial of 14 properties has been a long and complex handover for South Africa. The State Party has been working on this nomination since its inscription on the country's tentative list in 2009. We therefore would like to commend South Africa for its determination in developing and successfully submitting a complete and technically sound nomination file. We would like to take this opportunity to express our deep gratitude to the African World Heritage Fund for all the technical support provided in the development of this nomination file, with the potential to add substantial value to the incipient category of sites of memory in Africa. This, Mr. Chairperson, constitutes a great contribution not only towards improving the representation of Africa on the World Heritage List, but also to fill the existing gaps concerning the representation of sites of great significance for the African people, but its outstanding universal value is not recognized by the international community. We celebrate with you South Africa and honor this recognition of your rich cultural heritage. May this site continue to inspire future generations and strengthen the bonds of unity, human rights, and reconciliation. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Zambia, followed by India.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a great day, not just for the World Heritage Committee, but for Zambia, in the sense that South Africa and the rest of Southern Africa, they owe their liberation to Zambia. We were home of all these struggles. For your own information, Nelson Mandela, upon release from Robben Island, that is prison, he first flew to Zambia aboard Zambian Airways because of the good relationship that he enjoyed with our founding father, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, who we are also celebrating his 100 years after his birth this year. And again, this year, we are also celebrating 60 years of independence and bilateral relations with the Republic of India. And Mahatma Gandhi is also a name that you cannot erase on the history of that is Africa. Indira Gandhi is also not the name that you can erase from the history of Africa. So this inscription is not just for the World Heritage Community, it is for Zambia, it is for Southern Africa, it is for Africa, and it's for the world. Mandra!
India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving India the floor. We would like to congratulate South Africa for inscription of the property. The nomination with respect to Nelson Mandela Heritage Sites covers the Constitutional Hill site as well. In the information dossier, it is mentioned that Mahatma Gandhi was also briefly imprisoned at the Constitutional Hill. We currently have a museum commemorating Mahatma Gandhi's stay there and also a bust of Mahatma Gandhi. One other site which is included in this section is Olange site associated with John Langalibalele Dube, who was contemporary of Mahatma Gandhi and had linkages with him. John Langalibalele Dube was the founder of the ANC and, like Mahatma Gandhi, published a newspaper. This site is very near to Phoenix Ashram of Mahatma Gandhi. Collectively, this serial nomination demonstrates the events and ideas that were at the core of the liberation struggle in South Africa and which continues to inspire humanity to embrace reconciliation. We once again congratulate South Africa on inscription of this property. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to the next agenda item. I now invite ECOMOS to present the nomination of the archaeological heritage of Nia National Park's Caves Complex, Malaysia.
Congratulations.
But ECOMOS, I think I'll let the celebrations continue for one more minute.
This is the presentation of the ECOMOS evaluation of the archaeological heritage of the Nia National Park's caves
May I invite committee members to take their seats, please? Just to remind that there is a space outside for celebrations. Thank you very much. We will continue with the examination of the next nomination dossier. I invite committee members to take their seat. Thank you.
Nicomos, please continue.
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the archaeological heritage of the Nia National Park's Caves Complex, Malaysia. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF.8B1 on page 120 of the English version and page 120 of the French version. Next slide. The archaeological heritage of the Nia National Park's Caves Complex is located near the west coast of Borno Island in the 4-kilometer wide Swiss limestone massif at the center of Nia National Park. This system of colossal interconnected caverns and numerous caves contains the longest known record for human interaction with rainforests covering at least 50,000 years. Next slide. The original area of the nominated property as proposed in the nomination dossier and before changes were made was 3,690 hectares and with a buffer zone of 163 hectares. The nominated property comprises 30 archaeological sites in the park, including excavated archaeological sites. The cave complex at the Bukit Gang Massif consists of 4 caves, namely the Trader's Cave, the Nia Great Cave, the Moon Cave, Dan Kira, and the Painted Cave, Pain Itam. Next slide. The Nia Caves complex contains archaeological evidence that represent an exceptional testimony of the cultural traditions of 2 disconnected populations who existed from the Pleistocene to the mid-Holocene, exhibiting rainforest lifestyle, forest management systems, and elaborate funerary practices of prehistoric humans. It contributes significantly to the existing knowledge of human development, adaptation, and dispersal in Southeast Asia and in a global context. The Nia Caves complex is an astounding example of very early human settlement and land use in the Southern Asian region, and of a human interaction with a changing environment during prehistoric times. The findings of archaeological excavations and research at the Trader's Cave could result in substantial grounds for revisiting the southern dispersal route theory and the human migration out of Africa in general. Archaeological excavations have been conducted at the west mouth and the Trader's Cave. The major excavations were conducted from 1954 to 1967. Future planned research are considered. Next slide. ICOMOS consider that logic behind comparative is sound and that the selection of the sites to be compared is adequate within the geocultural region. Improvement could have been made to better position the nominated property in its global context by comparing additional important sites outside Southeast Asia. Criteria 3 and 5 have been demonstrated, but criterion 6 has not been met. Next slide. Conditions of integrity and authenticity have been met. The nominated property is of adequate size and contains all the attributes necessary to convey its outstanding universal value, including the entire rock massif and its complex of caves within which the excavated sites, rock paintings, and boat-shaped funds are located, as well as the sites identified as having archaeological potential. The physical fabric and significant features of the nominated property are in good condition, and the negative factors affecting the nominated property are under control. The geomorphological features of the massif and caves have not changed significantly despite the slow dissolution of the limestone over time as a result of natural process. The excavated sites are well preserved without backfill or other forms of later alterations, testifying to their authentic state at the time of their excavation. Although the locations of the objects extracted from these sites have been changed, these archaeological findings have been appropriately conserved, stored, and displayed in museums. The rock paintings are in their original locations without any interventions. Next slide. The nominated property is state-owned and is legally protected at the national and state levels. The Sarawak Forestry Corporation and the Sarawak Museum Department are the main governmental institutions responsible for implementing legislative provisions. The buffer zone and a 1 kilometer radius zone from the nominated property boundaries provide additional layer of protection. The management system is collaborative and coordinated between the main stakeholders, with the Sarawak Forestry Corporation taking the lead, while the Sarawak Museum Department is responsible for the conservation of the cultural heritage. The local communities are involved in the management of the site in numerous ways. The Integrated Conservation Management Plan frames management activities for the archaeological heritage of Ria National Park's Caves Complex. Long-term attention should be given to secure sustainable funding and the expertise of the staff working on site. Conservation of rock painting and the growth of algal should also be closely monitored. Next slide. Here is a summary of ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. ICOMOS recommends that the archaeological heritage of Ria National Park's Cave Complex, Malaysia, be inscribed on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 5. ICOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property.
Thank you, ICOMOS. Before we proceed, I would like to make an announcement. There were a lot of requests to give you the Sunday free. It was said that I've been keeping you here from morning to night, and you have not been able to go shopping. You have not been able to even see the exhibitions, and many people are so tired. But we have agenda items listed for Sunday. So if you want to have the Sunday free, then I'll have to push the agenda items and change the gear and become like a Ferrari a little bit. So and we'll keep the congratulations less. So only one state party should take the floor. The state party to whom the nomination concerns. And if we can keep our interventions to a minimum, then we can move ahead. Okay, I want to know if there are any comments concerning this nomination after the ICOMOS presentation. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Research on the matter of the various stages in the development of humanity is an ongoing process for several centuries now that calls together the professionals from around the world. The complexity of the records and evidence the scholars and scientists would be able to gather directly impact the accuracy of the global knowledge about our origins. The multitude of the rock paintings, archaeological signs and elements of the burial traditions that are located within the borders of the nominated property creates a vivid illustration for the evolution of the human settlements in the region during the Paleolithic, Neolithic and Metal Ages. Ukraine cordially recognizes the importance of the establishment of a proper protection framework for the sites, bearing the indispensable knowledge about the prehistoric times, especially in the light of our own site from the tentative list Kam'yana Mohyla, that also testifies about the origins of human civilization, the novelty that the NIA complex brings in comparison with other sites already in the World Heritage List is the evidence of the human adaptation in the tropical rainforest environment and, moreover, the exceptional contribution to the universal debate over the early dispersal of ancient humans, not only regionally but also globally. We perceive the inscription of the NIA National Park's Caves Complex as a crucial and consistent step for the committee that follow the general policy of preserving and protecting sites that enrich our knowledge about the preserve the memory of the early stages of the development of human society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. India congratulates Malaysia on the inscription of the Nia Caves Complex. The Nia Caves Complex is an extraordinary site that has significantly advanced our understanding of human development, adaptation, and dispersal in Southeast Asia. The site's long history of human interaction with the rainforest and climatic evolution is of global significance. The dossier effectively demonstrates the site's outstanding universal value, meeting the criteria 3 and 5 and attesting to its integrity and authenticity. We also commend the strong state of conservation of the Nia Caves complex, which has benefited from the continuous legal protection and effective management since the early days of its archaeological discovery. The active participation of local communities in the site's management is particularly commendable. Although we acknowledge that the ongoing need for improvements, particularly in securing adequate funding and enhancing in-house expertise. India appreciates the efforts detailed in the Integrated Conservation Management Plan to address the challenges posed by increased tourism, fading rock paintings, and algal growth on excavated sites. These proactive measures, supported by ongoing research and monitoring, are crucial for sites preservation. The inscription of the archaeological heritage of Nia National Park's Caves Complex is a significant achievement for Malaysia, and we look forward to witnessing the continued preservation and study of this remarkable site. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasant change to see a new face after seeing the legendary face of Janvit Sharma, who's been the face of India's 1972 representation since past 12 or 15 years. So it's nice to see young faces. I get a sense as if the mother bird, Janvit Sharma, is training the baby birds to take forward. Thank you. If no further state parties want to take the floor, I will ask the rapporteur. I'll invite you to adopt draft decision 46 Form 8B.19. But before doing so, I'll ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments through the draft decision proposed.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. We have not received any amendments on the draft decision for the inscription of the archaeological heritage of Nia National Park's Caves Complex, Malaysia. Thank you.
The chairperson is on the podium. On the podium.
Why?
Are there any comments? There are no comments. Is there any objection for the adoption of the draft decision as a whole? I see no objection. I therefore declare draft decision 46 Com 8B.19 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Malaysia on the behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of their property. And I will speak a line in the Malay language. Please bear with me. Saya mengucapkan tahniah atas pendaftaran Anda. Malaysia, you have the floor to make a statement up to 4 minutes.
Assalamualaikum, selamat petang dan terima kasih. Your Excellency, Chairman, thank you for this opportunity. All the necessary protocols observed for the sake of brevity. On behalf of the Government of Malaysia and the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, I wish to thank the following: the World Heritage Committee, the advisory body, the Secretariat of the 1972 Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, and the host, the Government of India. Incredible India, and how incredible it is. Thank you for all their excellent work in ensuring this meeting runs smoothly. This is a significant decision for Malaysia, as it is the fifth inscription of heritage site in Malaysia after the ratification of the convention in 1988. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nia National Park and its cave complex provide an outstanding example of the complex prehistoric adaptation and manipulation of the tropical rainforest environment towards the understanding of human evolution, adaptation, and dispersal in both the mainland and island of the Southeast Asia geocultural regions. We are delighted to invite all member states to Malaysia to explore Nia National Park in Sarawak, as well as our other heritage sites. Malaysia will be hosting the Visit Malaysia year in 2026, and we warmly welcome all our friends to come and discover the beauty of our nation. Malaysia is committed to work closely with all member states in the protection of world cultural and natural heritage. Your Excellency Chair, please allow me to invite the Honorable Dato' Haji Len Talif Saleh, Deputy Minister for Urban Planning, Land Administration and Environment of Sarawak, to say a few words. Terima kasih.
Chair, Namaste. Good afternoon. Being the first time given the floor to speak, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Government of India for the remarkable hospitality and excellent hosting of the 46th Session World Heritage Committee. A special thank also goes to the Excellency's Chairperson for your exemplary leadership in conducting this meeting. Your expertise and guidance has been invaluable and instrumental for the smooth conduct of this meeting. 27 July 2024 is a significant historic and momentous day for the state of Sarawak, Malaysia, and mark the second World Heritage Site in Sarawak, of which the first one is Gunung Mulu National Park, which was inscribed in the year 2000, 24 years ago. With this recognition, it is the start of a long journey of our commitment, responsibility, and shared value. We will be jealously safeguarding the outstanding universal value of Nia National Park complex as prescribed for the present and future generation to embrace. We have invested a lot of time to come to this inscription with a strong mandate from the Right Honourable Premier of the State of Sarawak, Abang Joe, and his cabinet team. Additionally, on behalf of the State Government of Sarawak, I would like to thank the Federal Ministry of Tourism and Art and Culture, Department of National Heritage, Permanent Delegation of Malaysia to UNESCO in Paris, and the local communities in India for making this journey possible. In the interest of time, I cannot possibly mention all the names, but nevertheless, Their contribution did not go unnoticed. Finally, I would like to thank ICOMOS for their professionalism and objectivity, and the World Heritage Committee for supporting our nomination. With this remark, Your Excellency Chair, I conclude. Daya Wat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To save time, we will now move on to the next item. The celebrations can take place outside if you require. Oha to that. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Schwerin Residence Ensemble, Germany. But before that, I give the floor to Mr. Balsamo. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. We received the notification of factual error for the evaluation of the Schwerin Residence Ensemble nomination, and this is to be found on page 12 of both the English and French version of INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Schwerin Residence Ensemble, Germany. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF.8V1 on page 143 of the English version and page 173 of the French version. In this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. Next slide. The Schwerin Residence Ensemble comprises buildings, parks, lakes, gardens, and ponds constructed or designed during the 19th century. In the heart of the capital of the Grand Duchy of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, it is specially staged, with the centerpiece of the ensemble's landscape being the palace residence, situated on an island in Lake Schwerin, and with the remaining buildings comprising cultural, sacred, administrative, and military buildings, and infrastructure and residences of staff and officials. This architectural and landscape ensemble reflects the historicist spirit of the time, ranging from Neo-Renaissance to Neo-Baroque and Neoclassical, and draws on the regional Johann Albrecht style, a regional variation of the Italian Renaissance. Next slide. The nominated property contains a total of 38 elements, with the residence palace as its central figure. The palace has two main axes. One, linking to the old garden square, around which stand an ensemble of prestigious buildings like the museum, the court theater, the old manor, the governmental administration buildings 1 and 2, and the state archives. The other axis links to its park, on whose edge stand the artillery barracks, the officers' mess, and Grand Ducal Hunter's Lodge. The other elements are located in the old city center, near the two main poles of the composition. Next slide. The property is an outstanding example of an architectural and landscape ensemble that's within the context of the emergence and development of the historicist style in Europe, particularly in the German kingdoms and principalities in the 19th century. The character of the ensemble is well preserved. It contains a substantial use of the historicist architectural style buildings that contribute strongly to its cultural identity and remarkable landscaping in which the architecture and gardens are reflected in the water. It illustrates the importance and architecture of urban planning as a vehicle to legitimize the power and brilliance of monarchic power. This is particularly evident in the outstanding staging of the residence palace and the rest of the ensemble in its lakeside landscape, and the constant references to European national and regional architectural traditions. Next slide. The comparative analysis and additional information provided by the state party highlights that the architectural and landscape elements of the Schwerin Residence Ensemble exemplify the emergence and development of the historicist style in Europe during the 19th century. This style is enriched by the regional Johann Albrecht style, which was inspired by the Italian Renaissance. ICOMOS considers that the comparative analysis justifies consideration of this property for the World Heritage List. While the nominated property meets criterion 4, it does not fulfill criterion 3 because it does not sufficiently demonstrate how the property embodies the concept of the monarchy or contributes significantly to understanding the monarchy as a political or sociocultural system. Next slide. Conditions of integrity and authenticity have been met. Well-preserved elements represent the functions and activities of a 19th century monarchic residence in a lakeside landscape. Despite alterations in occupancy, use, and adaptations that affect authenticity to varying degrees, the ensemble's fundamental attributes, including forms, materials, and relationships with its landscape setting, have been largely preserved. During the course of the evaluation procedure, exchanges between ICOMOS and the state party resulted in changes to the boundaries of the nominated property and the buffer zone. The boundaries of the nominated property have been revised in February 2024 to include a significant portion of both Schwerin Lake and Fowler Lake, as well as the Pfaffenwijk. The buffer zone has been expanded to the south, east, and northwest, take into consideration control over the landscape qualities of the site. Next slide. ICOMOS considers that the legal protection and management of the nominated property are adequate. The management plan that has been prepared will need to be periodically assessed and updated. The World Heritage Coordination Office is a crucial element to ensure the coordination and effectiveness of the management of the nominated property. A rigorous strategy for the conservation of the buildings, the interior layouts of those open to the public, and for the management of tourist flows inside the nominated property is essential to ensure the protection of the outstanding universal value of Schwerin. The city of Schwerin is actively addressing urban development pressures through its strategic plan, which aims to prevent city center abandonment, renovate urban structures, tackle climate change, and address social issues. Next slide. Here's a summary from the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that Schwerin Residence Ensemble Germany be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of Criterion 4 and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS, for your presentation. After seeing the thorough work that these advisory bodies do, internally I'm being changed from a chair into an advisory body's fan, you know. But thank you so much for the hard work that you put into this. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And we also would like to thank ICOMOS for their hard work and this excellent presentation. And we also would like to thank Germany for submitting the nomination file of the Schwerin Residence Ensemble, an exceptional and well-preserved ensemble of monarchic architecture. Belgium fully supports the inscription based on Criterion 4, and I would like to commend the hard work of everyone involved. It should be noted that it was a process of over 20 years that led up to this very moment. It is therefore no surprise that this dossier is rock solid and that the outstanding universal value is proven without any doubt. The file includes a rigorous strategy for the conservation of the buildings as well as for the management of tourist flows. The Schwerin Residence Ensemble will be a valuable addition to our list, and we wholeheartedly congratulate Germany. We also would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the State Party of Germany, as well as the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America on yesterday's inscription as well of the Moravian church settlements. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Deutschland.
Ja, aber ich habe das schon gesagt gestern. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India would like to extend its heartfelt congratulations to the State Party of the Germany on the successful inscription of the Schwerin Residence Ensemble on the World Heritage List. India commends the remarkable efforts that went into preparing a dossier of exceptional quality and precise content. The Schwerin Residence Ensemble is a remarkable testament to European national and regional architectural traditions. The dossier eloquently demonstrates that the ensemble is an outstanding representation of the emergence and development of the historicist style in Europe during the second half of the 19th century. We also commend Germany's diligent efforts in the preserving the key elements of this property, including its forms, materials, situation, and setting. India particularly applauds the strong involvement of the local communities in the management processes related to this newly inscribed sites. The Schwerin Residence Ensemble is yet another feather in Germany's diverse World Heritage cap. We eagerly anticipate the opportunity to visit this extraordinary property in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other request to take the floor. I'll now go to the rapporteur. I now invite you to adopt draft decision 46-8B.21. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments of the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu.
We have not received any amendments for the draft decision leading to the listing of the Schwerin Residence Ensemble, Germany. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the draft decision on screen. Are there any comments? I see none. Is there any objection for the draft decision to be adopted as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.21 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Germany on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. And let me say one sentence in the German language. Ich gratuliere Ihnen zu Ihrer Anmeldung. Germany, you now have the floor for up to 4 minutes for your statement.
Thank you, dear Chair. With so many words in perfect German heard in this room since yesterday, I really felt I had made an effort to give something back in your language, and this is my try. Please bear with me. Dhanyawad Priya Adyaksh. On behalf of Germany, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to India for hosting this conference and for the excellent organization and warm hospitality kindly extended to us by you, dear Chair and dear friend of my country, and by all the people taking care of our well-being so wonderfully here in Delhi. I would also like to thank the World Heritage Committee for inscribing the Schwerin Residence Ensemble on the World Heritage List today. It is the third site inscribed in the federal state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, and it is especially impressive and outstanding in architecture and in the way it fits into the landscape, as you could witness from the beautiful pictures shown in this room today. I would also like to highlight two aspects of this nomination that are particularly memorable. The first one is that the restoration of this property is a good example of successful conservation post-reunification of Germany in 1990. Over 30 years, experts from all over the country have contributed with their expertise to the exceptional state of conservation the property shows today. This effort would not have been possible without the support and engagement of the local community and authorities. This spirit of cooperation provides a solid basis for the future sustainable management of the site. The parties involved are fully committed to the necessity to follow up on this and reinforce measures of sustainability, as also recommended by the committee today. With warmest congratulations to the city of Schwerin, capital of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, and its people, I would like to hand the microphone over to the Minister of Science, Culture, Federal and European Affairs of this federal state, Bettina Martin to briefly address the conference.
Mr. Chair, honorable members of the World Heritage Committee, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the state of Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania and its capital city, Schwerin, I would like to thank you for inscribing the Schwerin Residence Ensemble on the World Heritage List. This is a great honor. It makes us proud and it's tremendously making us happy. I would also like to thank ICOMOS for the professional and constructive evaluation and the positive recommendation. The Schwerin Residence Ensemble was largely formed in the 19th century, together with the wonderful palace. It is set in a beautiful lake landscape, and it shapes the city of Schwerin to this day. With its more than 30 buildings and parks, it shows all functions of a monarchic residence of this era in a very exceptional way, from palace and manor houses to cultural, sacred, and administrative buildings. We are determined to protect the exceptional world heritage for future generations, and we are very happy that our efforts to preserve, restore, and document our heritage, especially in the years after the unification in Germany. And we're very happy that this has been recognized throughout the nomination process. I would also like to take a moment to thank all partners in the nomination. We just heard it took almost 24 years. But especially I want to thank the citizens of Schwerin, who have for so many years so wholeheartedly supported this nomination. My heart goes out to them. Herzlichen Glückwunsch aus Neu-Delhi nach Schwerin. Greetings to Schwerin, where our Minister President Manuela Schwesig and the mayor of the city, Rico Badenci, are following this right now live. We will be all working together on implementing the recommendations from the decision. And I can promise you, we will continue to raise the awareness for the outstanding universal value of the Schweriner Residence Ensemble in order to preserve our shared heritage as a heritage of the world, for now and for future generations. And last but not least, I would like to invite you all to come and visit our beautiful city, Schwerin, to see the beauty of the world heritage. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste and thank you, Frau Minister.
Wir gehen am besten.
Please switch off your microphone. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Via Appia Regina Viarum, Italy. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Via Appia Regina Viarum, Italy. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF AP1 on page 154 of the English version and page 200 of the French version. Via Appia is a Roman road more than 800 kilometers long, comprising 22 component parts. The road was built from 312 BCE onwards to connect Rome to Capua along the Tyrrhenian coast. It was originally conceived for the conquest and territorial control of the south of the Italian peninsula and the Roman Empire's expansion towards the east and Asia Minor. Extended in 191 BCE as far as the ports of Taranto and Brindisi, the road became a route for cultural contact and trade. It was completed by 109 CE by the Emperor Trajan, who added the Via Traiana, connecting Benevento to Brindisi along the Adriatic coast. This map shows the extent of the nominated serial property. Hope you can see it at that scale. The 22 component parts include linear sections of the road, engineering and infrastructure elements, as well as monuments, towns, and landscape features. The road component parts are demarcated by a strip 70 meters wide, with the road itself typically 12 meters wide. Some revisions to boundaries and buffer zones were made by the state party during the evaluation procedure in response to the advice of ICOMOS. The Via Appia is a fully developed ensemble of engineering works illustrating the advanced technical skill of Roman engineers in the construction of carriageways, civil engineering, drainage, and development works. The road is associated with a monumental ensemble of temples, funerary monuments, aqueducts, villas, triumphal arches, gates, and amenities such as theatres, amphitheatres, and baths. The Via Appia is a remarkable example of a road which, through its construction, infrastructure, and functioning, illustrates the history of the Roman Empire's development. It facilitated cultural, social, political, and religious interchanges, as well as trade among the civilizations of the Mediterranean, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula for more than 1,000 years. The Via Appia was a major vector for the spread of ideas and beliefs, was celebrated by artists of the Renaissance, and has been an object of study and fascination for generations of visitors. The comparative analysis considered Via Appia within the context of properties in the World Heritage List and tentative lists associated with the ancient Roman world. In dialogue with ICOMOS, the State Party widened this analysis to include consideration of the network of all Roman roads. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 3, 4, and 6. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met for the whole series and for each of the component parts, with the exception of component parts 3, 4, and 15. Based on the proposed justification for outstanding universal value and additional information provided by the State Party, ICOMOS considers that the property should be limited to the sites along the main road structure and falling within the period between 312 BCE and the 4th century CE. Accordingly, ICOMOS does not consider that the inclusion of component parts 3 and 4 are justified because these are roads that branch off the main road and that the cities of Lanuvium and Norba were not specific stages along the Via Appia. ICOMOS has also recommended the omission of component part 15 on the basis of its weak justification in relation to the proposed outstanding universal value. Due to the vast extent of the nominated property, the main factors affecting the component parts vary according to their physical and land use contexts. These are well identified by the State Party. Most component parts have a good or very good state of conservation, and funding is provided for their conservation. Maintenance and corrective measures are planned for the few component parts that present a state of conservation ranging from fair to very poor. There is an excellent level of inventorying and documentation of attributes for the nominated serial property, and a database has been established to support the monitoring of the state of conservation. Legal protection is in place for all nominated component parts. A management plan and associated action plan are in place, and the coordinating governance structure for its implementation is currently being established. Heritage impact assessment processes are also under development. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that Via Appia Regina Viarum, Italy, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3, 4, and 6, with the exception of component parts 3, the Via Appia from the 14th to the 24th mile with a branch to Lanuvium. Number 4, the Via Appia in the Pontine Plain with a branch to Norba. And 15, the Via Appia on the Tarantino sheep track. ICOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ICOMOS. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt draft decision 46Com 8B.22. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have not received any amendments concerning this draft decision to inscribe the Via Appia Regina Viarum. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Is there any objection to adopt this draft decision as a whole? I see no objection. I therefore declare draft decision 46 Form 8B.22 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Italy on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. And with your permission, if you'd like me to speak in Italian, as a mark of my deep appreciation, I will. Ti congratulo per la tua iscrizione. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Italy, you have the floor for up to a 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Italy would like, first of all, to express its sincerest gratitude to the government of India for the impressive hospitality, allowing all state parties to experience the millennia-old culture of this fascinating country. We also want to highlight our profound acknowledgement to the World Heritage Center for its unwavering dedication to preserving our shared heritage. And we cannot but extend our appreciation to ICOMOS too for the ongoing dialogue carried out with concerned state parties on matters of cultural preservation. Last but not least, let me convey our heartfelt thanks to the members of the committee for the renewed trust placed in Italy and in the Italian people during this session. The nomination of Appia Antica Regina Viarum, the Queen of the Roads, is the outcome of an extensive and comprehensive participatory process, engaging 4 regions, 13 provinces, 74 municipalities, in total more than 100 entities, including other local institutions. It also involved numerous Italian and international universities, as well as associations operating within the territories traversed by the ancient Roman route. In our view, this collective effort represents the genuine spirit and values of UNESCO, exemplifying the involvement of a broad array of communities in heritage preservation and in the promotion of values such as participation and peace. The configuration of this property in itself embodies the ancient and well-respected Roman values which led to the Italian approach to the world, built through an inclusive process supported by ideals of connection, shared development and awareness of a common heritage that is fully part of the territories of southern Italy and from today on of the whole humanity. This site has been witnessing throughout the centuries innovations, revolutions in engineering and architecture, as well as inclusion, solidarity, resilience, and the hard-working spirit of my people. Thank you for having honored this great legacy. From 2,300 years on, Appia Antica keeps on being a model, a symbol of encounters, dialogues with other people, an opportunity of continuous exchange to ensure future and new freedom horizon for all. In this spirit, I invite you to listen to the messages from the Italian Minister of Culture, His Excellency Gennaro San Giuliano, and the Deputy Minister competent for UNESCO, His Excellency Gianmarco Mazzi. Thank you.
Voglio esprimere tutta la mia soddisfazione e anche una punta di orgoglio per il grande riconoscimento che è stato fatto alla Via Appia Regina Viarum con l'iscrizione nella lista del patrimonio mondiale. Si è trattato di un lavoro corale che ha visto coinvolti associazioni, cittadini, ovviamente il Ministero della Cultura e il Ministero degli Esteri. Per noi questo riconoscimento è un punto di partenza, non è un punto di arrivo, perché d'ora in poi il Ministero della Cultura sarà impegnato in opere di valorizzazione, di tutela e di conservazione di questa eccellenza mondiale, perché tale è stata riconosciuta, la Via Appia Regina Viarum.
Ringrazio il Centro del Patrimonio Mondiale, ICOMOS,
e i gentili membri del comitato per il riconoscimento del sito Via Appia Regina Viale. Questo processo ci ha reso sempre più consapevoli che un bene dell'umanità è una corresponsabilità della società civile, delle istituzioni e della politica. L'antica strada romana, ora come allora, ci ricorda un'importante connessione che esce dai confini dell'Italia per arrivare ad abbracciare il Mediterraneo e l'Oriente in un tragitto che ancora oggi è veicolo di scambio di idee, di commerci, di valori e di storia.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Italy. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Hegmatone and Historical Center of Hamadan, Islamic Republic of Iran. But before that, I give the floor to Mr. Balsamo, please. I think the order has changed. Sorry, Iran, it's not right now. It will be later because the presentation are lined up. Can I ask the no. How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know? It's not your fault. But after I know it's not your fault. I will ask the secretary, the director of the World Heritage Committee to kindly read the list again.
Uh, the order of examination which I read this afternoon was that after Italy, it will be Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, followed by the two sites nominations of Romania and Iran at the end. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next one is Saudi Arabia, the cultural landscape of Al-Faf Archaeological Area, draft decision 47 Com 8B.14. I now invite ECOMOS to present the nomination of the cultural landscape of Al-Faf Archaeological Area, Saudi Arabia. ECOMOS, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the ECOMOS evaluation of the cultural landscape of Al-Faf Archaeological Area, Saudi Arabia. The ECOMOS report can be found in document INF.A1 on page 62 of the English version and page 146 of the French version. Next slide. The cultural landscape of Al-Faf Archaeological Area is located between the vast alluvial plain and the Jabal al-Tuwaiq Plateau in southern Saudi Arabia. It's one of the most important strategic points of the ancient trade routes leading from Najran to central and eastern Arabia. It is an originally evolved landscape encapsulated by the extremely arid desert environment since its barbaric abandonment around the 5th century CE. Nearly 12,000 archaeological remains have been found, spanning from prehistoric times to the late pre-Islamic era, testifying to the successive occupation of the three different populations and their interactions with some adaptation to the evolving climate conditions and landscape. The nominated property area covers 4,847.73 hectares and its buffer zone is 27,548.33 hectares. In addition, the respect zone provides another layer of protection to the visual quality of the landscape. Next slide. The rich collection of the archaeological findings and inscriptions encountered at Al-Faf is a tangible manifestation of the role of the site as an important meeting place for different groups of people who built the caravan city of Qaryat Al-Faw, and the influences and cultural exchanges between the tribes of the desert and the trading groups provide and resided in the area over time. The discoveries varied from hundreds of artifacts, funeral practices, and water management systems, and shows the richness of inhabitants. Future research is planned on both the archaeology of the nominated property and the artifacts retrieved during the excavations. Next slide. ICOMOS considers that the methodology adopted for the comparative analysis is overall sound and that the logic and scope of the selected comparators are adequate. The comparative analysis has demonstrated that the nominated property is a rarely well-preserved cultural landscape that possesses complete record of human occupation and settlement from the Paleolithic to the 5th century CE. Led by both national and foreign researchers, excavations and surveys at the nominated property began in the 1970s and revealed that composed today the nominated property, Paleolithic and Neolithic stone tools, double structures, cairns and circular constructions, inscriptions, paintings, and engravings on the cliff of the sacred mountains of Pashimgria and other parts of the nominated property. The huge number of tumuli and cairns in the valley, forts, caravanserais, the oasis and its water management system, and the ruin of the city of Qaryat Al-Faw. These elements manifest the richness of the place narrative that was once the home of prehistoric people, the territory of transhuman population, and the regional economic and political center along an important ancient trade route of the Arabian Peninsula. The nominated property meets criteria 2 and 5, but ICOMOS considers that criterion 4 has not been demonstrated. Next slide. Preserved by the desert environment, since the site was abandoned in the 5th century CE, the archaeological resources have remained intact. Factors affecting the nominated property are under control thanks to preventive interventions and legal provisions. Encapsulated by the desert environment, the nominated property remained as it was after its abrupt abandonment, with all the archaeological structures and remains undisturbed by human activities only through natural duration and over time. ICOMOS therefore considers that the condition of integrity and authenticity have been met. Next slide. The nominated property is entirely state-owned and registered as a national heritage site. Tribal law helps to protect the landscape from disturbance. The vast buffer zone encompasses a significant stretch of the cliff. It's cambered and desert and is mostly composed of public lands. A joint management framework is being established to coordinate the efforts of the cultural and natural conservation sectors. The management plan is contractual agreement and a collective commitment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Ministry of Culture, the Heritage Commission, the National Center of Wildlife, and the local authorities concerned. It is a guiding document for the medium and long-term protection, conservation, management, and monitoring of the nominated property. The Heritage Impact Assessment mechanism has been embedded in the management system, and the decision-making process is accessible to local communities. Next slide. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding reversal value of the nominated property. Next slide. ICOMOS recommends that the cultural landscape of Al-Faw archaeological area, Saudi Arabia, be inscribed as a cultural landscape on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 5. ICOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. I will therefore invite you to adopt the draft decision 47 com 8v.14. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any recommendation. And if you can just say yes or no, that would help us.
Monsieur le Président,
Chair, we have not received any amendments for the draft inscription of the cultural landscape of Al-Faw archaeological area in Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. Is there any objection for the draft decision to be adopted as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.14 adopted. Let me congratulate Saudi Arabia on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. And yes, a sentence in the Arabic language. Anik uk ala tas jilek. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor for up to 4-minute statement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to represent my country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, at this historic moment as we celebrate the inscription of the cultural landscape of Al-Faw archaeological area as a World Heritage Site. I'm pleased to thank the state parties and the advisory bodies who cooperate with us to inscribe this file. I would like also to thank India for the host of this assembly. We are proud of this inscription, in addition to the 7 Saudi World Heritage Sites that we previously inscribed. These sites align with the Kingdom's Vision 2030, highlighting the Kingdom's deep history and authentic culture. I extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Royal Highness the Minister of Culture, Prince Badr bin Abdullah bin Farhan, for their support in the preservation of cultural and natural treasures that our country possesses. Thank you very much, and I would like now to give the floor to the representative of Heritage Commission, the authority responsible for the site. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. We are both delighted and honored to be joining you today, and we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for the committee's and advisory body's tireless and dedicated efforts in this year's meeting. We extend our sincere appreciation for the successful inscription of the cultural landscape of Al-Faw archaeological area on UNESCO's World Heritage List, making it the 8th Saudi site to achieve this distinguished recognition. Located at the northwestern edge of the empty quarter, Al-Faw reveals human occupation spanning millennia, from early nomadic settlements to a prosperous urban center and a thriving caravan relay in the first millennium BCE. The site bears witness to the skillful interaction of humanity with the environment of almost a millennium until the irreversible depletion of water resources. Significance of the site relies on the remarkable completeness of the cultural remains from at least 3 successive civilizations that base their living on the richness of water that categorize the area, showing the ability of human beings to adapt and evolve in the face of drastic and changing natural conditions. Saudi archaeologists discovered the presence of ancient springs and vast irrigation network, testifying to the existence of a relict cultural landscape. Across this extensive territory, Al-Faw also presents a wide array of prehistoric remains, including a spectacular avenues of tapered stone structures, an impressive number of Bronze Age funerary features, proving sustained human presence in the area. With the continuous guidance and support of His Highness Prince Badr bin Abdullah bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister of Culture and Chairman of Saudi Heritage Commission, we are dedicated to protecting, conserving, and promoting awareness of our cultural heritage that serve as a living testament to the remarkable human civilization that have successively thrived in our land. Inscribing Saudi heritage sites on UNESCO's World Heritage List is one of the central missions of the Heritage Commission, in line with objectives of the Saudi Vision 2030 and the National Cultural Strategy. This global recognition underscores the importance of these sites, enhancing their preservation, development as sources of cultural pride. In preparing the nomination file, the Heritage Commission collaborated closely with the Saudi National Committee for Culture, for Education, Culture and Science, the Emirate of Riyadh Province, and Wadi Dawasir Government, National Centre for Wildlife, King Saud University, and the local communities that have been so eager to see Al-Fao on the World Heritage List. Finally, I'd like to express my gratitude to the team behind this nomination. Their dedication to ensuring that Al-Fao is conserved and protected is a testament to the Heritage Commission's values. Thank you all, and we hope to welcome you one day soon in our beautiful site of Al-Fao.
Thank you. Thank you. To save time, I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Brancusi Monumental Ensemble of Târgu, Romania. But before that, I'll give the floor to Mr. Balsamo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination Brancusi Monumental Ensemble of Târgu, and this is to be found on page 34 of the document INF 8B4 in its English and French version. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. I now give the floor to ICOMOS for their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Brincuș Monumental Ensemble of Târgu, Romania. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 310 of the English version and page 340 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. The nominated property is a monumental ensemble located in the city of Târgu, along the river Jiu, south of the Carpathian Mountains in the Oltenia region of western Romania. Austere, solemn, contemplative, yet accessible, the monumental ensemble was created in 1937-1938 by Constantin Brâncuș, an influential pioneer of abstract sculpture, to commemorate those who died defending the city during the First World War. It is the only known large-scale artistic work by Brâncuș. The nominated property comprises interrelated sculptural installations aligned on a 1.5 kilometer long axis in central Târgu. It has two monumental focuses situated in two city parks, Constantin Brâncuș Park and the Park of the Column, at either end of the axis. The ensemble has been nominated for its innovative character and the originality of the artistic language and abstract form, deeply inspired by early and traditional arts, and as a revolutionary demonstration of public art that achieves a synthesis of the arts by merging sculpture, architecture, engineering, and environmental and urban planning. It has also been nominated as a deeply unconventional war memorial that transcends Western canons, religiosity, and spirituality, addressing the whole of humanity. The Endless Column is a 29-meter high, extremely slender metal sculpture intended to evoke infinity. It is located at the highest point of the city and surrounded by a low, high skyline, reinforcing the sense of its verticality. The other focus of the monumental ensemble is located on the west, in the park bordering the Jiu River, subsequently renamed after Brâncuș. Here stands, aligned, the Gate of the Kiss, the Alley of the Chairs, and the Table of Silence. The Gate of the Kiss is a portal with classical proportions and inspiration. The artist carved the gate elements on site to distill his concept of the kiss to its essence and render it as a gateway. The thoroughly revised nomination has brought forward the exceptional artistic qualities of the nominated ensemble as a monumental artwork of urban and landscape breadth. The comparative analysis has demonstrated that the nominated property justifies consideration for the World Heritage List under criteria 1 and 2, which are the most appropriate to reflect its outstanding importance. However, criteria 4 and 6 have not been demonstrated. After careful consideration, ICOMOS does not consider that the nominated property can be seen as a site of memory associated with recent conflicts under the purpose and scope of the World Heritage Convention. The semantic and symbolic diversity of this artistic work transcends the event it commemorates and gives it a spiritual universal significance that add to Criterion 1. The boundaries encompass the all nominated property in one single element, supporting its integrity and authenticity, despite some changes to its setting, which have been and are being mitigated through careful urban rehabilitation projects. Protection and management requirements regulate activities in the immediate setting of the nominated property and appear adequate to sustain its proposed outstanding universal value. Protective mechanisms exist to assess impacts of development on the nominated property. They can be strengthened by referring to the attributes of the proposed outstanding universal value in all planning instruments and documents required to approve the projects, and by integrating the methodology of the guidance and toolkit for impact assessment in a voltage context. The steps undertaken to involve local communities are welcome and should be sustained over time. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that Brincuș Monumental Ensemble of Târgu Jiu, Romania, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 1 and 2, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. Are there any comments concerning this nomination? Lebanon? No, sorry. Any comments regarding this nomination? I see none. I will go to the rapporteur. I now like to invite you to adopt draft decision 46-8b.24. Mr. Rapporteur, have you received any amendments on the draft decision proposed?
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. We have not received any amendments for the draft decision on the Brincuș Monumental Ensemble of Târgu Jiu, Romania. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments, any objections for the draft decision to be adopted as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8b.24 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Romania on behalf of the entire committee. And permit me to speak a line in the Romanian language. Te felicit pentru inscrierea ta. Romania, you have the floor to make a statement for up to 4 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, Mr. Chairperson, distinguished ambassadors, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The inscription of the Brincuș Monumental Ensemble of Târgu Jiu in the UNESCO World Heritage gives us an overwhelming sentiment of joy, pride, and responsibility. Today, through its outstanding value, the masterpiece of monumental art left by the great sculptor Constantin Brincuș to all Romanians gains international recognition of the highest level part of the cultural heritage of humanity. In simple and memorable forms, the ensemble created by Constantin Brincuș represents human limits and transcendence, honoring the moral values of sacrifice and heroism. We, the Romanians, highly love and appreciate the art of Constantin Brincuș. But from today, this art is shown and will be appreciated worldwide. Distinguished audience, today's recognition obliges us to protect the Brincuș Monumental Ensemble of Târgu Jiu, to preserve, to be intact for the future generation and for the cultural memory of humanity. It is a commitment that our country takes very seriously to ensure the conservation and protection of the site. This endeavor implies not only the participation of central and local authorities, but also the involvement of the local communities and society as a whole. I'm very happy to cherish this moment with the experts who worked on the files, but also with some very important partners, representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I have here beside me the Secretary of State, the permanent delegation of Romania to UNESCO, and I am accompanied by Her Excellency Mrs. Simona Miculescu, and the local authorities. And I have here beside me the mayor of Târgu Jiu, Marcel Romanescu, and he is here because we count on the support of the local authority and for a closer cooperation, and the support of local authorities is crucial for a good implementation of a sustainable plan in protecting the ensemble. On behalf of Romania, I would like also to thank very much for this recognition to the UNESCO World Heritage Center and ICOMOS for their constant dialogue and close cooperation with Romania. And I congratulate also from my heart my colleagues from the Ministry of Culture in Romania, the National Institute of Heritage, as well as the actors who have worked intensively for today's success. We hope that from today the whole world will enjoy more of Romania's cultural heritage and the work of Constantin Brâncuș. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. To save time, I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Frontiers of the Romanian Empire, Dacia, Romania. But before that, I'll give the floor to Mr. Balsam.
Thank you, Chair. We received a fatal error notification, concerning the nomination of the Frontiers of the Roman Empire, Dacia from Romania. And this is to be found on page 35 of the document INF 8B4 of both versions, English and French. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor now to ICOMOS for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the frontiers of the Roman Empire, Dacia, Romania. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF AP1 on page 180 of the English version and page 227 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. This is a serial nomination of 277 component parts along an intensely militarized frontier, traversing over 1,000 kilometers of diverse landscapes within Romania. It operated from 106 to 271 CE. The Dacians were an important foe to the Romans. Under Emperor Trajan, Rome conquered the Dacian kingdom after 2 wars and established the province. There was a rapid transition from military occupation to Roman province, but in the 3rd century, sustaining the province became untenable, and Romans withdrew to the Danube. The frontier of the Dacian limes is defined by a network of individual sites of different types. The frontiers protected Dacia, as well as controlling movements and securing access to valuable gold and salt resources. The Dacian limes extend for more than 1,000 kilometers, divided into 8 sectors. 7 of these follow the alignment of the frontier, moving north from the Danube River to Transylvania and the Carpathian Mountains, into open lowland plains, and returning to the Danube. An 8th sector comprises the temporary mountain camps that relate to the military campaign of conquest. The Danube frontier is part of a different transnational segment, which is in the tentative list for Bulgaria, Croatia, Romania, and Serbia. The 277 nominated component parts represent diverse site types, including legionary fortresses, auxiliary forts, earthen ramparts, watchtowers, temporary camps, and secular buildings. The Dacian frontier represents the longest land border and the most complex frontier of a former Roman province in Europe. It is a physical manifestation of the Roman Empire's imperial ambitions and the expertise and versatility of Roman engineers. The relatively short period of use, the wide diversity of landscape contexts in which the frontier was established, and the range of military, defensive, and secular structures are distinctive and exceptional. A thematic study to guide nominations of segments of the frontiers of the Roman Empire was developed in 2017. The comparative analysis includes consideration of the other segments of the Roman frontiers in Europe and beyond, and includes the 3 transboundary segments in Europe already inscribed in the World Heritage List, and 4 segments in tentative lists in Europe and the Arab states regions. The comparative analysis established both common qualities and the distinctive aspects of the Dacian line, limes. The State Party has also provided detailed justifications for the selection of the 277 component parts. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 2, 3, and 4. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met. In general, the sites demonstrate a very high degree of authenticity, due in part to the relatively short time span of their use and the relatively undisturbed rural locations. The State Party has responded to issues raised by ICOMOS during the evaluation procedure, adjusting the boundaries and/or buffer zones of a number of component parts to create a more coherent basis for their designation, presentation, and management. Most of the component parts are below ground archaeological sites in rural contexts. Structural remains such as stone walls have been exposed at some sites, many of which have been previously excavated and consolidated. The State Party provided a detailed annex that identifies the pressures and state of conservation for each component part. These vary due to the large number of components and the diversity of urban and rural landscape contexts in which they occur. Building and development pressures, including transport infrastructure and agricultural cultivation, have been identified as the main factors affecting the property. Legal protection is in place for all 277 component parts through their inclusion in the National Archaeological Record and the designation of all the component parts as National Historic Monuments is in progress. Protection is also supported by local spatial planning through the general urban plans for each municipality. There is a National Limes Commission responsible for coordinating research and monitoring, and the State Party participates in the transnational Frontiers of the Roman Empire World Heritage Cluster. The management system is in place, although there are a number of key elements that are still under development by the State Party, such as the formal provisions for heritage impact assessments and strategies for tourism interpretation and archaeological research. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated serial property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the frontiers of the Roman Empire, Dacia, Romania, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2, 3, and 4, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know if there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46 Com 8B.25. But before doing that, Mr. Rapporteur, have you received any amendments to the draft decision proposed?
Monsieur le Président, nous n'avons pas reçu
Mr. Chairman, we have not received any amendments relating to the frontiers of the Roman Empire, Dacia, Romania.
Thank you. Are there any comments before we adopt the draft decision as a whole? I see no comments. Is there any objection to adopt the draft decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.25 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Romania on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. Romania, you have the floor for an up to 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to give me the floor once again. Distinguished audience, we are both delighted and grateful that Romania has been successful in the inscription of the frontiers of the Roman Empire, Dacia, in the UNESCO World Heritage List. This achievement has a profound meaning for us. The territory of ancient Dacia became part of the Roman world, and thus the genesis of our nation is closely linked to Rome and its empire. We therefore experience this moment as one with deep cultural significance, a tie reflection of our identity to make us more aware of our past and, in the same time, to recall Rome's major influence in the ancient world. This new inscription on the UNESCO World Heritage List will help us, I am sure, to better understand this crucial period in our history. Romania proudly joins the growing family of the frontiers of the Roman Empire. Thank you very much on behalf of Romania for this international recognition, and I thank UNESCO World Heritage Center and ICOMOS for their constant dialogue with Romania. I want to congratulate the experts of the Romanian Ministry of Culture, and I have here the best expert in the world, and also to the National Institute of Heritage, the National Museum of Transylvanian History, with the director, Mr. Felix Marcu, and the National Limes Commission, as well as the museum and culture directorates from the 16 involved counties, as well as all central and local actors who contributed to the successful nomination process for the inscription of the frontiers of the Roman Empire, Dacia, in the UNESCO World Heritage List. I am pleased to have by my side, as I said, the manager of the National Museum of Transylvania and the National President of the Limes Commission, and my colleagues from the National Institute of Heritage. And I am certain that without their support, their expertise, this file wouldn't have been completed like it is now. And also, I would like to thank to all those involved in the management of the frontiers of the Roman Empire on the territory of Romania, driven by today's success. And we will better research, preserve, and promote our cultural heritage from the Roman period. Good luck all, and thank you all.
Thank you. To save time, I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Hegmatane, an historical center of Hamadan, Islamic Republic of Iran. But before I give the floor, I would like to call Mr. Balsamo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the Egmanatea Historical Center of Amtan. This is to be found on page 20 of both the English and French version of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Egmatane and the Historical Center of Hamadan, Islamic Republic of Iran. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 97 of the English version and page 94 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors. Located at the foot of the Alvand sub-range of the Zagros Mountains in northwestern Iran, the nominated property is comprised of the hillside archaeological site of Egmataneh and the adjacent historic center of Hamedan. Ancient Egmataneh bears witness to nearly 3 millennia of human habitation, providing evidence of the Medes civilization in the 7th and 6th century BCE, later serving as a summer capital of Achaemenid, Seleucid, Persian, and Sasanian rulers. Key historical trade and pilgrimage routes crossed this gateway to Iranian plateau, testifying to its importance as a geopolitical, cultural, and trading node. The nominated property has a irregular shaped area encompassing the Egmataneh Hill, the historic center of Hamedan and the bazaar to the south of the hill, core parts of the 20th century radial city plan, including Imam Khomeini Square, as well as Ekbatan and Abu Ali Sina streets as far south as the Abu Ali Sina Avicenna tomb. The property has been nominated for it would represent one of the oldest capital cities and a rare testimony of the early Medes civilization. For its strategic location as a gateway to the Iranian plateau, the city thrived for more than 2 millennia as an important trade and government center for different civilizations. It would also demonstrate the creativity and innovation of the Parthian civilization, which established modular urban planning and regular city architecture as early as the first millennium BCE. ICOMOS has concerns on the proposed justification when it comes to the continuity and evolution of the cities from ancient time up to the present day. The continuity between cultures or civilization does not in itself hold universal significance unless the traces left by this process demonstrate the outstanding achievements of its time. While the archaeological remains provide important evidence of early civilizations such as the Medes, Achaemenids, and Parthians, the successive stages of development in Hamedan cities cannot be considered to stand out in its geocultural context. The augmented comparative analysis and the additional information suggest that the archaeological evidence is comparable with major centers of the Median, Achaemenid, Seleucid, and Persian periods discovered in the geocultural region. However, archaeological evidence cannot confirm that the nominated property was the capital of the Mede State Empire. Similarly, the justification that the nominated property served as an important government seat of Achaemenid, Seleucid, Persian, and Sasanian rulers would need to be strengthened to establish how the nominated property stands out in comparison with other sites from the respective periods. For the reason explained above, ICOMOS considers that the conditions of integrity and authenticity of the nominated property could possibly be met only for the archaeological remains of Ekmataneh. This would imply the revision of the boundaries of the nominated property to reflect a refocused proposed outstanding universal value. The current proposed boundaries includes elements that do not support a potential revised justification for inscription based solely on the archaeological remains of Ekmataneh. The nominated property is under the highest level of national legal protection. The management plan describes the existing management structures and the duties and responsibilities of stakeholders. However, none of these duties specifically link to the policies and actions in the management plan, and so its formal status has not been clarified. So it remains unclear whether stakeholders' commitment also extends to the implementation of the actions outlined in the management plan. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. ICOMOS, for the reason explained before, does not consider the comparative analysis justify consideration of the nominated property for the voltage at least at this stage. Criterion 4 is not justified, while Criterion 2 and Criterion 3 although not justified at this stage, might be demonstrated for the archaeological remains of Ekmatane only. The boundaries will need to be revised to focus only on the relevant attributes supporting a revised nomination based on a narrative that revolves around the archaeological value of Ekmatane. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that Ekmatane and the historic center of Hamadan, Islamic Republic of Iran, be deferred to the state party for the following main reasons. Develop a more coherent argumentation based on the archaeological values of Ekmatane to demonstrate how its archaeological remains stand out compared to other similar properties, develop an appropriate comparative analysis, and revise the nominated property and buffer zone boundaries in light of a refocused justification. ICOMOS has also included further recommendation in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. ICOMOS also considers that such a revised nomination would need to be considered by an expert mission to the site. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ICOMOS. Are there any questions, comments before we go to the rapporteur to ask if there are any amendments? Can we see the amendments and then make the comments? Yes. Lebanon, can we first see the amendments and then I'll give the floor to make the comments, please.
Sure.
Thank you. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46com8b.17. But before that, I'll ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments to the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have indeed received an amendment submitted by Qatar and jointly drafted by Kazakhstan relating to the site previously known as Hekmatane, an historical center of Hamadan, Islamic Republic of Iran. It starts at the amendment starts at para 2, and we would not defer but inscribe. So inscribes Hekmatane and no longer defers the examination of the nomination of Hekmatane and the historical center of Hamadan. So that's a change in the inscription draft on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 3. Then, paragraph 3 takes note of the provisional statement of outstanding universal value, and that is a copy of the brief synthesis that is included there. Then, paragraph 4 recommends that the state party give consideration to the following. New A, submit the maps of the revised property boundaries in light of a refocused justification based on the archaeological remains. B, develop various research and conservation actions into a comprehensive conservation program that allows for the long-term research, conservation and presentation of the archaeological finds. C, redefine the role and legal status of the management plan and consider the identification of attributes, the integration of local communities, and the conservation plan in the management plan. D, further develop the documentation and enhance the monitoring system. This remains unchanged. And then E, submit to the World Heritage Centre by 1st of December 2025 for review by the advisory bodies, the integrated management plan. And last paragraph, 5, request the state party to submit to the World Heritage Centre by the 1st of December 2025 a report on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 48th session. Thank you, sir.
We've seen that the original inscription nomination is for Hekmatane and the Historical Center of Hamadan, but during the presentation, ICOMOS had said that if the Historical Center of Hamadan is removed, then Hekmatane, the evaluation of Hekmatane can be considered. However, there are certain more requirements there, and I've seen that in the amendment presented by Qatar that is precisely being done, and the component of Historical Center of Hamadan is being removed. And of course, if you remove one component, then the boundaries also have to be modified. But this is what I've observed from the what I've heard from the ECOMOS presentation and what the rapporteur just explained and the screen in front of me. But as I had said, I'll give the floor to Lebanon to be followed by Qatar. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the various nominations we examined today, we noticed that besides the present nomination, we had 3 other nominations of which ECOMOS recommended to exclude several components. The first is the Sado Island gold mines presented by Japan, which we inscribed this morning, but where ECOMOS had recommended to refer the property to the state party in order to exclude post-Edo components, including Aikana Kamimashi town. The second is Via Appia, presented by Italy, which we have just inscribed, following ECOMOS recommendation, but where ECOMOS had recommended to exclude component 3, 4, and 5 due to their lack of integrity. And finally, Nelson Mandela legacy sites presented by South Africa, where ECOMOS considered that out of 14 components, 3 do not satisfy the conditions of integrity, and 3 others do not contribute to the OUV of the property, and ECOMOS recommended to refer the nomination back to the state party. We are deeply concerned by what appears as a lack of consistency in ECOMOS recommendation. A property is recommended to be inscribed, namely Via Appia, while several components do not justify conditions of integrity and authenticity. 2 properties are recommended to be referred back to the state party, namely Sado Island and Nelson Mandela sites, and the present property is proposed to be deferred. So we would like to hear from ECOMO the rationale behind these conflicting recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was precisely why I had said that ECOMOS very clearly said in its presentation that if you remove the historical center of Hamadan and modify the boundaries, you could go ahead with Hegma Tone. So ECOMOS was very clear on that point, but I will give the floor to ECOMOS after I have given the floor to Qatar. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank, first of all, ICOMOS for the thorough evaluation of this nomination dossier. We have carefully studied this evaluation report and the related factual errors presented by the state party. I would like to highlight that in the same evaluation report, ICOMOS has also studied under the current circumstances the site of Hikmatana without the historic center of Hamadan is eligible for inscription of the World Heritage List. According to ICOMOS criteria 2 and 3 are made for inscription of Hikmatana on the World Heritage List. Moreover, the studies also prove the continuity, integrity, and authenticity of the archaeological remains in the nominated site. And worth noting that the state party had positive measures for the management and maintenance plan of the archaeological site of Hekmatana, which have also been well evaluated in the ICOMOS report. The site, as ICOMOS has also confirmed, shows priceless evidence of urban development in the Parthian period, as well as series of valuable works from the Achaemenid and Sasanian periods, which are kept in major museums around the world. In addition, Hikmatana, the place where the Persian civilization was born, is one of the first and exceptional urban planning practices experiences in the West Asian region. References in the world literature underlining the importance of the city date back to ancient times and evident in famous ancient Greek historian Herodotus' narrative by the name of Aspetana, which is the ancient Greek form of Hekmatana. Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, therefore, considering the significance of the World Heritage Inscription of Hikmatana regarding the historic center of Hamadan from the dossier, as well as confirming the scope of the property to the archaeological site of Hikmatana, while keeping and reconfirming the buffer zone boundary in the current situation. We would like to propose the possibility of inscribing the site on the World Heritage List in this session. Mr. Chair, the inscription of the archaeological site of Hikmatana only without the historic center of Hamadan will provide the state party with more effective tools for preserving, maintaining, and presenting Hikmatana as a shared common heritage of all humanity. For this proposal, we have submitted a draft amendment proposal for the consideration and support of the Secretariat and the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Vietnam, followed by Turkey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have carefully studied the original file, e-commerce evaluation, and additional documents provided by the state party. On the hill, Hamadane is an archaeological site that enjoys authenticity in terms of materials, form, setting, and techniques throughout history. It has also an acceptable structural, functional, and visual integrity. Moreover, the objects unearthed from the excavation are well preserved in the on-site museum, and its conservation has also been evaluated as acceptable by ICOMOS. This very important site is also the birthplace of Median, Achaemenid, and Parthian dynasties, to name a few. In fact, the city of Hekmatane or Ekbatana, as attested by Herodotus, the famous Greek historian, was among the oldest cities of the world, comparable to Susa and other cities in the Western Asia. We thank the evaluation report by e-commerce experts, and we also welcome the state party for taking appropriate measures as recommended by e-commerce. And in this regard, Vietnam supports the inscription of Hekmatane on the World Heritage List, and we wish to join the list of supporters of the amendment proposed by the distinguished delegate of Qatar. I thank you.
I thank you. I now give the floor to Turkey to be followed by Kazakhstan. And before that, Mr. Rapporteur, please fulfill the desire of Vietnam to have its name added. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We congratulate Iran for the nomination dossier and thank ICOMOS for the precise presentation. The idea of defining the boundary only with the archaeological site boundary and proposing the remaining area as a buffer zone seems both logical and practical. There is detailed identification, mapping, and reporting of activities to be carried out within the buffer zone. Moreover, the compliance, integrity, and authenticity of the archaeological site within the defined boundary have been explained very clearly with an identified outstanding universal value. Therefore, we believe that the proposed area with the boundary narrowed down to the archaeological site is sufficient for the nomination of Hekmetane to be accepted as an inscription. And in this respect, we support the amendment proposal submitted by Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you. Please add Turkey's name. I now give the floor to Kazakhstan, followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues. Actually, I would like to echo our Lebanese colleague that we face a somewhat challenging task that includes four main issues. Firstly, an extraordinary object, the site, a city with a history spanning several thousand years, boasting numerous unique material, testimonies, of the historical pages of many peoples, countries, and cultures. At the core of this complex, and I dare to say here, organism, lies an archaeological monument, a living witness of centuries-old history. Secondly, we have the territory of the modern city, or more precisely, the historic urban landscape, with its unique charm and brilliant architectural monuments, whose visit is, without exaggeration, breathtaking. Several years ago, I had the privilege of visiting Hamadan and witnessing this unique charm myself, which only strengthened my conviction in its significance. Thirdly, there is the clearly formulated logical position of ICAMOS, which, as we all know, states that the archaeological site of Hegmataner presented in nomination dossier meets criteria 2 and 3. Moreover, studies also provide the integrity and authenticity of the archaeological remains at the site. The management and maintenance of the archaeological site of Hegmataner have also been well evaluated in the ICAMOS report. At the same time, the historic center of Hamadan, as presented in the nomination dossier and according to ICAMOS, does not meet criterion 4. Fourthly, dear colleagues, we have a clear position stated by the state party of Iran is ready to continue collaboration with World Heritage Center and ICAMOS and ready for inscription of the Hegmataneh archaeological site without the historic center of Hamadan on the World Heritage list according to the specified criteria. Additionally, the state party of Iran is willing to continue working on either expanding the nomination to subsequently include the historic center of Hamadan as a component of the series or as a separate nomination in future. The complex calculations of the equation consisting of 4 mentioned above main components, which our delegation has conducted over many days, have led us to support the position expressed by our honorable Qatari colleagues. In this regard, we would like to draw your attention to the addition of the draft decision. We propose that our esteemed Iranian colleagues prepare an integrated management plan, as it mentioned in the amendment to the World Heritage Center by the 48th session of the World Heritage Committee for review by advisory bodies. This plan should detail the state's strategy and approach or to preserving the attributes of outstanding universal value of the unique site known to all of us from
Please
school
conclude.
years. Yes. As Ekbatana, a witness of the glorious periods of Median, Achaemenidian, Persian, and Sasanian empires. Thank you so much, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Kenya, followed by Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We join to support the amendments proposed by the distinguished delegate from Qatar, but also take note that in the paragraph where there is titled brief synthesis, there are a number of minor typos which would actually plead that the Secretariat, with the help of the rapporteur, can be able to fix. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I now give the floor to Rwanda. Rwanda, followed by Belgium.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Rwanda has carefully examined the ICOMOS report and the report of the factual errors. The conclusions indicate that the archaeological site part of Higmatane has OUV and is recognized for its authenticity and integrity. Uncertainties of ICOMOS regarding the historic site of Hamadan, given that the town planning shows that they can be separated, and given the recommendations of the advisory bodies, we believe that the extent of Higmatane can be inscribed. Regarding the buffer zone, State parties have provided new maps after the ICOMOS report. There will be no changes in this site, which gets rid of any ambiguity. And this site, cradle of Persian culture, and is proof of that, and we have vestiges of that period on that site. Furthermore, unique work of the Hajamini period and Sasani period have also been discovered in that region. Therefore, it would seem that this site should have been inscribed on the World Heritage Site years ago. Chair, our discussion on this region, this cradle of civilization, is about this site that has OUV of culture, of which very few vestiges remain. Many different types of civilizations and historic archaeological remains have been discovered there, and therefore we support its inscription on the list. Thank you very much.
The floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium, followed by India.
Thank you, Chair. Belgium would like to thank ICOMOS for the perfectly relevant analysis of this file. We carefully have looked at the documents provided by the Islamic Republic of Iran to revise the proposal by excluding the urban and historical parts and focusing on the archaeological site, in which integrity and OUV seem to be established under the current assessment. Belgium does not want expedited processes replace the referral process established by the convention. We would like dialogue mechanisms be preferred in the framework of open-ended working groups installed by the 47-11 decision for this type of situation. In the amendment that we have received, we would like to submit, with your permission, a question to ICOMOS. ICOMOS, could you confirm that the adaptations of the file in terms of its extent and title, are those changes enough and adequate to correspond to the OUV identified under the current analysis? Thank you very much.
It's a very specific question. I'll go to India and then I'll let you see. I think that it's a finish. Thank you, Belgium, for that very specific question, because if that question is answered in the affirmative, then we have an inscription. India, you have the floor, to be followed by Italy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving India the floor. Since several committee members have already spoken before me, I shall not repeat things said already, though we too would like to understand the rationale behind the inconsistency that was just pointed out by the distinguished senior colleague from Lebanon. India has carefully examined the nomination dossier of Hekmataneh and the Historical Center of Hamidah, and has thoroughly studied the ICOMOS's report and also the brief presentation that was just made. The factual error analysis indicates that there is a technical alignment between the state party and ICOMOS on the evaluation issues. This alignment demonstrates that our discussion in the committee, while agreeing on an expert matter, facilitates, in our opinion, the process of inscribing a property on the World Heritage List. In fact, while accepting the ICOMOS's technical report, the committee has the authority to facilitate the inscription process, if it feels so, in cases where there is a technical consensus, in order to promote a broader and better understanding of the proposed nomination within the framework of the 1972 convention. The Hekmataneh dossier represents such a case. There's no doubt that the proposed archaeological site of Hekmataneh is of outstanding universal value, and as ICOMOS has also stated, and meets criteria 2, criteria 3 for inscription, as there are no specific concerns regarding the management and conservation of this portion or part of the site. Overall, it is acceptable. Therefore, India, like Qatar and several other members of the committee, proposes that the World Heritage Committee inscribe this part of the property, namely the archaeological site of Hegmatane, at this stage with the recommendations it deems necessary in order to further contribute to the understanding of the convention, especially since the property and buffer zone boundaries are clearly defined in this situation. In addition to these points, I would like to remind that the subject of our discussion is a site from where exceptional heritage from some of the most important ancient civilizations of the Western Asia have been excavated, and renowned archaeologists have expressed precise opinions about the importance of this site. Therefore, based on the spirit of the 1972 Convention, which calls for the protection and conservation of the world's outstanding cultural and natural heritage, the inscription of this property is desirable and vital. Last, we hope that the state party at a later date considers the historical center of Hamadan also to be added to the historic archaeological site of Hegmatana, which also exhibits many layers of history. Mr. Chair, we would request India's name to be added to the list of committee members supporting the inscription of Hegmatana to the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, India. That was pretty educational. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy, followed by Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The documents provided by the ICOMOS evaluation clearly show the importance of the archaeological site of Hegmatane, the ancient Ekbatana. The nominated property, particularly the archaeological remains already identified, contain significant evidence of ancient civilizations and the development of early Iranian culture. As stated in the ICOMOS evaluation report, the archaeological remains located into the property could potentially meet criteria 2 and 3, and the outstanding universal value would be justified in a proposal solely based on this archaeological area. This ancient city testified to its central role in the history of civilization since the 7th and 6th century BCE, especially for the history of Medes and of the following people living in that area, also for their influence continuing all over the centuries until the construction of the modern city. Italy supports and commends the efforts made by the state party and the positive assessment by ICOMOS on the archaeological remains. The recognition of the outstanding universal value serves as a further motivation to continue and enhance the protection of the site, in order to preserve and improve this exceptional evidence for its conservation and transmission. This property would be an inspiration for future archaeological excavations, which are crucial for uncovering the rich cultural heritage and ancient civilizations of the region. These discoveries provide invaluable insights into human history, art, and innovation, fostering a deeper understanding of our past. Therefore, Italy believes that no impediments exist for the inscription of the archaeological part of the property solely, as proposed in the amendment presented by Qatar and accepted by the state party. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Greece, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to commend the state party's readiness to fully respond to the ICOMOS consensus and recommendations. It is in this light of the above, that we would like to join our voice to those delegations having expressed their support in favor of the inscription of the Hamadane archaeological site on the World Heritage List. At the same time, I have to say that we...
Excellency, it's not Hamadan, it's Hegmatane. Hamadan is the other part which is not being accepted. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
I always admire your readiness to come and give the right perspective in the debate, Mr. Chairman. So we support, as other delegations, the inscription of the Hamadane archaeological site on the World Heritage List. And I was saying that at the same time, we consider of particular importance the answer, the response that ICOMOS will give to the question raised by the state party of Belgium to the advisory body. Thank you.
I thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea, followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hagmatane archaeological sites exhibits the cultural interchanges among the cultures and civilizations of the Middle East in the first millennium BCE and serve as internationally significant sites, providing important and rare evidence of the Medes civilization. Recalling e-commerce's evaluation that these historical significances can possibly be justified for the archaeological remains of the Hagmatane site, Republic of Korea welcomes the state party's revision of the nominated property boundaries to the archaeological remains of Hagmatane, complying with the advisory body's recommendation, and supports the inscription of the nominated property on the World Heritage List, together under the criteria 2 and 3 with other committee members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Zambia, followed by Senegal.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to join the State Party of Qatar and other members of the committee in supporting the amendments to the draft decision for inscription of Hagmatane in Iran. We are convinced that this is a very important historical site, which also serves as the birthplace of Iranian civilization. Even as we value the recommendations and guidance of ICOMOS, we are glad to note that ICOMOS agreed with the State Party of Iran that the archaeological site does have OUV meeting criteria 2 and 3. Although we understand from a question raised from another state party that we need to get confirmation from ICOMOS if indeed they believe that the archaeological site does contain OUV. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Zambia, I now give the floor to Senegal, followed by Mexico.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. After having considered the file and the favourable position to pursue collaboration with the advisory bodies, Senegal would like to join its voice and support the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List under criteria 2 and 3. Thank you.
Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation would also like to thank ICOMOS for its report and for the extraordinary work done. I would also like to recognize the state party that is nominating this property, Iran, and thank it for its disposition to be open to ICOMOS's proposal. So I think we have responded to the concerns made by Lebanon and respond to the question made by Belgium. We believe that we should be able to inscribe the archaeological site of Akakute and then at a later stage, for the second part, if OU is established to present the historical site of Hamadan, it's important to work on the integrated and comprehensive management plan of the archaeological site and to provide the corresponding maps along with the changes in the buffer zone. We would be, in that case, supportive to the inscription of the Hagmatane site.
Go to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Mr. Chair, the archaeological remains of this ancient city known as Hagmatane is testimony to the existence of successive Middle Eastern civilization from the first millennium BCE onwards. Evidence of these successive human habitations suggests that of a capital city rich in its architecture, urban planning, and intermixing of cultures. The state party has submitted evidence to demonstrate the authenticity of Hagmatane in its forms and materials, for example, the integrity of which is also evident in the archaeological remains. St. Vincent and the Grenadines acknowledges the work to be carried out by the state party in the areas of site management and monitoring, and considers there is a need to resubmit the revised boundaries in an updated nomination text to better align with the property to be inscribed as early as possible. We therefore support the inscription of Hegmatane as proposed by Qatar, subject to the confirmation from ICOMOS. Thank you.
Thank you. This exhaust. Oh, there's one more speaker. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We thank to the State Party for this nomination. We also thank to ICOMOS for the evaluation. Carefully hearing the opinions by the distinguished members of the committee and with the understanding of the archaeological value is recognized outstanding as well as the protection mechanism installed, we have no difficulty to go along with the majority and support the proposed amendment in light of the spirit of joint work of our committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan. This has exhausted the list of committee members that wanted to take the floor. At this point in time, I'll give the floor first to ICOMOS and then to the Secretariat to answer the questions raised. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. ICOMOS has received two different questions. One proposed by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon concerning the rationale for the different approach that ICOMOS has adopted, one recommending the exclusion of subcomponent parts in nominations across this cycle of evaluation. In the case of the previous nomination discussed, these were serial properties where the exclusion of certain components were not impacting the proposed justification of OUV, and where ICOMOS had recognized the criteria, maybe not all of them, but at least some of them, justified. Therefore, the exclusion of certain component parts were considered coherent by ICOMOS to go with referral back, either inscription because the criteria were found justified and there was no impact in the removal of certain components on the proposed justification for inscription. The other question that was raised to ICOMOS, I think, was from the delegate of Belgium and echoed by the distinguished delegate of Greece, whether ICOMOS could confirm that the changes proposed by the state party, the ICOMOS can agree with this proposal. ICOMOS is obliged to remind that cannot assess and evaluate any additional information following 28th of February. Therefore, ICOMOS is not in a position to assess the material that has been proposed by the state party and we suppose has been submitted to the committee members. ICOMOS has met the state party, has received information about its intention to promote the inscription of the site, but could not be in the position to evaluate this material. So we cannot respond whether we can confirm. ICOMOS would need to go back to its desk reviewers, its panel, who is the body that takes decision about what is the ICOMOS official position about documentation, evaluation, and nominations. Perhaps it's important to clarify, because it has been heard also from the committee members, that the criterion have been found justified by ICOMOS, criterion 2 and 3. ICOMOS has identified potential for this criterion that might be justified with strength, and in fact the recommendation is for strengthening the case for the proposal, develop a more coherent argumentation based on the archaeological values of the nominated property. So just perhaps to clarify that ICOMOS has not found none of the criteria justified at this stage. Only 2 might be justified in the future. So just to explain the rationale for a deferral in this case. And it is not just a matter of removing some part of the property that doesn't seem to match the potential for the property to be inscribed. I hope I made clear ICOMOS position in this regard.
I now give the floor to the Secretariat.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to respond to the question put by Belgium on the need to align files to these changes. Now, I think that we here are facing a case in which the extent, the proportion of changes made by the committee here today are of such dimensions compared to the original file that the request to align for alignment of decisions with these change to be justified. I think ICOMOS is also of that opinion, and we've just heard a proposal from the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines that is also going in that same direction. And I think differences that have been presented in the guidelines regarding minor modifications. These are minor modifications, and these components are being either removed from a serial property, are different to these changes. You know, these are changes that don't have an impact or a major impact on the statement of OUV, given that the compared to major or significant changes under paragraph 165. And so the request to align the dossier with the properties that the committee is inscribing would be justified. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now go to para 1. Are there any objections for the adoption of para 1? I see none. We go to para 2. Are there any objections to the adoption of para 2? I see none. We go to para 3. Are there any objections to para 3? Lebanon, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's not an objection. It's just a small question to ICOMOS. In para 3, there is protection and management requirements, and it is said the component parts of the property. To my knowledge, we use the term component when we have a property in series, which is not the case here. Can you just tell me if we can use, in this case, the component parts? Thank you.
ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. No, in fact, this, from what we have understood, this is just one element, continuous, so the wording should be property. But the committee members know the maps of the proposed revised property. So if it is just one component, we should use property.
Give the floor to the director of the WHC.
No, thank you, Chairperson. No, what I'm just trying to say is that what you're doing here is that you're only taking note of the provisional statement of OUV, which then is going to be reworked between with the state parties in order for you to adopt it later in the final one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The suggested provisional corrections are already there. We go to para 3. Are there any objections for the adoption of para 3? I see. Yes, Lebanon, you have the floor.
Sorry to take the floor. This will be the last time. When we read paragraph A, submit the revised nominated property boundaries officially in light of a refocused justification. We have just inscribed the property. If we say in light of a refocused justification, it is as if we inscribed a property where the justification of its OUV is not clear and should be refocused. I propose to remove this phrase and to say submit the revised nominated property boundaries officially point. That's all. And remove the in light of refocused justification. Because, I mean, the committee accepted the justification because it's inscribed the property.
Excellency, please don't say this is the last time I'm taking the floor, because if you do that, then I do not get to witness your wisdom again and again, and I very much look forward to it. Qatar, is this okay? Qatar, you're the presenter. Is it okay? The justification on Lebanon? Okay. We now go back to the para we just approved, and we go to the subsequent para thereafter. Right. Para 3 there was no objections to para 3. Now para 4, how it appears on the screen, the names of the countries supporting will be copy pasted. Yeah, please scroll down. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I think if we scroll back to the para A, I think we should let this portion, in light of the refocus justification, of course, should go, but we should say that submit the maps of the revised property boundaries of the archaeological remains. So we know that we are defining the boundaries of the archaeological remains. So that part.
Yeah, so just remove the word based on and replace it with the word of. And remove the hyphen, yeah. Thank you. We go to para B, is it acceptable? We go to para C, scroll down, D, E. All right. Is there any objection to para 4 as a whole? I see none. We go to para 5. Is there any objection to para 5? I see none. Is there any objection to the adoption of the entire decision as a whole as amended? I see no objections. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.17 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate the Islamic Republic of Iran on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. Iran, you have the floor for up to 4 minutes, unless, of course, you want me to speak something in the Persian language.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Can we please ask the speaker to wait a second? We're missing the person who can interpret from Persian.
محبته بی‌نظیر و برخوردار از ارزش‌های جهان.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the World Committee, greetings. I would like to thank you for agreeing to inscribe Hegmatane, an exceptional site of global value, on the World Heritage List. This decision will undoubtedly encourage us to redouble our efforts to protect this invaluable site in Iran. Iran is a land of history with a civilization dating back more than 7,000 years. We are committed to preserving historical sites like Hegmatane and passing them on to further generations. Hegmatane is a remarkable relic from the glorious eras of the Medians, Achaemenids, Parthians, Sasanians, and Islamic civilizations. Archaeologists interpret Hegmatane as a place where various peoples gathered and assembled, making it a prominent testament to the development of urban planning and culture in Iran dating back 3 millennia. It can be considered a harbinger of the birth of the Persian civilization in ancient Iran. However, it is important to note that Hegmatane, now known as Hamadan, is a city where world-renowned figures such as Avicenna walked and lived. Therefore, the inscription of Hekmatane signifies the registration of an ancient city that stands as a beacon of culture and civilization in the region. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the esteemed members of the World Heritage Committee, especially in the state of Qatar, the UNESCO World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, and all members of the committee for their support in inscripting Hekmatane on the World Heritage List. Finally, I convey the greetings of the people and government of Iran to you and express our sincere appreciation to the government of India, its officials, and the friendly people of India for hosting this important meeting. I now invite you to listen to the address of the esteemed ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran to UNESCO.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, the inscription of the Hekmatane archaeological site fills the Iranian people with immense pride, celebrating their rich history and cultural heritage. This recognition by UNESCO honors Iran's ancient civilization and strengthens our national identity and solidarity. Meanwhile, the most important is understanding this inscription through the spirit of UNESCO World Heritage Convention. This convention plays a crucial role in fostering mutual understanding and solidarity among nations. By identifying and preserving sites of cultural and national significance, it highlights our shared heritage, transcending national borders and cultural differences. This collective effort to protect our global heritage fosters respect and appreciation for diverse culture, promoting international cooperation. The convention encourages dialogue and collaboration, creating a sense of global community. Thank you.
Thank you and hearty congratulations. Dear committee members, we have reached the end of our plenary meeting today. As announced earlier, we will therefore reconvene on Monday morning at 10 a.m. to continue the examination of our agenda items as planned in the timetable enclosed in document 3B. There will be no bureau and no plenary meetings tomorrow. I wish you a pleasant evening and a restful day tomorrow, but the Secretariat informs me that they would like to take the floor for one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is just to inform you that only we have one side event immediately after the session, and the side event is entitled Fortifications and Military Landscapes of Asia, organized by the ICOMOS International Scientific Committee on Fortifications and Military Heritage, ICOFORT, and it will take place in room MR 19. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The host country, India, would like to make some announcements. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a small announcement on behalf of the Ministry of Culture Director and Director General Archaeological Survey of India that since tomorrow is an off, I'm certain many delegates would be wanting to go and visit the monuments. Delhi has 3 World Heritage properties, and nearby Agra also has 3 World Heritage properties, including the Taj Mahal. So anybody who is wishing to go to these World Heritage properties, if you could kindly let us know so that we can make adequate arrangements for their visit, and ensuring that their visit to these monuments is a memorable one. So if you could please let us know so that we can do the necessary preparations accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The word off may not be appropriate because we said there will be no bureau meeting and no plenary meetings tomorrow from 10 to 1 and from 3 to 6. However, if anybody wants to come for the exhibitions, 1 to 3 is still there are some events, and 6 to 8 also if somebody would like to come for the events. they're most welcome. So as far as we are concerned, there is no plenary morning and evening session. The meeting is adjourned.
Hindi na